Welcome, everyone, to the official, unofficial Calling Shanghai stream. If you don't know, my name, of course, is DM Armada. I go by DM Armada. My official name is Steven, but I love card games, and specifically, I love Flesh and Blood. And we are going to be bringing you some fantastic games of Flesh and Blood. And I brought along a friend of mine who's going to join us on this endeavor to sail the high seas of TCGs. It's someone else who loves Flesh and Blood, and someone else who absolutely loves Silver Age like me. It's Alex. Alex, how's it going, man?
It's going great, Steven. Honestly, I'm super excited to be taking a look at another calling for the Silver Age format. It's just an absolute blast to be able to see this format at its competitive heights, and I'm excited to see what we get as far as the meta today.
Yeah, me too. I am as well. And we'll talk about the meta as we start this whole process down the road. But just to set the stage a little bit, at home, I know there's a lot of questions. Why is this here? Why are we here and not on the official Fab TCG stream? Well, they asked me if I would be willing to put this on. And I, of course, said yes, because I love Silver Age. And, I, of course, love hanging out with people and talking Flesh and Blood. So I was totally happy to do that. And if you're expecting a full professional, no holds barred official Fab stream, there are some of those expectations that are going to be a little bit different this time around. We are going to be a lot more engaged with chat, talking with you about the format, about the games. It's going to be a far more laid back experience as we enter, of course, Fab After Dark. We should probably come up with something cool to call it Fab After Dark or something like that. So it's going to be far more laid back. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. But that doesn't mean we aren't going to give you things, because LSS reached out and said, hey, if you would like to, we can go ahead and give something out to the people that choose to tune in and watch. So I decided, since there's it's like a 2-day event, there's a calling, right? This is the day one of the calling. We have the opportunity to decide. I am going to give away something myself, but LSS is also going to give away something. So the chat will decide whether or not we go with the official LSS giveaway, or if we start day one here with the secret surprise door number 2 that I have sitting over there. That's the real question mark. So as we get closer to the final round, we will indeed make that decision. I'll let chat decide whether or not we want to give them that. But all that to say, we're going to be here having as much fun as humanly possible, watching some fantastic Flesh and Blood. And again, I'm excited to do it alongside of you, Alex. Before we go into the meta, can you tell some people about your channel if they haven't really engaged with your channel yet? Tell them what you do and why you like Silver Age so much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So some of you may know me. Ashen Wings TCG is the name of my channel there. I had initially covered a lot of content back when Commoner was a more noticeable format, effectively. But with Silver Age, I've definitely shifted a lot of my perspective, and I've wanted to move into this format because I really enjoy the fact that budget gaming has a place everywhere, and something like that with Silver Age is really, really special to a lot of people. The games are, very, very intense, just because the meta is so wide, effectively. You don't always have a lot of people doing a bunch of different testing. Some people think the meta solved one week, and then the next week you're seeing something completely different. So it is absolutely amazing, and I'm really, really excited to continue covering it over on my channel. Everything I've done, if you've seen anything of the Silver Age A to Z series, it's a thing I started when Silver Age was first announced from Project Blue, just effectively doing one deck of every hero to exist in the current Silver Age format that is legal to play. And so it was a lot of fun to do, a lot of fun to play. And I highly encourage that, since this is such a budget format, that everybody else go and find their home with the hero that they enjoy and make the most out of it.
And we got the opportunity to play some Silver Age back when it was just announced sort of as Silver Age, right before it hit the ground running with Compendium over in the World Championship. We had ourselves a nice little off to the side event where we played a bunch of Silver Age games. And when we did that, and I was thinking, like, who would I want to hop on with me and talk Silver Age? I was like, well, it's got to be Ashen Wings TCG at the very least, because you've literally put out so much content on just deck techs and how you can engage with this format. We engaged with the format together on the I wouldn't even call it big stage, literally in a bar off to the side of a hotel, but it was fun.
A fun stage,
and we had a lot of people that wanted to engage. And so I thought, you know what, this is the perfect way to kick this thing off and talk about Silver Age, because you are just as excited about it as I am. I mean, like you said, a format that allows new players to engage at the bare minimum cost to entry is a format I can get behind. And you know what? It's also really fun to play. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time playing it just all the way through, including at the pro quests that we had, and even after that as well. And it leads us to the question that I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pose this question to you. How do you feel like we're about to see? What do you think we're going to see in this meta? How do you feel about the meta as it's evolved over the past couple of weeks, both, at the larger, level, but also here that we're about to watch in Shanghai?
Yeah, I mean, the meta definitely had its evolutions, with Briar getting hit with a few bans during the last BNR, and then several other decks also hitting that same ban hammer. Steelblade Shunt not being a big thing anymore. You're seeing a lot less of the Decimator Great Axe builds out there for Warrior. But overall, I think it was, for a few weeks, is KO just the absolute best deck in the meta? And I think that the results are certainly very good. The deck does, in fact, do very well and is quite consistent. But people answered the call. I mean, the deck itself didn't even get a majority of the wins out of the recent battlegrounds that we saw. Those results, it was Florian and Ira that were kind of at the top of the tables. And even those heroes have their own silver bullets of individuals who are trying to take those down. So I guess really it comes down to, how many of what deck do we expect in the field today? Is it going to still be a lot of KO and are more defensive decks, or even decks like Florian able to kind of push through those defenses, or really, I guess, defend against the aggression? Or are we going to see a lot more Ira, a lot more of the ninja style, right? A little bit more low to the ground, but several chain links wide kind of deal. Is it going to be dice roll? Are we, is it going to be something in which you're hoping to go second, or you're hoping to go first, and you get to send a big burst turn in those scenarios? So I'm very, very excited. I hope the meta is definitely significantly different than what a lot expect. I like to see some new heroes hit the tables there. Maybe we see Betsy do very well. Maybe we see
well, okay. We can't ask for everything, right? Okay, we can't maybe get everything that we possibly want. But no, I actually do agree with you, and I'm curious to see how the overall meta there ends up shaping out, because I do believe that KO is going to take a large step back as far as representation is concerned. Not because he loses equity into the field, because I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I do oftentimes see when results are finally given to the wider player base, they respond to those results. And you hit the nail on the head. It's Ira and Florian sitting with 5 wins across all the battlegrounds that fired last week. And 5 wins goes from that to 2 wins to get to the next set of heroes. And I know this is small amounts of data that we're looking at, but these are larger scale tournaments. These are not sort of your local armories. These are tournaments that are happening maybe by a local game store or at a local level, but pulling far more people in. And those results are oftentimes looked at by the community, and it influences the way the meta, exists, the way it coalesces, if you will. And I look at those results. I look at Florian, the meteoric rise of Florian, and the consistent just success that Ira has had. I look at those heroes and I think, how is it going to be possible that these heroes don't have this big of a showing at the upcoming Calling Shanghai? And then, of course, looking forward onto the Pro Tour itself in Yokohama. I feel like the results are going to shake the sort of bedrock of this format and really cause people to look at it and revisit it and not just consider it sort of the Kayo only side of things. I'm really pumped to see how this ends up turning out. I do think Kayo will be well represented, but now I think the true, maybe 2 to 3 top decks will start to eat away at that overall percentage played, and we're going to see far more Florians and far more Iras going forward, both here at this event and in Pro Tour Yokohama. I don't know. I think I'm quite excited to see how it all plays out. And again, this is not like a normal official Fab stream where I can now just pitch it down to the arena because round 1 has started. We've heard that maybe round 1 is kicked off, but we are beholden to when the official Chinese stream fires. So once they're able to sort of kick things off, we can then bring you that action as well. But of course, until then, we are going to lay the groundwork as best we can, and we can also try this. I don't know. We were talking about this before we went live, and I am on OBS Streamlabs, and there is a chat bot or a chat widget. I'm just going to press the button and see if this chat widget actually functions. Oh, look at that. It does. You can actually read the chat. Hooray. How's this stream working? Well, I'm trying to pitch that to you. Nike's B Skater 121. Well said by me. The stream is working like this. The Chinese stream in Chinese language is firing on a website called Bilibili. And when that fires, we're going to jump in and catch it live and provide you some English commentary so that you can enjoy it. But we'll also give some stuff away. A couple of people said they wanted to open door number 2, and on here on the calling day 1, they want me to do the portion of giveaway of a thing that I've been holding on to. So I guess we could do that. I mean, that could be something that we would do. Of course, as with everything, we will bury that lead for as long as humanly possible, because we stoke the fires of engagement here on the old DM Armada YouTube channel. At least that's what they say to do. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for 10 years as of next month, and they keep telling me I should do that, so I guess we might as well give it a try.
It's always worth it.
Jams 9023 says, is this CC or Sage? It is Sage. We are going to be watching some Sage gameplay, which means if you were worried that this is going to be like an 8-hour long live stream, it's not going to be. It's not going to be.
Not at all. Not at all. It's going to be quite a short one. Well, I mean, it's short enough, I guess, right? It's certainly not hour-long games in that regard, but I think it's always it's something I've always heard a lot of POs speak very fondly of when they talk about the Silver Age format, is that, when they're effectively half the same time frame as what a CC event would be, everybody gets to go enjoy dinner at a reasonable hour. So
yep. Assuming, so we had word, someone posted in this chat actually, that the tournament was starting at that moment. So assuming that is the case and this stream is indeed about to go live, we'll jump into that stream whenever it does indeed start. But a couple people saying stuff. Door 2, baby, says Garrett Ronco 501. Everyone wants door 2. See, that's the thing. You can't promise a secret item and then assume people are just going to say, the other thing. Like,
no, the other one. No, give us the LSS thing. Whatever you could be offering could be silly. It's like, no. Always fun to do a little secret.
That's true. It could be anything. It could be a boat. There's always something interesting in box number 2.
Conqueror of the high seas, Steven? You would?
No. It wouldn't be that. No. No, but I will say this, the LSS giveaway, they very graciously offered to do the exact same thing that they've been doing on the past couple of streams and give away a Marvel young hero, which I think is perfect because it gives us that sort of tie-in to Sage where you can use that, which I think is great. I can't promise you, everyone that said, come on, holla, I can't promise you, but if you ask really nicely on social media for a Hala Armory deck spoiler of some sort, LSS might be like, you know what? Why not? Let's throw a spoiler out there, and we could all engage in, looking at that spoiler together. We could do that. That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. We can get everybody back in, and we can talk specifically about the spoiler, and it would be super cool.
That would be cool. Zondo 3 says door number 2 could even be a Marvel Young Hero. It could be. It could be a Marvel Young Hero.
It could be.
I have one right here. I opened exactly one Marvel Young Hero. Where did I put her? She's sitting right here somewhere. I know she exists. I opened the Kasai.
Oh, there you go.
Which is great because I love Kasai. Kasai is one of my favorite heroes in the game. Definitely very, cool. Very cool. Good luck with that, says Ian. Ian Kinderdine, the man himself, the myth, the legend, Ian Kinderdine, LSS employee, and good friend of mine, says, good luck with that. So I guess good luck with that to us. Sick, well, I'd love to see some more holo cards. A week is going to feel like an eternity. I want to see that deck too.
How do you feel? Very exciting. I think I mean really anything that we can instill as far as new cards, I feel like is always a hype moment. I think ever since Warriors saw the Flurry token, they were enamored and wanting to play Hala, or at least take the cards from the Hala deck and put them within their own favorite Warriors. So I think it's only a matter of time, right? But it's I could only imagine what it's like when you have this waiting period, because that's if there was a new Armory deck Origins for an assassin hero, I would be in the same boat. So
no, come on now, who would even enjoy such a thing?
Right, exactly.
Assassins.
Some psychopath, some psychopath is just willing to rip Huntsman at ProQuests.
That would be a thing. We've got a comment says, I opened the worst booster box ever today. Pin, I almost cried. You hate to see it, but that's the thing you go for. Erica Hoffman, friend of the channel. That's what I'm saying for Erica. Door number 2 could even be a boat, like a treasure pack Conqueror of the High Seas. We could do that indeed. Easter Sunday holiday. I love that. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Armory deck Origins for Sutcliffe win. Oh no, I don't know. Sutcliffe.
Just the float, without the body still, or with the body, you think?
Pre-beheading or post?
Pre-beheading?
I don't know if I can even say that on YouTube. This stream might have just been taken down. We're done. We're cooked, chat. We're gone. I don't even know we could say the word removal of the anyway, I find it very concerning that holodeck drops in a little over a week and we still don't know what's in it. I feel like that's pretty par for the course. I think the thing about Armory decks, and I could be wrong about this, is that they're really meant to allow not even a new player, but a player that's just sort of beginning to dive into a specific class, the opportunity to engage with that class and be able to pick up a variety of staples within the deck and engage with the hero in question. Now, Armory deck Origin, maybe it's a little different. Like we had Jarl, and it allowed you to not have to go back and buy all the old school Tales of Aria cards. But at the same time, I do kind of feel like this is more par for the course with regards to these Armory decks, where they kind of just show them off for that last week for the people that are really engaged in that class or are experimenting and want to try that class out.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we find out more towards Yokohama also, just kind of getting more information at more of a larger event, which, I mean, as far as I think possibly, what do you think, Steven? Do you think this stream, the calling for Shanghai, do you think that this is going to be something that will help shape people's decision on what to play for the Pro Tour, or do you think a lot of people are pretty set in their way of what they want to play?
I think you are hitting very close on that. I think because the format is so easy to switch a deck up with, you could look at these results and make a call. But I also do think that because this is such a destination type location that everyone sort of brings the thing with them, the week prior, and kind of locks things in this week. So I think for some, this is definitely one of those streams that you want to lock into, see what people are playing, see how they're going about playing it, and try to make a meta call. You could also use this to say, oh, you know what, maybe I will pivot to that deck that I've tried and did rather well into the meta that I might be expecting. I think it would be hard at this point to watch a stream like this and then drop the decks that you've been playing to pick up a deck you maybe haven't played before. So
Right.
I think it kind of comes down to what you have already been practicing and how you've been engaging with the format thus far, and then use this as sort of a final check to either say yes or no to the answers that you've maybe come up with in your own mind. Like, is this actually true? How I feel about, I don't know, Valda, for example. Do I actually feel like Valda has legs, or is there a matchup that I'm expecting to show up that I'm going to try and dodge, but I can't dodge because there's too many of them? I think this could be that type of tournament for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it definitely is going to come down to at least solidifying some, top meta picks over the course of the weekend. But I think that's also the benefit of this is that even if you're unsure about what you really want to play in the Pro Tour and you have some good experience on a few decks, you could just bring them all, because getting even if you're just changing out a couple of cards, most of the decks you're going to be playing are somewhere around the $20 range. And so it's not like you can't, bring 5 Silver Age decks and go, the room kind of feels a bit more Guardian focused. Maybe I want to bring more Florian into this and the odds that I pair into a Guardian, compared to if you expect the room to be a lot more Brute or even Illusionist. You can make your choices on that, which is always helpful. But obviously we won't exactly know who's on what until the time comes for that stream.
Yeah, it is so easy to do exactly that. Just bring a bunch of decks. And that's exactly what Ben Thomas said here in chat. He said, personally, I'm already in Japan. Just brought 4 Sage decks with me in case the meta changes.
There you go.
And honestly, like, you could probably even just buy into a lot of these decks. If you can get your hands on commons and rares, like if you needed to do a last minute pivot onto a deck you've been practicing, but you don't have in paper in full with you, it's so cheap. Like, you just grab like $20 worth of cards and you go win a Pro Tour. I mean, it is literally the $20 ticket to the Pro Tour if you engage with it that way, which is such a cool hook. And
it's so cool.
Pretty solid. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
If you were, and I know I won't be, so I can ask this question and answer it. If you were to be going to the Pro Tour to play in the Pro Tour, what Sage deck would you bring, Alex?
That is a tough question, only because I feel like the results from the battlegrounds are pretty solidifying in the fact that I get, I would imagine a lot of people understand that the I guess, consider the play style of block slop is relevant enough that you're probably going to be seeing it pretty frequently. And if that is the case, Florian's definitely a super good pick. But Florian does kind of get run over by Enigma, Dromai. There's a lot of options that are available to kind of have anywhere between like 3 to 5 heroes counter one or the other. If I were to bring a deck, though, I think I would rather risk my odds thinking that more people are going to be trying to prepare themselves to go against Kayo. And because of that, you're going to see a lot more Guardian. And if you're expecting to see a lot more Guardian, you should be playing Florian. So I think Florian is probably my pick if I'm going to be going to the Pro Tour.
That's really not a bad pick at all. That is not a bad pick. It's one of the 2 decks that secured the most wins, tied for the most wins across the battlegrounds. Garrett Ronco says Ira. Bad Luck Brax says Oldham. Dice Arm says, I'm still a Kano believer. Just dodge KO. Easy. I mean, it's an easy clap moment. Just dodge KO.
Easy.
Right?
Just dodge it. Hey,
that's a coin flip matchup, right? 50% of the time you have a chance. That's the coin flip.
I think that is exactly it. If you catch them on a turn where they don't know how to activate their Scarab strapping, you're probably in a great spot to take the win there. So
we got Mass. Is that Mass Arzwa? I don't know how you say that, but that's a cool name. Valda. Valda is really coming on strong. And then Dromai and then O3 drop is I almost busted out laughing while you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt you, but Valda and Dromai then O3 drop is just so peak. What a peak comment.
and that's about having fun, right? That's the fun thing. As a lot of people know, I'm a big fan of Dromai, and so being able to have
Really?
Dromai in, yeah, who'd have
Who?
thought, right?
What? What is this? Oh,
it's
the
it's just like
dragon. I get
it's
it.
the dragon, maybe the Ashwing, and maybe that's it. No, I don't know. I just like, I love being able to get an insane board state that heroes just sometimes don't have an answer for. And Dromai is a insane pick if you're expecting a lot of Florian, because if you play Thamai, they don't get to play any of their defense reactions.
Yep. Yeah, it just
They're
absolutely hoses
pretty
that game.
stunted. So
Hmm.
it's really, really an opportunity if you're expecting to see a lot of that. But then you got to go against the Guardians and you got to go against the Brutes, and let's be honest, that is not going to be easy for you. So
Well, see, that's the thing. Guardians are the classic 90-90 matchup. Everybody feels like,
yes.
you know, Illusionist versus Guardian, they have the tech. It's always been this way. Ever since Prism, ever
Yes.
since, Oldhim, it's always been the whoever feels like they have the tech, they're just going to say they're the one that's favored. And I'll be honest with you, I think Jeremiah's favored. So, I'm just saying. I mean, whatever. But
It's that's when
90
you take a
90.
good Dromai player.
Yeah,
That's exactly it.
90. Looks like we also have only thing as Florian from Rossbox, Dodge Kano. But I know Kano, so like, yeah, that is actually
Mhm.
accurate. You really do have to dodge Kano. That's an unwinnable one. I will also say the Florian hero, the Florian deck is very susceptible, not just to Dromai, but also to Gravy Bones. And Gravy Bones is super underrated and can win just about everything except Ninja, which is really unfortunate
Wow.
that Ira exists because, Gravy Bones kind of just folds to that. Even though I've been
Yeah.
working, even though I've been working to try and shore that matchup up, that one is still just tough. But
Are you
if you're
playing any of the new
expecting
cards
from what for Gravy Bones?
from yeah, for your Gravy Bones deck for Compendium of
Yes,
Wraith?
yes, indeed, we do have a couple. Not the new ones that go in the deck particularly, but
Gotcha.
we are indeed engaging with some of the new equipment that
There you go.
is so good. It is so good in this format, and he really can do a lot against a lot of different decks. It's just unfortunate that Ira is the maybe arguably best deck in the format, so a bit
Yeah.
unfortunate. Bit unfortunate. We have
Yeah.
did the Fab player at an MTG event last night. Showed two Commander players the joys of Fab and told them about Sage Precons and they wanted to buy them. GG, do I get a Player of the Year points? You should. You're. I think if you get
sure
a new
do.
player in, you become somewhat. You like 1 point on the leaderboard. We'll throw it on there. We'll just chuck it on there. May Velociraptor. That's a cool name as well. New or
Yeah.
Zen. Those are underrated picks as well. New, I think, pretty solid overall, and Zen can have some explosive potential. What do you think about either of those
Maeve
heroes?
being a local to our area out here in Colorado, I got to play against both her new and her Zen deck, and they're definitely still Mystic heroes, but I think the long game doesn't exactly benefit as well as one would think in this Silver Age format, but it is still very much so. I put together a Mark new package, so using all the Mark of the Huntsman and the Reaper's Call and stuff, and it's a very interesting build. But I think other assassins can utilize the same thing and maybe even do it better. So
There is a bit of that as well. But I will say I have lost a game against a new not too long ago.
yeah,
And they just had everything they needed, and they were able to eventually banish some stuff and send my own spells at me to kill me, which I thought was quite funny playing as Kano. But at the same time, it's a hard uphill battle for them to climb. We have Erica
hmm
saying I would play Icelander, not because I think she's at the top right now, but because I'd have the most fun. I like that. I think that's also something to take into consideration. What you enjoy playing, what you feel comfortable playing, and if you can kind of relax while you play, especially over the
hmm
course of a very long tournament, is really, really important.
yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, you find your comfort pick throughout everything, and I think the important thing is making sure that you're playing something playing something that isn't, if you don't want to spend all 35 minutes playing the game and you'd rather be over in 15, there are plenty of decks that allow you to just kind of push damage, send some stuff through, and if your opponent's really good at blocking, it might go to 25, but you're usually done before time anyway, which is good.
All right. We've gotten some word here that round one is indeed going on. The game hasn't ended. I don't see the stream on the link that we've been shared that has been given to us.
I am also not seeing anything.
So hopefully we do indeed get something to pop up and come on through. Does appear that they've begun the process of posting. This is a really interesting. I've never personally used Bilibili before, but for those that are curious and would like to see what we are also waiting on and looking for, I will pop to the screen. Hope it functions. We are just sitting here waiting for them to kick this thing off. Now, if you are out there and you do have this same thing pulled up and you see something that we don't, please let us know so that we can kind of chime in as well. So I'm hopeful that we will indeed be able to catch on to this relatively soon.
Yes, hopefully. And yeah, I guess like Bilibili is kind of like the YouTube out in China. I see in the in the same room audience of the stream that we have, Nick Butcher in the chat. So
yeah,
we'll see whether or not this actually gets pulled up eventually, and we get that information. So
that indeed is the hope. That's the whole point of it all, right? So I am hoping that we will indeed be able to cover some of these games, and apparently some players. It looks like Amateur saying round one is Kano versus Lyath. Now, I will say this. I have played that matchup, and that can go one of two ways. One, you absolutely blow them up, or two, they completely play all the prevention. They find all the prevention, and they throw like 13 to 15 on any given turn and make things very uncomfortable for you. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if that actually is the matchup that we see on stream. So hopeful that we will get some streaming going here and actually catch on to this, because I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see some Silver Age.
I'm itching, Steven. I really want to get into this because like I think it really is, especially these first few rounds. You're probably due to expect a lot of people who are just bringing their pet decks or maybe trying out their secret spice that they want to show off on stream. And I feel like this is where we end up seeing a lot of that power through, and we get a lot of cool interactions that maybe we don't often get to see in the format. So
yeah, definitely. It looks like something weird is happening with our microphones. Hopefully, hey chat, let us know if our mics are now not functioning, because I don't see it on my end. But you know what? I've many times not seen things pop up correctly on my end, so I'm going to cross my fingers that things are indeed functioning. And then we can go from there. So,
well, it looks like we got Fab TCG in the chat.
Oh, do we?
And we do.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
That's good to see. Welcome in. We are also waiting for the stream to begin.
Oh, good.
I'm looking forward to more stuff.
Oh, good. So it no longer shows that either of our mics are functioning, because this is exactly what you would hope for. But if it sounds great, then it sounds great, and we will continue on trucking forward as we go. As long as we are all having fun talking Fab, it's a good night stream or not. That's actually
That's
accurate.
right.
That is accurate indeed. Can I get a link posted in chat? Yes, let me see if I can grab that. Grab this, drop it in. Looks like there are a couple people waiting in that as well. Hopeful to watch that start. And then pop up the chat and throw it on in here. Boom. Oh, you know what? It cuts off the stream link. Let me see if I can get a shorter link so that we can all, if you would like to have it pulled up as well, we can all have it pulled up together
as a family.
Link shortener. And then we go from there. FabTCG, give us a Hala spoiler. Now, wouldn't that be fun? That would be a great time. I think that, you know what? if we are going to be working together to fill dead space, you might as well, we might as well engage in talking about a new spoiler.
Yeah,
You know,
what's a great way to fill time? Talking about a new card.
that's right. That is a-okay. All right, this is this. Let me see if I can post it. Chinese stream link. I do think it's important that people have access to that as well, because
Absolutely.
I think it's really important that people see this and it gets exposure, not just here on YouTube, but also over there, because we want more people to engage in this wonderful game. Fusion Man 9965 says, "What do you use to hold your playmats?" I used to use wine racks. It was a gift from my wife, and you could put like 4 on each little section. Wine racks. It was awesome. I really appreciated them. But then I got too many playmats, and that's a problem, everyone. So now I have them stacked nicely in a drawer that pulls out.
There you go. Nice and organized. That's what we like to see. So,
oh, look at this.
11
Yeah.
Grey Wolf. Yeah, I was just going to say, oh, hi. Welcome in. Yeah, I remember. Our game was very good. I always love getting to play against like newer players, and I don't often get to go to the Springs area down about an hour south of where I live. So it's always good to get to play against a bunch of new players that I haven't played against before. And you thoroughly got me in a loop, and that was super awesome. So it was great playing against you. I hope to play against you sometime soon here. That'd be awesome.
Dice Arm says, "How do you do the Chinese captcha?" I will say, if you try it on mobile, you have to do the captcha, or you have to download the Chinese app. It won't let you. They have very protective laws on like how you go about engaging on this website. So you might want that Chinese captcha. It's different. That's right, it does. Yeah, you might want to try pulling it up on a desktop if you want. That's why hopefully we can bring it to you here. So that
hopefully nobody has to do a captcha, and we can just do the captcha for you.
Yeah, exactly. We've taken care of that. We've done the front end work so that you can sit back and relax and hopefully watch some Flesh and Blood. But we'll see how that all goes as we go. It's just pattern matching, says TZ Honglin. I appreciate that.
There you go.
There you go.
Some tech support in the chat. We appreciate you.
I did the captcha, but you found me at a very Chinese moment in my life. Nailed it.
We're all living a very Chinese moment.
Kind of nailed it. Definitely didn't blow it. All right, here's a fun question. Chat, you can participate in this. If you were sitting anywhere near a deck of Flesh and Blood cards, post in chat what the nearest Flesh and Blood deck is to you right now. As we are still just waiting. Let's see what I have. I have one right here. I don't know if you have one, Alex.
I don't actually know what I have. Actually, I guess I do. Let me see what's in this box.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like a sleeved deck of cards.
I know what this is. This is the remnants of my Blitz Blaze Firemind.
Oh,
deck.
yes.
Blaze Firemind. Soon to come in the next wave, the chapter 3 of Silver Age precons. I have.
Are you so excited?
Dude,
you have to be stoked. Right?
I am so excited. I am so excited. I am so excited. Like this is my favorite deck probably in the game of Flesh and Blood. It's right now it's tied. I have like a rotating top 3. And my top 3 are as follows: Blaze, Gravy Bones, specifically Gravy Bones in Silver Age now. Right. And in Classic Constructed, Kasai of the Golden Sand. Those are my top 3, and they each kind of like jockey for position, as kind of like my kids. I don't have a favorite kid, actually. That's not true. But no, those are my top 3, and looks like the remnants of the Blaze is right here. I'm going to be playing so much Blaze in Silver Age, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I believe it. I've only got the remnants of my my Jarl deck I had put together for CC. So just a bunch of earth and ice cards, getting those set up. I had just recently put a lot of those M's back into the binder. So I now have I just built Arachne Marionette. Gonna see how they do as far as power level into the Classic Constructed format. But I've also got my battle box of Sage decks as well. So I just have like 8 Sage decks ready to go at all times. I bring them to all my events. That way, if people don't have them and they want to show up and play something, then I've got it. So
You love to see that.
hmm
I think that's fantastic. That's one of the absolute best parts about this format is that you can literally just take a bunch of really cheap 40 card, Silver Age decks, throw them all into a giant box, and then just say, okay, which one should I play this armory? Which is just so fun. Let's see.
hmm
Let's see what other people said. We've got. I gotta go way up because we got a lot of people commenting.
yeah,
Got Florian.
Puffin.
Oh, we got a Puffin. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Slippy, Acilio, Fang, Reinar, Marlin, Phi, Riptide, Pirate Puffin. That's what you said. Dromai. We got Silver Age Dromai. Got
Yeah.
Katsu, Phi, Meataxe, Reinar, LL Kano, Kano LL. So, you got one and the other. We've reversed it, you see. Ian's got Tough Nut sitting there. We've got Jarl, like you do. CC
Yep.
Vincent, Gravy Bones, Kayo, Unique Briar. I like that. That's interesting. Unique Briar. All
Unique
Briars.
Briar,
All Briars call
that's
themselves unique,
the
though.
the flavor I want my Briar to be is unique.
Don't order that flavor at an ice cream shop. Which one would you like? Unique, please. Maybe Board for Guardian. Is that even a thing? I don't know. My full bling Vincent deck. See, that's what I love doing is full blinging out a deck. There's something that hits a little different.
I do love it. I do love it. My signed Mark Pool Course of Tendencies in my Huntsman deck and all this. It's just so cool. So cool getting to bling stuff out. So
My Valda Aura CC deck. That's kind of fun. And then Ira Learn to Play. Did you ever play the Ira Learn to Play decks?
actually no. That was
Whoa.
not anything that was handed to me. I started with the Uprising Blitz decks, and that's how I started.
Okay.
I didn't even know there were free decks to give out at LGS until I think maybe like 6 months into me playing was I like, oh, this is a ninja I can just get a starter deck for.
Yeah, you
So,
can. Yeah, they still do it to this day, and they're solid ways to teach the game. Like if you're looking from a teaching perspective, you can cover almost everything with those decks, and that is the best part about it. I taught my wife how to play with the Ira Learn to Play decks. So, yep. Shout out Learn to Play from Nightly 124. Riptide and CC, underrated as always. The little ranger that couldn't was once told to me by someone over at LSS, and I still hold on to that. No, he can achieve.
He can. And even if it's in Silver Age, I mean,
Yes.
Silver Age, we're seeing Riptide do some pretty good stuff. I mean, being able to ping your opponent with all those traps, that's a decent amount of their life total that they lose.
That is true. That is accurate. Got another Puffin here. Slippy and Sage Enigma deck are side by side. That is an interesting combination. You've got Slippy on one side and a Sage Enigma on the other. That's like the duality of man. Everyone has two wolves in them.
One of them's illusionist, the other one is assassin.
Yeah. There's two wolves in everyone.
It's me. That's who I am.
Did you make a fake account to leave that comment? I think you did.
Listen, you know, we may be live, but I will never ever tell my secrets.
Well, there's the two wolves. I'm so ready for Blaze, says Cosmic Octopus. Blaze is going to be awesome. I'm already champing at the bit, as they say, to play Blaze in this format. And I got most of the deck together, just waiting. Many Sage piles. That's truly the way to do it. I mean, if I turned my camera down the rest of this desk that I'm on, you would see just a massacre of cardboard down the way there. Hemmel from Hammurabi TCG says, Mama, I just want to go fast. Well, there you go. Okay, I lied. I cannibalized my Phi deck to make a Syndra for a brand new player at an armory, and they went 3-0 and took the armory with it. Well, there you go.
Ooh,
I mean,
that's it.
That counts for your wins as well. You should get a portion of their prize packs. That's what you should
Symbiotic wins.
That is what you
podcast.
should do. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good band name.
Symbiotic wins.
Dorinthia Sage. My Briar is unique. upgraded Enigma Precon, and this person says, "I'm not sure what the prompt was." Well, that's okay because that's the way with latency it ends up working. That it is okay. That was an interesting one. I think it's always kind of fun to see who's got what sitting next to him because I just have stacks on stacks of cards.
Absolutely. I mean, if I turn this camera around, you're going to see a lot of bulk, which is why it's not facing that way and it's facing this way.
Accurate. That is accurate. All right, we're going to do another stream check-in. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's press the button, jump over to the stream. Nope, it's not there. But we continue. We continue to wait.
Watch us find out it's like, a completely separate time. We didn't need to start for 3 more hours.
That I was a little worried about that, but I don't think that's necessarily the case unless they're doing
it sounds like
classic
amateur.
What do you think?
It sounds like amateur has the deets. It sounds like amateur is there right now.
Yeah.
Amateur, if you happen to be able to talk to anybody, you can be our liaison. No. You go ahead and get somebody over there.
We'll get it all sorted. We'll get it all figured out. I'm sure they'll kick it off. It could very well be that very similar to what other LSS streams do, where we sort of delay it. If they have the full LSS setup, courtesy of course, Savage Feats and Ethan, the man. That's correct. Sand. Yeah. If they have that setup, and if that is indeed being run, then they might be doing the classic tape delay, which does indeed shorten the round timers, because then it allows you not to have to wait those extra 15 minutes while people finish up the rounds. If that is the case, then it might indeed be a later start, and we can always check in on that. Yeah. Otherwise, though, we're gonna be chilling and just
we're just hanging out.
Yeah, waiting for that moment to see when we're doing this thing. It looks like 16 minutes ago, though, Flesh and Blood TCG, the official YouTube channel, indeed shared this so that we get more people in the old waiting room, which is exciting.
Everybody's coming to hang out with us, talk about Silver Age. And I mean, as far as the format is, I mean, we talked a little bit about the meta so far and everything, and how people are feeling into this. Did you happen to go to any Battlegrounds, Steven?
No, I wanted to go up to MinMax's Battleground, and I wanted to participate in that, but I was here down in Texas at home instead. But I watched the entire thing, and it was a blast to watch. It was very well put on, the stream, and what I can surmise, the event as well. If I would have gone, I probably would have just chickened out and played Kano, which it turns out was the right call. Because Kano ended up winning the entire event. So
yeah, Kano's still very, very powerful. I mean, still being able to send large portions of arcane on your opponent's turn does, in fact, sometimes just win you the game, which is pretty great. I mean, I wonder how often we'll see cards like Oasis Respite and Arcane Polarity resolved in those regards, just because it seems to be kind of the biggest tech against the arcane classes that we see. And so it's always a card I see in a lot of sideboards. Some people are not on Oasis, some people are on Oasis, and I guess it really just depends on if you ever want to win or lose against Kano. And that's my take, because my Ira list I brought to the Battlegrounds we had out here in Colorado, I was on Ira, but the one who finished second place was not on Oasis Respite. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, it seems they just kind of got to win their matches into their, I think, one wizard that they played into, and then the rest was easy peasy. So maybe it's not needed. Who knows?
Well, no, I think it is the classic wizard play of, if a wizard starts to get good, everyone brings out the hate, then the wizard falls off. And then when everyone forgets because another deck starts to get good and they remove their sideboard hate for the wizard starts to rise up again. It's a tale as old as time. It's like poetry. It rhymes. And that's exactly, I think, what we see as people have really put their focus more on Kayo and then engaging with this sort of triangle of Ira into Guardian, into Florian, into maybe Kayo's tossed in there as well. Once you start really engaging with that and trying to tech for making those matchups better, you stop thinking about Kano, and that's when he comes in and strikes. Yeah. But the moment you give that hate back, things become infinitely more difficult for Kano to actually claw his way through a full tournament. Of course, you can win any game if they don't draw the hate, but when it comes down to a tournament, that's the real challenge. And Heisenberg asks, are you guys going to stream the calling here? And the answer is indeed yes, we are going to stream the calling here. We are just waiting for them to hit the button on their end. And once they hit the button on their end, we are going to be cooking, because I want to talk about Silver Age. I think this format's fantastic. We've said it a couple of times. I think this format, just like formats of old, people may engage with it at first and think, it's a shorter game. Maybe there's more variance involved with how short the game is. You can't recover from mistakes, but I think it was Jacob Clements on Twitter that said, and I totally agree. I think this is what I've been championing about Blitz and just low life hero formats since the game started. That this is a format that rewards you for getting everything right and punishes you harder for making a simple misstep. If you choose in just any moment to drop a point of damage here, or not block with a piece of equipment, and then you realize down the line, oh, I needed to use this equipment, let me just use it, not get the block value out of it. That could be the thing that loses you the game. It is unforgiving in a certain aspect. And that's one of the things I love about these types of formats, because they reward you for learning all of the moments and all of the little things about your hero, about your deck, about the matchups. You are more rewarded for engaging with this format long term and understanding everything about it, because it is a lower life format and it is more punishing in certain aspects. I agree, but I like the challenge of it, and it's also fun that you can just play a game. 20 minutes is over, you start another one right up.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it really is an important thing to keep that in mind, is that it's essentially the most climactic and intense version of what you'd expect in Classic Constructed. These are the final life totals. Your life total is halved, and the back and forth is so much more intense, because it's not, oh, okay, I guess I can take 10 points of damage here because my crackback is to send 8 points of damage and disrupt a little bit. Sometimes taking 10 means you have to have an insane out or an insane pushback against your opponent in order for them to really not keep the tempo the entire way through. So I think it really is some of the more intense games I've ever played of Flesh and Blood are in Silver Age. So it's again super cheap to play, and it still gives you the same learning fundamentals of Flesh and Blood, and they're quick. So it's really nice.
Yeah, I'm also excited. So Himmel mentioned earlier that if Ethan is on site, and if Ethan did indeed bring all the equipment, we might actually get to see 2 games per round as well, which I love. I was actually very much hopeful that they could somehow put 2 games per round on stream so that we could engage with that, because the games, like we both said, are shorter. They are more abbreviated. They're easier to get in, get out, and engage with. Like Teklo Nick just said, the time is a huge selling point. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, if we can get more games in and less downtime, I am way for that. I would love it. Dice Commando, who's going to be joining us in a couple of rounds, says, you all are killing it, keeping the stream warm. That's the goal, man. Keep the stream warm. We're the openers. He's the closer. He's going to come in the 9th inning.
That's right.
And pitch a shutout. That's what Dice Commando is going to do. Maybe not the 9th inning. Maybe like the 6th, I don't know, 7th inning. Somewhere. 7th, I don't know. Somewhere in that ballpark. I'm late to the party. Will we see gameplay or having tech issues? No, we are not having any tech issues. Knock on wood. We're not having any tech issues.
At least on our end, we're not.
We are simply waiting for the Chinese stream to begin so that we can bring you an English commentary of the games that are put on display. And what I believe is happening is that they are setting up the what's the best way to put it? They're setting up a tape delay, which for those that don't know, this is actually a little peel behind the curtain. Thanks to the amazing tech that Ethan put together on the streaming side of things. For those that don't know Ethan Van Sant, this guy is a genius. Feels like too weak of a superlative.
Right.
He
Exactly.
is preeminent in the space of streaming in a lot of respects that people don't even know, but he has created an infrastructure and a system that allows for us to have multiple games in a very easy to travel with set of equipment. So he has multiple stream setups, and what oftentimes happens, and the reason that the streams on the official website are so engaging is that he's able to capture multiple games at a time, and he can put two games together. And if you capture a couple of games in a couple of rounds, and then you start the stream a little bit later, then you're able to fire off games with almost no long stretch downtime in between. So that is actually what I'm assuming is going on. I don't know if that is the case, and I could just have sold you all a bridge in Canada. I could have sold you that just now, but that's what I'm saying is happening. So we're just waiting, as you can see, just waiting.
Yep, we're just hanging out. It's gonna be, once we kind of get these games rolling too. I mean, you're expected to see some, pretty high level kind of gameplay, get some stuff together and checking out to see what the meta is, because I really am curious. I know each region's meta tends to be completely different than what most people will see locally where they're from. So I always am curious to see what people are running in other regions of the world, because it really is, sometimes it's just the craziest stuff that ends up working the best for them. So
Indeed. And wouldn't you know it, it does indeed appear that we have everything set up on this end. So
wonderful.
looks like we are going to have ourselves a nice little 9.5 minute countdown. If you would
Nice.
like to also engage with the stream on the website, I will recommend that you do this on desktop. I also posted a link way back in the day. Let's pin that to this channel if it'll allow me. So you can engage with both if you would like. Either way, though, we will be indeed bringing you the first set of games as they come. So we're going to be watching along with y'all, giving you our feedback, our commentary of these games. And if you would like to stay here alongside of us, we would, of course, love to have you. I've pinned the Chinese link. It is over on a different website. You have to complete a Chinese CAPTCHA. If you can do that, congratulations. You've gained entry into the Chinese stream.
You've gotten it in. You've actually made sure that you're past the barrier. So that is that's the only thing that you should need to do, to take a look at the stream there, the same that we are watching as well. So definitely get yourself comfortable over on there, or just hang out with us. We're going to be doing that commentary also to go over these same games. So
I say
it's gonna be
both.
great.
I think you should
Yeah.
do both. FabTCG says, let's go. Get ready to meet Terry and Vincer and enjoy the community restream. If that, by the
All
way,
right.
is none other than Ethan Van Sant, then hi, Ethan. If not, then that's okay as well. Hello. Either way, let us know, chat, if you can still hear us over here, how the mics kind of sound on this scene. Let us know if everything is good as we wait just a few moments, as you can see here. And you can also take a look down at the bottom. We can see what kind of heroes and what sort of distribution we have to look forward to. What sticks out to you as you see there on those table that are scrolling at the bottom?
I mean, it certainly looks a lot like what you'd expect in some ways. I mean, a lot of Ira seems to be represented. It's good to see. I still think it's really good to see people still on Briar, even after the hits that Briar ended up taking on the BNR. I mean, she still is a powerhouse of a hero, and even there are even people who are pivoting to a more Earth focused build than a Lightning build instead, which maybe that's what we'll see. But a lot of it is looking to be just the powerhouses of the meta. Nothing directly sticking out yet, but I expect to see a lot of those, those key players in the Silver Age format as we continue to take a look at this this list here.
Yeah, we also notice as you're pointing out a lot of those key players, but we do see a couple of things that might stick out. One of those, Fi, right there.
Hmm.
Fi, a hero that has done rather well, did pick up some some decent top 8 results. But I would say I was expecting a little bit more from the hero. Has taken a little bit of a step back overall, just ceding some ground, if you will, to Ira. But there's another one. If you look, you can see a Vincent player
Hmm.
also lurking, which does have the capacity to just blow you up out of nowhere if the stars align as they would.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely quite a powerful hero, especially with Pummel being so relevant in the format. Pummel is kind of one of the best disruption tools available to anybody who's sending anything that has a cost 2 or greater to its attack. So I do think that having access to that, especially being able to play cards for free, essentially with RuneGate, I think Vincent still holds a pretty a comfortable spot, especially if she can get paired into her good
Mm,
matchups.
indeed. I will also point as it's leaving the screen, you can see Jacob Clements, the one of the top players in the game, choosing to
Hmm.
pick up Valda, and right next to it, Nova Chan as well, choosing to pick up Valda.
Hmm.
That's a big talking point. This is a hero that really did come on very strong over the past couple of weeks as sort of an aggressive answer to a lot of these top decks, basically just making it very difficult for them to play a long extended game because you just get to blow them up and forcing them to draw cards, playing with no arsenal because of the arsenal disruption that the deck has.
Hmm.
There's some really cool things you can do with that guardian hero.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've even seen Valda do very well in previous events too, bringing it even back to the very first event I can recall for Silver Age, being that one of the unofficial events that occurred in Japan. I don't remember exactly where in Japan, but I do know that it was a pretty large event, somewhere nearing almost 1,000 players. And Valda actually got second place at that
Mm,
event, and so it was really relevant. Being able to send 10 dominate pretty often is great. And even with Kayo being as represented as he is, Valda being able to get a seismic every single time they play a Bear Fangs or a Wild Ride or anything of the sort there, that ends up being a lot more valuable for Valda in the end. And it's almost a direct counter to the hero itself. So,
yeah, indeed. And then as they scrolled down at the bottom, you saw our first sort of glimpse, at least that I've seen, of a Dromai lurking
hmm.
in the arena. There, you also see a dash on screen, and Shoma Yamamura we passed just a moment ago, playing Ira, which I feel like fits, just fits that player to the T, winning a pro
Yeah.
tour on Azuri, but a true, ninja at heart, perhaps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ira, of course, having a great mainstay here, but I know Shoma's a big fan of Ira, and I could only expect when you take a good Ira player and put them on Ira, you're going to see some pretty masterclass games of the hero during the Silver Age format too. So,
We see here on table 4, we have a Lexi player and your
hmm.
smattering of KOs that we would all expect to be, represented in this overall metagame here. A lot of tables, as you can see, a lot of players. I think it was 131 tables. So, of course, doubling that. I think there was one table that did have a buy. We'll kind of keep our
Hmm.
eyes out, see if that is the case. But I'm sure they'll give us a full breakdown eventually, and we can talk about what we see on stream here. There's a KO mirror, as you can see. We definitely are expecting some KO going forward.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, definitely get ready to at least see some KO. Going about their ways on the battlefield. There, it's easily one of the most consistent decks to play. So I think even when you consider people who may just be taking their CC knowledge and bringing it into Silver Age, maybe they haven't really played much Silver Age, but they wanted to enter into the event. Uh, Having something like KO, it's not exactly a bad deck to bring. So I expect a lot of people to kind of take that same mentality and push it forward, and that's probably why we'll see so many KO. Even it looks like Michael Jasker on
Hmm.
KO as well, table 15, so world champion
Yes,
on
indeed.
the good old fashioned KO as well. So it's uh it's very very cool to see a lot of these names that are big into the world tour, even showing up for the Shanghai calling and seeing if they can take it down.
Well, it also makes a great amount of sense if you're going to be traveling in that neck of the woods
Yeah,
to
right.
attend Pro Tour Yokohama. This is a great stop off before you actually make your way there and to practice this format at a high level. And it's, I'm sure, being hosted very well. Some of the things I've seen on social media about this tournament already just make me wish that I could sort of engage with it as well. I love this format, and it looks like it's being well put on by the team there on the ground. As
Hmm.
we near this moment that the tournament's going to start, I'm sure we'll see sort of an intro here. I would imagine that we have some fantastic Chinese coverage that is going to pop on here. Maybe we'll get a nice little breakdown early of what to expect. But as we round that out, do expect to see some great games of flesh and blood. But I also want to point this out. Chris Bewley down there at table 21 playing Ira. Chris
Hmm.
Bewley, one of the OG Flesh and Blood LSS team members. He was integral early on in the game, working there at LSS. A good guy, good friend of mine. Cool to see his name pop up on the stream there as we're about to get underway for round number one.
Absolutely. Very, very excited. Very happy to see some good old Silver Age games being played at a very high level. And I look forward to seeing what people have cooked up, if there's any new techs for maybe some of the heroes that we've already seen. Even the heroes themselves, while they may be in high representation, doesn't exactly mean that they're going to be running all the same cards. So always a good thing to check out.
That is true. All right, looks like we are underway with our own Chinese counterparts. I think they definitely look a little bit more classy than we do. We need to step
Oh,
up.
yeah. Yeah, I know. No kidding. I definitely need to get a suit jacket so I can get that all taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, if we bounce back to here, look at us just kind of chilling with a random brown box in front of our face. Oh, that's chat. Yes, I think we should
That's
definitely keep it on there.
chat.
Far better. But as we get underway and as we enter round number one, we're going to see some stuff. And apparently, the matchup that was mentioned in chat is going to be between Kano
Yeah.
and Lyath, I think is what it was said. So I'm curious to see if that's actually the matchup. Have you ever engaged in a matchup like that before?
I mean, I definitely would think that with Lyath being a guardian, you're probably expecting a lot more of those prevention effects, only because the block value is so low. So I have not personally played Lyath into Kano, but I do think that with the amount of just direct prevention effects that occur in Guardian, cards like I want to say Steadfast is the name of the card,
Mm-hmm.
uh, blocks out quite a bit of just damage in general. So with Oasis Respite, having the resources to pay for it, probably in a pretty good spot.
Yep, just highlighting here the Silver Age. It's across both days. The tournament is indeed going to be held today, right now that you're watching, and also tomorrow. So I have
Hmm.
an English restream posted for tomorrow as well. If you'd like to come back and engage with us, it will continue to be Silver Age. We'll see as day one comes and goes where the meta has shifted. We can talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, but of course, today is the start of the calling here in Shanghai.
Hmm.
And players are playing for their own share of some great prize money, as well as bragging rights and Pro Tour points, because the leaderboard is well and truly underway. You can see there's the prize money, $5,000 USD to the first place finisher, and
Hmm.
10 World Tour points. And that is nothing to scoff at. Those World Tour points add up. And that's why you see a lot of these same top names traveling to these events. They understand what's on the line over the course of the year and how they can accrue those points.
Absolutely. And it sets them up for a great success moving forward. Those World Tour points are certainly something to accumulate, especially as you were going about seeing the world and enjoying all of these different World Tour events that are happening. And I think even just, the tournament packs alone are also such a cool thing for even just participation. Have you been able to open up any of these tournament packs yet, Steven?
I
Or
have not, and I'm really excited to do so. I think
yeah.
the next major tournament that I'm going to get that opportunity to do that at is probably going to be in Vegas, and it might be the nationals that I go to. It might. Hey, look, they just put it on the screen for us. That's
Yeah, look at
perfect.
that.
It might be that. It might also be the Pro Tour. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to both or just one of them, but I absolutely love going to Vegas and playing Flesh and Blood. It has been I guess a tradition ever since the very first calling after the kind of everything opened back up, and we all celebrated together in the Flesh and Blood, and it's always a great time to go back. So I can't wait to crack open a tournament pack in Vegas. And look at this, man. Sant pops on to say round one is Lyath versus Kano. You love to see it. I have played that matchup.
Our man on the inside. Our man on the inside. We love to see it. So
Cat with Orb says, mics sound great. Thanks for the stream, but why are we talking like it's professional golf? Hey, I like the vibe of professional golf. And, I also understand that we just talked for an hour and 13 minutes prior to this moment. So, we're juiced up now, but, we had to get excited. Maybe not as exciting as possibly winning that calling champion Marvel quick dodge flexors. That card's incredible looking.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I love this card. It's insane to think that it's just an absolute upgrade. I mean, they're beautiful. I don't know that I'd ever get rid of mine if I ever got one. They're just so pretty to look at, and even just the trophy, right? That trophy you get is always just a wonderful thing to put up on a shelf so you can show off your accolades in the Flesh and Blood.
Do you have one of those trophies to put up on a shelf?
I have my imagination, and that's about as close as I can get these days. So.
I have a spot. I have an actual spot. You can see it right there. That's where I would put my trophy if I had one. But I don't have one. No, that's not the case. I am not at the calling level, but I have held one of those before it was handed over to Michael Hamilton, which is kind of fun. The original calling win there back all the way in Orlando. Nevertheless, no, wow. I don't think I have one as well, but yeah, that would be a wonderful thing to put on your mantle to talk about. Old Crow TCG says Lyath is actually really good into Kano if it's fatigue. Yes, and that is the specific part, because you can build Lyath in a variety of different ways, but if the Lyath has included cards like Steadfast, cards like Oasis, things like that, then Lyath can do some insane stuff to stymie a Kano, and Kanos really have to play towards that pitch stack endgame just to try and cross the border. So overall, it's a tough hill to climb if they're playing a more fatigue-oriented list. We'll see as we get to it, but they're also going to throw this on the screen. Keep in mind, we are deep in the World Tour hunt. We're about to hit our first Pro Tour of the year next week. Can you believe it's already next week?
I can't, honestly. I feel like it flew by so quick. We went through our TN seasons and PQ seasons, and now we're getting geared up for the ones that are happening even later on in the year. I mean, we've got this Pro Tour happening, and then we have the one coming up in July in Vegas. So it definitely is moving quick, but I think it also is just great to know that there are so many things that are happening over the course of these weekends. There's not a very large gap in between some of these big events. So you're kind of always getting coverage for Flesh and Blood, which is just super cool.
Yeah, you can even see it on screen right there. Now, I personally can't read these locations. I would love to be able to tell you about them. I do know that one of these events does fall on my birthday weekend, which is really exciting. I don't think I can travel all the way out there for it. But also of note, May 22nd to 24th is the Omens of the Third Age world premiere. And if you're a lightning lover out there, if you love lightning heroes and that talent, well, I mean, this set is tailor made for you, so you have to head out there for that. And then, of course, going forward, once that set releases, we get back into sealed and draft. And it has felt like a true third age since we've been able to actually play sealed or draft, hasn't it?
It sure has. I mean, with that, the Compendium of Wraith coming out after Super Slam, it definitely feels like there was a gap in the limited variety for all of those for the individuals who all love our limited formats like myself. Not having a limited environment, it led to a lot of us picking up boxes of previous things such as like Monarch and Tails and just trying to get that limited environment all set up. But I'm really, really excited to see what they've got cooked up for limited here with Omens of the Third Age, because High Seas was really cool. Rosetta was really cool, and I even like Super Slam too. So I'm very curious to see what comes of the Omens of the Third Age limited format.
Yeah, the only real downside was that we just didn't have enough time to actually engage with the Super Slam sealed.
Mhm.
But that was the official, if I remember correctly, that was the official first release of their new pre-release box sets, where you get one of those pre-release boxes
Mhm.
and get to crack that open. And of course, that's what we will be getting with the
Yes.
Omens of the Third Age. And as they change to this next page, you can see the National Championship season is going to be underway once we get into the dog days of summer, into the Junes and the Julys. U.S. National Championship always kicks things off and sort of
Mhm.
rings in the season there, the 12th through the 14th. And then you can come back to Vegas, because the Pro Tour is hitting Las Vegas 16th through the 19th of July. And I'll be honest, I kind of want to be at both of these events. I would love to engage in some great games of Flesh and Blood. Are you planning on going to either of those events?
I'm actually very fortunate enough to be able to go to both of them. Right now, I know I'm definitely locked in to be able to go to Nationals. So I will be in Minneapolis to go to that Nationals event there for the U.S. Nationals. But in Pro Tour in Vegas, I've got the time off. I just need to get a hotel and wait for the room block to open up, and we're good to go. So I'm excited to be able to see more people in the Flesh and Blood, because I had such a great time at Worlds recently. It feels like recently, but it was several months ago. But it was just great. It's a super great time to be able to do that, and I'm always excited to see more individuals, see more of you, see more of the chat, and in the playing actual games and being there in one space and just having a good time.
It's a blast. I mean, going to a calling, going to a pro tour, they're always so much fun just engaging and playing with the players in the Flesh and Blood. And if you're looking to do that here, check this out: calling in Shenzhen in November. So if you want to hit the ground running in China, you can do that in November. You can engage in Road to National season in China in the early months of May, the early moments in May, which is exciting, May 2nd to the 17th. And of course, you can also try to punch your ticket to your own national championship, wherever you're located as well, through that Road to Nationals portion.
Mhm.
Now, I think Road to Nationals for us is all locked up. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, I believe Road to Nationals is all locked up here. I would imagine we're probably going to see some Road to Nationals appear again for next season. Happen towards kind of the end of the year, but we are all locked up for our Road to Nationals here in the States, and it was such a cool thing. I don't know. I just love going to all these competitive events. The local ones are always just such a fun time, and getting to compete and you know do the thing. It's always important to do.
You want to do the thing, play the game,
Yeah.
see the world. I mean, there
Hmm.
is no game right now that does it better than Flesh and Blood at the zenith of playing the game and seeing the world. And
Absolutely.
you can do that through national championships all the way through. And if you plan to do that, you can expect to pick up one of these beautiful extended art micro text box flow state embodiments, a card that we're going to be able to engage with in the upcoming Omens of the Third Age set. I love this artist. Olga Terashenko is one of my favorite fab artists of all time. I think her work is, it just stands head and shoulders above most artists, I think, out there in the TCG space, and everything that she does has such a unique style. And this is a card that I think is going to see some play. Whenever you play an instant card, this chain link create an embodiment of lightning or a lightning flow token. So it has a lot of wide-reaching and wide-ranging implications. I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. I mean, it's another 0 for 4. Who can ask for more, especially if you're trying to play in something along the lines of Aurora, who's coming back into the format with Omens of the Third Age. So it'll be a good time.
And this is such a cool piece of art, and it's painful that we don't know what this card does yet.
I know.
Even if you're not a Runeblade, lover, you can still appreciate how good this card looks. And I want to know what this 0 for 4 2-block aggressively slanted Runeblade attack action card does. Will we find out one day? Of course, but that day probably not going to happen today. Nevertheless, you can pick this up if you engage with the Nationals season as a National Festival promo.
Absolutely. And I mean, just the art has certainly been amazing to look at from Omens. So I'm always excited to see what kind of even lore implications we're going to be seeing with a lot of these new cards, because it definitely seems to be a lot of lore tied to this set. So I'm excited.
Oh, I am definitely excited for that as well. I could talk at length. Yeah, look, if we need to fill more time, I can always I considered it. I considered regaling us with more lore. I know there's some people out there that would love to jump in, but you know what? We're instead going to talk about this. This is the breakdown, and I'm just going to point this out. Kayo had a 30+% representation on multiple tournaments over the past 3 weeks, and now we've fallen all the way to 23% with 18% representation from Ira. Ira well and truly has climbed towards the top of this leaderboard, if you want to even call it that, or specifically just a meta representation sheet. What else jumps out to you?
I mean, you're definitely still seeing a lot of, or at least a decent amount of Kano representation, which is really good. Seeing a 4% representation of Dash is actually really cool too. Definitely a very interesting sequenced aggro deck that if you can get, if everything lines up, you do a lot of good things. As far as other ones though, 3 Enigma down the line there. I'm curious if Enigmas are looking to counter the 14 Florians who are in the room there. As far as their power, but I think it'll all just come up to whether or not they get paired into with Gem there.
All right, I set you up for such a big hitter on Valda. Look at Valda at number 3. Can you believe that? We were talking about it going into this as a deck that has also surged in popularity as an aggressive answer to some of these poor blocking decks, and even maybe to the Iras and the Kayos. But third place. That's a shocking turn of events with a lot of players choosing to bring it. 27 to be exact. How do you feel about that?
I think Valda's, we talked about it earlier. I do believe that Valda is quite well positioned into the meta currently, especially with heroes wanting to draw cards and get value off of the cards that they end up drawing, and especially with the 23% of the KO that are in the room right now. Odds are these Valda get paired into those KO and just absolutely run them over with the ability to get nearly free attacks off, which allows them to just block more efficiently on their turns due to the effects of being able to draw and discard a lot of cards in the brute class. So very, very exciting.
Yes, indeed. It looks like we're on to caster picks now. And this is actually a great moment to highlight the singular Levia in the room. The question was posed in chat by Marcus Brown. No, excuse me. It was by Dark Horse, who said, wait, is Mansant playing in this tournament? Because they saw the Levia and they immediately assumed. But no, it is indeed being played by another. I will also point out there was a singular copy of Gravy Bones out there floating around as well.
I did see. I
wasn't going to say anything, but it did exist. It was out there. For Riptide, people are starting to see the truth, says Cat with Orb. I agree. Riptide is very underrated and quite good if you expect a surge in popularity of specifically Ira and if you think KO is consistent. But I will say this, it's time for us to finally dive into the games themselves. And it does appear that it's Lyath versus Kano. And I'm just going to pitch this to you. If you had the opportunity to sit down into one of these players' spots, who would you prefer to play as, Alex?
Ooh, who I prefer to play as? I think Lyath definitely has uh a better out into this for sure. Although of course it could be more of an OTK version of Lyath, being able to kind of pump up one attack really, really large and then send it at their opponent for nearly their entire life total, of which Kano has significantly less
Correct.
than some of the other heroes in the format. So we could very well just see a complete blowout here if they're on a more aggressive plan. But if they are, in fact, expecting to go a little bit longer and play the long game by having 5 cards in hand to be able to pay for all these very expensive preventative effects, I still think I would love to be the Lyath in the situation here.
Burst Flames in chat says Steven will say Kano, and you know what, Burst Flames, you're correct. I would love to sit down and play as Kano. I do think this is a hard matchup if this is a more fatigue-oriented style of Lyath, but if you're sitting down to Lyath and they start off by playing like Nimbleism, Minnowism, and they just kind of start playing these pre-buffs, you are feeling so good as Kano because you know that they're playing a more redline version of the list. Yes, of course, they're going to bring AB3 or maybe AB4. Oftentimes you can see AB4, and I've even seen AB5, but you have to be able to pay for it. And if they're playing the redline list, then you are content to block efficiently in certain spots and just throw big spells. That being said, it is a much harder hill to climb if they are playing defensively with that big AB suite and a lot of blues, and of course you're like steadfast. So if that's the case, as the Kano, you of course need to pitch stack, you need to pull cards out of their hand, and you need to send like a couple of Emeritus back to back on a singular turn if you want to even sniff the victory line.
Absolutely, and I think it really just kind of comes down to the flavor of the Lyath. Is it going to be more aggressive? I know yeah, a lot of people have probably been wanting to play a bit more of a defensive package with KO being so relevant, and even with Ira being such a big hitter in this meta. But you consider, even if this Lyath is playing a bit more defensive, if they get paired into a Florian, it's definitely not going to be a an easy game for them. I don't think so.
All right. It looks like players are drawing up, and your eyes do not deceive you that Lyath drew 5 cards, as is the custom. Jumping over to the equipment suite. We don't have control over this, so we're just going to kind of follow along with you. Mm-hmm. It is a very standard equipment suite over on the side of Kano, and we do see our first inkling of something that you would expect to see. There's AB2 there, and I believe, did we see a lantern? We did indeed. AB3.
We did, yes.
And we also saw an Oasis Respite in the hand of our Lyath Goldmane player already. Again, with that 5 intellect, you can find these hate pieces a lot earlier. And it looks like the play is going to start on the side of the Kano, pitching to Crucible. And this will actually really decide how this game is going to play out. He's going to send the Emeritus here, the yellow Emeritus, for a total of 4, holding on to his own Fyendel's Fighting Spirit and a Cindering that very well could make its way into the arsenal.
Absolutely. And I mean, being able to cover this up is probably going to be fairly good. You get to cycle a bit more here, especially if you're doing AB. Even taking 1 point of damage here isn't that bad, just because you already have a higher life total. So, for instance, you'll see the Mocking Blow in the hand there. Huge amounts of value if you're at a higher life total than your opponent. So, being able to still keep your life total high and kind of filter your hand a bit is going to be good there, which we do see.
Looks like he chooses 2, AB the 3, taking 1, dropping to 19. And again, arsenaling the Cindering Foresight feels great because you can just play it for free from your arsenal on your opponent's turn in a spot where you really feel like you can, make some headway. Keeping the Fyendel's Fighting Spirit most likely going to be something that you look to play out on the opponent's turn. They're highlighting the yellow Emeritus here, and that is something that if you expect your opponent to really try to fatigue you out, you want to keep those threats. But, I mean, if you're looking at what he drew into originally, he could have sent Fyendel's Fighting Spirit as well and maybe pitched that yellow Emeritus, choosing instead to just send the arcane damage and demand a pitch in response, holding on to the Fiendel's Fighting Spirit for making it a little bit more awkward for this non-efficient physical blocking character to deal with.
Absolutely. And you kind of can see, if my eyes don't deceive me, it's quite a red hand there for Kano on that side. Quite a lot to at least block with in that regard, but we're seeing a lot in Lyath there doing a lot of the setup that we kind of explained earlier, but with no responses coming in from the Kano. I'm curious where the setup is going to be, or how big this mocking blow is going to end up being here.
Yeah, yellow mocking blow here coming across. He has been booed this turn, so it will get the buff from that. It's also going to get the buff from Prime the Crowd as well. Players conferring and trying to delineate, or decide, I should say, what the actual value is worth here. Does have the capacity to block fairly efficiently here. He has a blue as well, so he can choose to commit, 6 block here and simply play a Fiendel's Fighting Spirit turn, gaining the life. We'll see if that's the line that he chooses to take.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, do you want to send arcane damage on your turn, or do you want to risk taking some damage to send arcane on your opponents? And I feel like you want, as a resident Kano player, would you kind of only ever want to explode on your opponent's turn if you have several blues in your hand? Is that right?
Yeah, for the most part, you're not very much looking to play on your opponent's turn, and that's a strange. It's a strange part of playing Kano, because you have such freedom to be able to play cards at basically any time. You would think, as a young Kano player, I just want to play on my opponent's turn when they've pitched out. But a lot of times you want to do exactly this. You want to block efficiently and then make some uncomfortable play for your opponent on your own turn, and that's exactly what we see here. With the Fiendel's Fighting Spirit gaining the life, pitching the blue after blocking 6, and all of a sudden we've got a ton of value on this turn cycle, and we're making the Lyath player, who has 5 intellect but struggles to block physical damage, making them deal with this 7. And we do have the Cindering parked in the arsenal, and the Lyath player now has Oasis parked in the arsenal. So at this point, they're both staring down the other player, asking them to make the first move.
Yeah, definitely good to at least be sending the physical here, gaining you the life. And then also, of course, as mentioned, Lyath, all the blocks in the deck are definitely not as efficient as they could be. And with that being the case, you have to commit far more cards to block out something as large as 7 coming in. And sometimes Lyath just doesn't care about that. Sometimes Lyath just wants to say no blocks so they can set up a large pump turn to send 12 to 15 points of damage at their opponent, but that very well could risk a lot of Kano triggers on their opponent's end.
Choosing to use the Oasis Respite here, meaning that you don't necessarily have access to that card when a spell comes your way, and you're sort of locked into only blocking 3. Your evasive damage from the Kano side now becomes arcane, but covering up what you can on the side of Lyath, to still be able to spend a 4-card big turn with all of these mites popping. And I personally like this from the Lyath side of things, playing aggressively, trying to put damage on the board, making it uncomfortable for the Kano. If you can really pump up one of these turns, that's how you win against a deck that can play on your turn. You make them have it, and you make them have it quick.
Absolutely. It's definitely a race at the end of the day. If you're able to send somewhere upwards of 15 points of damage in a combo, your opponent does have to respect it, which means maybe you're only taking 2 to 6 points of arcane, but they have to take quite a bit in order for them to send that. So it's on the onus of the Kano player to really determine how much damage they can present on their opponent's turn, especially if they give them every card in the hand nearly.
Villainous Pose going to give a +4 buff onto Short Shrift here. One of the best cards you can apply that buff for. If it crushes, and it has attack greater than, it's basically going to get +1, but if it crushes, it forces the opponent to discard a card, and this really does put the onus on the Kano to figure out how they're going to navigate this turn cycle, if they're going to be blocking or if they're going to be playing off the top. And when you know that you're probably going to be giving up a card in response, you oftentimes are more incentivized to just sort of pop off, which this is the perfect time to play Cindering Foresight from the arsenal. He peeps the top of the deck, opting to keep those on top or on bottom. And let's see, he ships them all to the bottom. And this
Ooh.
may be a bit of a gamble off the top, and he is going to
Mhm.
gamble. Oh no. And he hits
Oh,
Absorbent
no.
Aether,
Ooh,
one of
that is
the
not what you wanna
only
see.
cards that you can't actually access in the deck off the top, choosing not to play out the effect of Talismanic Lens. And instead, now he's locked into blocking as much as he can.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not it's having those defensive options in the deck are always, always nice to see, but you don't want to see them on the top of your deck when you're trying to opt there. So I'm curious what the three cards you saw on top was to risk seeing a D react afterwards.
Oftentimes here you would not take the gamble to hit the talismanic, and you could often just gamble to find the top. But here, it pays off horribly, and it forces him into a tough position where he has to decide if he's going to give up basically the entire hand, or maybe just value block with a blue, keep a blue, and play a Crucible Voltic Bolt turn. That feels comfortable, but you're going to be dropping to this precariously low life total in doing so. I mean, if we're looking at what the overall damage on this card is going to be, it's going to be what, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, either 11 or 12 coming across. And so you're often, yeah, exactly. It looks like he's positioning maybe to just full block with the hand.
Yeah, it sounds correct to be able to do that, especially with the discard effect on short shrift anyway. You don't want to get hit with the crush and then do nothing with the card in your hand, and you're not going to be banishing the card off the top of your deck. So in this scenario, blocking heavily and then just hoping to ship a better combo on the next one tends to be pretty good. Lyath does have the off turns every now and again where they don't have this kind of damage they can send. So you might even just get lucky with a brick turn on Lyath and be able to set up that absorbent aether and arsenal maybe and get ready to send some large damage.
Yeah, you would love to see that go into the arsenal, but he's going to, after the fact, crack
Oh,
the talismanic
okay.
lens, ship the absorb. I would consider leaving it on top. Yeah, he's going to leave that second card to the top, look
Yeah.
back at his hand, consider putting those both back on top, and then fire off the red spell that he found, the 1 for 4, off of the top instead, which, I mean, it's a pricey play to make after the fact, but it looks like that's the line that Dean is choosing to take as Kano, where shipping the hand just didn't feel worth it. And instead, Photon Splicing Red is going to be the find off the top. One card away, but that Absorbent Aether that now looms large on top of the deck after this banish stymied an entire card from the hand.
Yeah, definitely not the what you want to see, at least in the scenario there for Kano, but being able to send any kind of arcane damage while still, I would imagine, presenting some block on here to preserve life total, because you certainly don't want to take 11, is going to be helpful enough to push that damage, but you're definitely not going to see your life total stay in the double digits after something like this here.
Yeah, this Photon Splicing comes across for 6, activating Crucible of Aetherweave plus the buff from Cindering. And 6 damage is nothing to scoff at when your opponent has just one card in hand, but they are able to cover that up. And now you have the value block of the final card in hand and the Unyielding Grip, because you've gone hands up essentially on your turn. But you are going to take a large chunk of damage, and
Hmm.
Lyath here in the driver's seat. Now, sometimes you run into this issue as Lyath where you just can't follow up one of those big turns with anything really as productive. But as we see the draw up here, we do see both a hate card for Lyath in the form of
Ooh,
Arcane
yeah.
Polarity, and also, I believe we saw Red Mocking Blow as well. And yes, it is.
Yes. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of value from at least being booed in that scenario. Of course, unless Kano can present some arcane damage to bring you at a lower life than Kano. But even having arcane polarity in hand, I feel like this is definitely a turn where if there is arcane coming in, our Lyath player is definitely going to be okay taking a little bit of arcane if it means they can just heal that back up.
Yes, exactly. And 2 mites are popped on this turn, buffing the next attack by 2, but 3 more made for the subsequent turn. And there's the mocking blow, perhaps. No, it's still in the hand. Looks like instead.
Sadistic Scowl.
Exactly. This is such a powerful card, a very potent card in general because it does force the intimidate. And I mean, obviously the +5 is nothing to scoff at, but here taking an entire card away and what could essentially grab that 1 for 4 D react if the luck goes the way of Lyath.
Absolutely. I think it's always important to determine whether or not you need to. Looks like he looks like he
He
did get it.
did.
Looks like it was in fact the absorbent aether that was hit from the hand, and that's just a risk you take. I mean, it's whether or not you respond to the intimidate trigger to do Kano things or decide to take a risk and keep it in hand, and the risk was taken all right.
And he has a non-block potion in hand. The potion's an interesting one because that is a card that players have consistently been cutting at this point. You bring it in, of course, into those very, very slow matchups. But you can see here, this is not a slow matchup, at least not the way that Cheng is playing it. Lyath is looking to close the game on any one of these turns, and this Mocking Blow is coming in for a massive, what is this, 5, 10, 12
Yeah.
being represented on the board, so much more than the life total, and it's going to demand some serious blocks here.
Yeah, and no blocking armor to really do anything here. No block in hand. I mean, what it's a total of 5 block you've got in total here. So 5 block in total, you still end up taking an insane amount of damage and deal nearly nothing back to your opponent. Definitely a rough hand here for the Kano player.
You're right. Kano not dead on this turn, able to block the 5, gain the 1.
Hmm.
12 is coming through. He's going to be able to block there, and then on his turn, going to be able to play the E-Pot, establish the absorb in the arsenal. A little bit of perhaps solace in the onslaught of vicious mockery that's coming from the Lyath Goldmane, but you're not feeling comfortable if these are the cards you're flipping off the top as Dean.
Yeah, and with the arcane polarity now we know that's an arsenal for the Lyath player. I feel like Cheng's probably feeling pretty good, pretty solid into this match right now. But I mean, I've seen Kanos take it back from this too. So I think it all just depends on the sequencing of the hand and how things work out. But at least the Lyath's got 4 mites on board to work with, which is the entirety of Kano's life total right now. So
That is true. Yes, indeed. 4 mites going to pop on the turn, waiting to discover whether or not Lyath is going to do something on the opposing turn. Is going to pump up and make a 5th mite, and then allow the draw, so that those
mhm.
5 mites will pop and try to really just close this game out. Do keep in mind as well that Lyath here has the full suite of equipment still available. Can pop Garland of Spring, can use the Fleetfoot Sandals as well if the hand allows. And like you said, has a ton of prevention. I don't even want to call it prevention, but that's kind of how you can look at Arcane Polarity sitting in the arsenal right now.
Yeah.
Feeling great to just try and finish this thing off the rip.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly. I mean, 13 damage certainly could be presented in Kano's end if they had a lot of blues in hand. It looks like maybe only 1 blue in hand for Dean right now, but regardless, we're just seeing 1 mocking blow sent through, so no additional pumps. I think it was an all red hand for Lyath as well.
Mocking Blow representing the 5 mites plus the possible extra 5 damage. At the face of it right now, this is just representing 6. But remember, you do have the capacity, if Kano doesn't respond, to respond yourself and pump this up by pitching to activate here.
Hmm.
Does have yellow. Wait, does looks like he does have blue as well. He's got a
Oh
booze
yeah,
in
yeah.
hand.
Looks like
Yeah.
a booze in hand. So pretty comfortable here. I think there's a lot of defensive capability for whatever Dean wants to send out. I think Cheng will have not a bad time being able to block all that, and of course, gain any life should arcane damage be dealt as well.
is just going to represent this as 5. Now, it is officially attacking. They do have the life. The crowd does boo. You've been booed, so there's the 10. Going to value block for the 6. And then that does mean that Dean here can activate the absorb from the arsenal, but the Fleetfoot Sandals coming out in the reaction to...
Yeah.
Oh, and that's gonna force the Absorb and Aether to be played, popping the Spellfray Cloak. Full covering for 10.
Yep, good to see a good full cover. I mean, obviously being able to do another thing on the turn now. Fleetfoot Sandals, not something I've not done a whole lot of testing with Lyath, but it's kind of cool to see that, a good old Snapdragon Scalers, but for Lyath is pretty good. Ooh, the short shrift.
Yeah, another short shrift makes its way onto the combat chain here. Still holding 2 cards in hand is Lyath here. That feels so uncomfortable from the side of the Kano. And you would, at this type of moment, you would love to have Talismanic Lens. You would love to be able to just pop Talismanic Lens, know if you can get any value off the top. But nope, you don't have that capacity. And instead, arrogant showboating is the play down here.
Wow, yeah, definitely. A lot of people not familiar with the reviled talent in all of its glory. But I definitely think that there is always the fun ways to do the trickery in the way of a reviled hero to be able to set you up for another power turn. And I mean, this is it. I mean, it sets you up with another 5 might for your next turn. Your opponent only has 1 card. You're in a pretty good spot.
Dean survives, pops the E-Pot, going to pay 1, and then send a Scalding Rain for a total of 5, trying to claw back into this game and force out some amount of Arcane Barrier. Maybe you can catch your opponent on an all-red hand, make things uncomfortable, but keep in mind, in the arsenal is 4 life gain. So even if they take all of this, they can essentially just gain most of it back, most of that life back, thanks to Arcane Polarity lurking there.
Yeah, and definitely enough blues in the hand to be able to take a decent amount of this damage out of here and still throw something back, which we do see. Looks like 3 was pitched, so take a little bit there. And of course, I'm curious if we'll see there it is, the Arcane Polarity pulled out, just overhealing, keeping that life total high, keeps you outside of that kill range. So
the rueful shrug from the Kano player who's seen so many Arcane Polarities resolved against them. I know the pain that Dean experienced in that moment, the burning in your gut the moment that someone plays a Polarity and basically nullifies everything you did on that turn. Essentially what we just saw happen was, Dean pop the E-Pot and deal 1 damage.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel like a very good E-Pot resolution when you only deal 1 point of damage to your opponent. And it's, the risks you take being the very powerful arcane player. It sounds like a lot of people are still very, very ready for Kano in this calling.
You think that Lyath perhaps also a unique counter to a deck like this that basically gets an entire extra card with which to engage with Arcane Polarity, with Arcane Barrier against Kano and just Wizard in general. And it's not going to stop with Kano. I mean, even if Kano makes his way out during this upcoming community ban, the counter that is Lyath will have another wizard hero on the chopping block in the form of Blaze. So Lyath may be not only setting themselves up to win here in round number 1, but also pretty comfortably going forward into the next iteration of wizard heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of got to always have that prevention ability. And I know with Lyath specifically not being able to block very well, oftentimes, even when it comes to just physical damage, you see Lyath using the same prevention effects to just block out physical damage, almost like how we see Enigma do the same thing. Have Ward on board to be able to still send attacks and also block due to them not having a lot of actual block value in hand. So
this blue Mocking Blow coming in for a casual 11. as 9 is blocked with on the side of Dean, holding on to the second and final copy of Absorb and Aether that is going to make its way into the arsenal on the Kano's turn, but still multiple cards in hand for our Lyath gamer here. And drawing up the requisite 4 extra cards, finds the other copy of Oasis Respite. And that is so backbreaking. If you're trying to find your way back into a matchup like this that feels so insurmountable, you're just hoping that they don't find some more of those prevention pieces. And unfortunately, this is a hero that digs through their deck probably faster than just about anyone. And, well, they found it again.
Yep. Yeah, you're expected to more than likely see that the answers to this large arcane damage pretty quickly with drawing 5 cards. And I mean, it looks like Lyath's been on 6-card hands nearly this entire game, and so being able to have all the blues that they need and all the reds to send a large amount of damage. Not as many mites popping this turn, but seems to be at least a decent amount in regards to pumps or setups. And I would imagine that Oasis Respite is soon to be parked in the arsenal.
And this is the type of turn where you really do want to try and pop off a little bit as Kano, but with your opponent at 15 and with 3 cards in hand, even if you're assuming, as Kano players should, that each card in hand is a blue, that's effectively with like 2 spells. Let's say you send 2 spells, you're looking at your opponent's life total being at 21. That's so difficult to even come close to see. I mean, you're not sending 21 on a 4-card plus arsenal hand, no matter really how you slice it. So you really do at this point just kind of have to draw the game out and hope that your opponent's damage output starts to really slow down. And that is a hard thing to ask for when your opponent gets 5 to 6 cards to play with. And Lyath doing exactly what they need to do to win by playing Prime the Crowd, Villainous Pose, and then throwing down yet another one of those giant crush cards.
Yeah, I believe this one is Wrecking Ball. I think this one actually comes for the Arsenal. So this would be obviously a perfect time to be able to send the Absorb and Aether that would be in that arsenal there. But I mean, definitely a great way to block it all out. I think at this point it's kind of making sure to prevent as much damage as you possibly can and hope that your opponent doesn't send more than 7 at you. Because eventually the pumps will run out in the Lyath deck and it'll just be a hammer for 2 probably. So we'll see.
Very good point. And drawing up on the side of the Kano, we do note that Cheng was able to arsenal that Oasis, so now has that in the back pocket for a rainy day when it might come up. And the mites popping here, 2 mites to be exact, maybe more to be created, but perhaps the door's just going to be shut as we see Nimblism Red played out. Minnowism Red played out as so often has been the case. That card spells doom for so many heroes all the way back in the Briar days. We have Minnowism into Nimblism into Spew Obscenities, I believe that is.
Oh my goodness. Wow, definitely getting the pumps out of the way here. You got 2 mites, 9 additional power on top of the Spew Obscenities, and of course if it hits, even if it's just leaking for 1 point of damage, you're getting that additional, confidence and might token. And if a confidence gets resolved on Lyath's end, it certainly will make the blocking difficult over for Kano, who's been pretty much shipping the entire hand to blocks for this.
So he doesn't have a might token created on this turn, but he does indeed present 14 on the stack here. 14 damage is just too much to try and cover up. He looks at the top.
Oh yeah,
it's not what he could find, but there was not a lot of outs. We'll put it that way. And Lyath ends up taking round number 1 against one of the meta mainstays of this format.
Yeah, I think Lyath again. Whether definitely much happier to see something far more aggressive from a Lyath player, but again, I think if you put Arcane Polarity and Oasis Respite into any deck, you're probably expected to do fairly well into Kano, especially if you see them when you need to.
Yeah. Well, I think the big deal with that deck is not only seeing them and seeing them more frequently because you have 5 intellect, but it's
Hmm.
also the simple fact that you have 5 cards and you have more capacity to pitch into AB and not be priced into taking damage on your own turn, which is oftentimes what Kano players want to do. They want to steal cards away from you on their own turn so that they can capitalize at times on yours. But Lyath doesn't really have that fail state so much, and that's exactly what we saw there. It was big number after big number, and eventually it means that Kano has indeed fallen. And, well, I can't say that I didn't expect that, but it was some fireworks nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely always a good game to see. And I mean, things I've seen things turn the other way too for Kano into some of the Guardians. They feel very priced into winning those events initially just by having a lot of blocking value, but you know, sometimes Kano just sees all the red emeritus off the top of the deck and has all the resources to pay for it, and you end up losing to that.
Sometimes it be that way. Now, this we come to the point in the restream where we're sort of in uncharted waters. I don't know what's about to happen. It could be that they go to a break. And if they go to a break, we might step away for a break and just throw it up while
Mhm.
we take a sip. Oh, it does look like it's going to be a
Looks like
break
it.
on their end. So a 3 minute break that gives everyone an opportunity to go and get more snacks, to get more fuel, to stay up late with us so that you can enjoy more games of Flesh and Blood. And you know what? I think I'm going to do the same. So we'll see you back here in about 2 minutes and, well, 42 seconds. All right. Hope everyone got their snacks, everyone got their popcorn because you're going to need it. It's round number 2 time. If you didn't know, if you've been away for all of 2.5 minutes, here we are. It's Alex and me hanging out to bring you more coverage of the calling over across the pond in Shanghai. And it looks like they're about to jump back into it. I have us on this screen until they actually make the transition happen, but I guess I could technically throw it over there. Looks like they are still showing as coming soon, round 2, coming soon
Yeah,
to a theater near
certainly.
you.
Hopefully, we'll be soon. I know. I'm itching to see more, especially after that last game. Definitely want to check out to see who's in that that higher seed after round one.
right. Looks like we're about to jump our way in. Oh, nope, just kidding. Scratch all of that 45 more seconds as I
One
click
more
buttons.
minute.
I just click buttons in the background, and then all of a sudden, I'm betrayed by the stream. They say no. They say no more. No more it is. Yeah, we're going to try to avoid the spoilers. We're going to try to make sure that we all get to be surprised by it as things appear. Doesn't look like, there's been any, like, this person wins or that person's wins, which is good because I want to watch these games as they occur. And I'm sure you do as well.
Yes, I certainly do. I think everybody there should be. I mean, it's always good to see the outcomes live. And that's when I'm going to be surprised when we see something like, Gravy Bones going 4-0.
Well, I will throw it down here. Justin Koo, very popular and very storied Gravy Bones player in Classic Constructed, on none other than Valda here in the event today. So not perhaps what you would expect, but Valda quite comfortably putting up numbers, as you can see the tables scroll there at the bottom. Not be trying to follow the results ticker and then get it cut off. Well, hopefully the results ticker indeed is now back on the screen as we can kind of comment on what we see. There's a couple of KOs. They're sitting on table number 21, finding success. But of course, it's still early days and early rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
A 1-0 Enigma there as well. Enigma, how do you feel about Enigma in this format, Alex?
I think Enigma does a lot. I mean, she was really, really big into when a lot of people were on Kano to kind of stifle the power of Briar. Kano just being able to send a whole bunch of damage into a red line deck did great. But I think Enigma's got good legs, especially if you're expecting to see a lot of Florian. And I think even Guardian too does pretty well.
As we jump back into round 2, we got our wonderful official commentators there at the venue, at the event in Shanghai. And looking forward to round number 2. We saw some fireworks in round number 1, perhaps not in the way you would normally think when that old adage is used. There was a Kano involved, and they died in a fire. Perhaps is more what you would expect to hear.
Down in a blaze of glory, if you would.
Yes, or perhaps a whimper off the top of the deck. Either way, the wind did not go the way of Kano, and instead went to Lyath, as we just finished watching. And now I'm curious to see what we get for round number 2. We saw many players there sitting at the top tables here after round number 1. So let's see what we have on display. Oh, it's Levia. Levia versus Kayo. I'm not saying that there's, maybe some favoritism.
There couldn't be bias in this, right? There couldn't be. There certainly could not be.
I will also say, if you have a 1-0 Levia on coverage, you go and you find the 1-0 Levia for round number 2. So Ethan maybe pulling exactly what he needed to bring this 1-0 Levia onto the world stage here at the Calling in Shanghai, round number 2. Again, this is the English restream that you are partaking in, hopefully alongside of the other stream as well. If you can access the stream, you can go and show them some love as well. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I think it's cool to see a brute v brute violence happening here effectively. I mean, Levia definitely having a decent amount of access to some larger attacks and, somewhat more volatile disruption in some way. But I mean, both of these heroes here effectively are trying to do the same thing, which is send upwards of 15 points of damage a turn.
This is going to be perhaps a barn burner, but you also do have to keep in mind that sometimes these brute back and forths have the capacity to go a little bit long, especially if both players are valuing their life totals and making some value blocks. But I think in a format like Silver Age, you oftentimes just sit down and say, you know what, I have the capacity to put 15, maybe I just block equipment and go. And that's what brute players in general, or brute as a class, has the ability to do, is just put big old suites of armor in front of it. And look, speak and he shall appear, Man Sant in the chat saying Levia.
That's right. Levia, it's time. It's time for Levia's day. I love seeing the different spice everybody is on, and especially when it comes to Levia. I mean, Hellhammer isn't a bad card. I'd be surprised to see if this Levia is on claws or if they're deciding with more of a Hellhammer approach to the hero.
Yeah, the Hellhammer build is quite unique. I've played against it multiple times, and understanding when they're going to actually pop that Hellhammer and like do the thing is always so
Hmm.
fun to watch, and you really do have to know when it's going to happen and block accordingly. And by the way, Otogizoshi says, "Does anyone have the link to the mainstream? It is pinned in the comment if you would like." To click the pinned comment there at the very top of the chat, you can join alongside of us and watch the stream in two different ways. And it looks like it is indeed the Hellhammer version of the list. Players comparing the the different equipment suites. Spoiler alert: you want to keep your eyes on those hooves of the Shadow Beast. That is
Hmm.
a key moment in this game if we ever get to it, and hopefully we do, so that we can see the excitement that is this 1-0 Levia. But on the other side of things, a fairly standard suite of equipment, of course, for Kayo, and they're highlighting here the Imbra Forged Gauntlet, but now jumping over to the very potent, very powerful two-block Temper Knucklehead.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard suite here. Looks like KO player going first. So this is at least going to give Levia some opportunity to fill up that graveyard. Most of Levia's brute cards, Shadow Brute specifically, stating that you need to banish some cards from your graveyard before you're able to play them. It's an additional cost, and so this usually going first. The opponent gives the Levia player a lot of opportunity to just ship the hand for blocks, prevent that life total from going down significantly, and then filling that graveyard for their next turn.
This is a very blue heavy hand on the side of the Levia player, so I'd be curious to see how they end up choosing to navigate this. It looks like they're feathering one of those blue Dread Screamers, or I should say the blue Dread Screamer. It looks like the other one's red. No, gonna possibly give both here instead. Also of note, the KO player could have chosen to arsenal this Wild Ride instead of throwing it. They could have maybe just thrown Bluster Bluff in the hand there, but it doesn't appear that is going to be the case. Buck Wild was the discard, a card you would love to have sitting in Arsenal as well.
Hmm.
But sometimes the brute variance does not go your way, and instead you are priced in at this point to possibly just playing out that Bluster Bluff onto the combat chain.
Yeah, just sending that additional point of damage and kind of doing the most you can, setting yourself up with an arsenal isn't a terrible thing there too, because you kind of want to go three chain links wide as much as you possibly can. Although five is a small amount and easily blockable by Levia, so at least it is going to probably consider two blocks into the hand, unless they care a lot about the blues they have.
Does appear that the block is given and choosing early on to give the
Mm,
block on the, I believe it's called Buzzard Helm.
yeah.
Choosing to give that helm block up on turn 0. Not a play you often see made, but choosing to do so and then discarding the endless maw that was drawn.
Yeah, I guess that does get you three cards into the bin regardless here. Buzzard Helm having that ability to essentially gain +1 to their defense, but you have to draw and discard a card. And I guess really it's anything to fill up the graveyard to kind of start, and the hope is to, I would imagine, have a Dread Screamer to send some additional damage.
Onto the side of Levia. And considering options here, we did see the intentional keep of the blue here so that we could play out a functional turn, not having to pitch reds. But we are going to have the draw and discard here. The old school Deadwood Dirge red this time being played, I believe. So it's not going to be representing that 6. It's instead going to be all the way up to 8, I think.
Yep, yeah, Deadwood Rumbler, effectively gonna. This one actually is not going to gain any additional power, I believe. I think the benefit here is that you get to choose a card from your grave to banish if a 6 was discarded. So it looks like chose the opponent's Wild Ride. Wanted to keep their graveyard full, So they decided to end up just sending, yeah, the red there for 8, and then kind of keeping their graveyard ready for if they end up getting the Dread Screamer to go wide.
I can't actually recall the last time I saw a Deadwood Rumbler actually resolved on a table. This is an old school Monarch card for everyone that played back in the day and tried to make Levia actually function in Monarch sealed Deadwood Rumbler, and they highlight it there nicely. Oftentimes just not played, but in a format like this where you are locked to commons and rares only, here's a card that has new life breathed into it. You can go back into your old collection, you can dip back in, pull out Deadwood Rumbler Red, and throw it down as a nice little 2-card 8, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Yeah, and luckily no blood debt in the banish zone there for Levia, so no additional stuff there since a 6 did not get put into the banish zone this turn. Didn't take any additional damage from not having a crazier turn there.
Oh, Trimmin points out, I think I said Deadwood Dirge. Apologies, I've been so Runeblade pilled. I think we all forgot that Shadow Brute is also a hero and class that you can engage with. Deadwood Dirge, indeed, a Runeblade card. Maybe I was influenced by the Aurora sleeves on the side of the Kayo player, starting their turn off very strong with that Pop of the Might and a Wild Ride hitting the go again. Now it hits the Savage Feast. That is a card you would love to have sitting in Arsenal and setting up on a very wide turn, especially on a turn where you just blocked on this cycle with the beaten trackers there at the bottom. Instead, it is now in the graveyard.
Yeah, being able to go even wider with just your attack actions instead of having to weave in a claw, always a lot of value in that regard. But sometimes, that's the beauty of randomness is sometimes it just doesn't work in your favor. But even still, a wild ride for 7, followed up by what I would imagine to be a claw, and then another 7 power attack from the rough up. I believe that's in the arsenal to kind of push things through and really send that damage is going to be at least an effective turn for Dennis here.
Considering on blocks is going to give one of the brand new Shadow cards, Shadow Brute cards. I believe it's a Shadow Brute card. Going to block.
It's actually
here.
just a Shadow card.
Oh,
actually.
it is. It's a Shadow defense reaction. You're correct. I remember when they showed the official trailer for Compendium of Wraith, and that popped up alongside of a bunch of
cool
Solana and Demonastery, art. And I thought to myself, yep, we are definitely going to be concluding the War of the Monarchs. But no, instead, we had this release at Rare in Compendium of Wraith as a perfect little encapsulation for the Levia players to engage with in Silver Age.
Yeah, and it's really cool card to have. I mean, a 0 for 4 defense reaction effectively is definitely something that's going to help out. It is a blood debt card, so it is not going to be going to the graveyard. It's actually going to go to the banish zone and kind of stay there. I'd imagine for a while, and in the hopes that our Levia player can shut off their blood debt, so that way that doesn't continue to ping them for damage every turn.
For those that are curious, or for those that are maybe for their first experience in this game engaging with Silver Age, this as a new player is a great tell, and oftentimes kind of points you to understand where the turn cycle is going. When your opponent finally decides to commit blocking equipment to a combat chain, keep cards in their hand, but specifically commit a piece like Hooves of the Shadow Beast, that is perhaps a signal to what they could be setting up over the next turn or two. For example, the last turn cycle, we saw that beaten trackers be blocked with, as possibly getting the value out of it and then setting up a Savage Feast turn was on display. But of course, Savage Feast discarded here. Now we're getting the block with the Hooves of the Shadow Beast and a value block with the Imbra Forged Gauntlet, that temper indeed triggering. And so what we could see over the next turn, if not this turn or the next or the turn after that, is the actual Hellhammer. I guess we can call it a combo where we do indeed use Hellhammer and also those hooves that we're just blocked with after we've gotten the value. So if you're new to the game and you're like, what am I to expect, or when do I think my opponent's going to pop off? Keep an eye on when they choose to block with their equipment.
Yeah, you definitely want to get the blocking value. Sometimes when you'll look at a hand, you'll specifically say, hey, I think my armor would be really useful here, but I do want to get the full block value out of it. And in doing so, that's usually when you see it blocked. And then that way you have confirmed that you've gotten all the value you wanted out of the card defensively, and you are free to use it offensively, like we might see here.
The pitch of the blue floating the 1 is going to signal that we're going to be playing a writhing beast hulk from the arsenal, was parked there a turn or two ago. This is going to trigger the discard of the random 3 cards from the graveyard. And of course, if a 6 or more is banished in this way, then it will gain dominate, making some nice evasive damage come across.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dominate's always such an insane power here, especially, usually your KO opponent isn't one to block a lot, but the deck can block quite efficiently. And so you'll probably see with this dominate here, you'll get some armor shipped in to block a decent amount of this damage.
6 dominate is being conferred over and is going to pop the hooves of the Shadow Beast. This will gain
Mhm.
the action point back and allow this turn to continue. Does have, the follow up card, or maybe we could see Hellhammer here swing in for the extra damage. Either way, got to start with the 6 dominate first. And, Dennis, to his credit, has, a suite of equipment on the other side that can indeed get in the mix here and prevent some of that damage. And when you're sitting with the life lead against the Levia, who does have a fail state in the form of just accruing blood debt, maybe you're feeling pretty good about just value blocking and just continuing to chip them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're probably going to see, at least if I recall my pitch curve for Hungering Slaughter Beast that's in the hand of our Levia player here, might even see the Predatory Plating popped here to send the Hungering Slaughter Beast as a follow up. But you definitely don't want to get too many cards out of your graveyard. Otherwise, your next turn might not be too great. So, I'm very curious the follow up here. But I think Kayo's tries to block as much as they can, because the more cards you can rip from Levia's hand, even on just an 8 power attack, is going to fill their grave, but it's going to present turns in which maybe they're not able to get that 6 into the banish, and they might have to use the Hellhammer.
Yeah. Quite important to note, there's 4 cards in the graveyard for Levia, and I was trying to keep a track there of how many of those cards are hits. I can't quite make out whether or not that red Dread Screamer, it would be the red Dread Screamer because we see the blue there at the bottom. So we know that there's the red Dread Screamer and there's the
Mhm.
Deadwood Rumbler as well, which I believe was the red from earlier. So at least 2 hits still in the graveyard. So feeling pretty comfortable when this turn ends, when that writhing Beast Hulk goes and joins the fray over there. You're pretty well set up to continue the overall onslaught, but looks like they're possibly discussing the implications that a pummel would provide from Levia to Kayo. That being said, I think if you're assuming that there's a pummel in wait, you might be able to just take it and discard with impunity whatever you see fit.
Yeah, absolutely. A pummel doesn't exactly disrupt the hand a whole bunch in the regards to the KO player. I mean, you lose a card, it's not the end of the world, but the follow up is, in fact, the predatory plating into the hungering slaughter beast. So there are now 2 misses in the graveyard in regards to the 2 pieces of equipment that can be chosen. So I'm curious if we're going to get those out or if those are going to stay in.
Oh, wow. This is
Ooh,
a massive turn of events. He hits the
wow.
only 2 things that are non sixes. He hits those to stay in the graveyard. The 2 pieces of equipment will lurk there. Now, they're going to be joined, of course, by the 2 attacks on the combat chain, but that is not what you would like to see. Whenever you want these things to go your way, you're oftentimes saying, please just hit 1 and leave the rest. Let me get some misses into that banish zone, but that's not what happens here.
Yeah, yeah. It's not the end of the world though. Luckily for the Levia player, obviously with a large amount of damage being sent over to Dennis's way, going down to 5. Their turn essentially has to threaten a lot of damage to prevent the Levia player from having a turn. But when you're at 5 life and now pretty much all of your equipment blocked out, having fully defended except for that knuckle helm, the knucklehead. You're priced into hoping that your draw discards here are pretty good, especially if you get that go again on your first action.
Yes, we do indeed see a rare sighting of Ghostly Visit, a card that you can play from the Banished Zone and have a little bit of a looping effect that might be in the deck in circulation for some of those like heavy fatigue decks, and as sort of a safety valve for a fail state where you just run out of things to do. But also, it also could just make your turns go insanely wide when you have access to it from the Banished Zone. Nevertheless, like you said, you need to strip cards from the Levia player. And when you're sitting at a precarious 5, one way to start is via Buckwild Yellow. Going to be 7 Go Again with 3 cards still in wait to be used.
And I'm very curious to see what's in the hand of Dennis here, because I would hope that there's a way for him to pop those beaten trackers this turn to try and clutch a win. Because you can't really follow this up with a Mandible Claw unless you have a wind up in hand to discard to activate its effect of discarding a 6 power or greater this turn. Yeah, it looks like Alex is specifically looking for the beaten trackers, trying to make sure that you can't gain the action point directly off of Buckwild here.
Yeah, and do keep in mind too, he sees a blue mighty windup pitched, so that that could indicate that there's a second copy of some sort of a discard effect in hand,
Hmm.
or that was the only blue, and so therefore you may have a more difficult run of it pitching for future attacks. Maybe just not enough resources to be able to send Mandible Claw with something else being pitched and discarding on the mighty windup. But in any case, a really rough blocking hand on the side of Levia with multiple of those 2 block discard windups as well. So trying to make something out of it by blocking with the Ghostly Visit and discarding the newly
Ooh.
drawn Dread Screamer, a card you'd love to have.
Yeah, definitely not the best discard you get to see there. But of course, with an agility and a might on board, you're still priced pretty well into your go again at the beginning of your turn. But we'll see whether or not more blocks are asked of after the follow up here from the Buck Wild.
Just a scowl and a look of consternation from the Levia player as they
Ooh.
now stare down what is dominated damage from in the form of pulping. The draw and discard is going to, begin its process, and if it hits, this is 6 dominate go again.
Yeah, getting to follow it up with the dominate here. I mean, no armor besides just the last of the Ember Forge getting put into the banish zone. Actually, if it does get destroyed here, but this is just 6 dominate, go again, and I mean, obviously, we're going to see this get its dominate value, probably bringing Alex down to 3. But it looks like follow up might be Claw,
Hmm.
unless it is a run roughshod in hand to follow that up, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, if it is, that's best case scenario, and
Hmm.
dancing around the fact that you had to pitch these 2 blue windups that would have activated the claws go again. Instead, we might still see claw activated here and a ripping of 2 cards, leaving the Levia player with 1 card and no way to deal with the blood debt outside of maybe like that Hellhammer swing.
Yeah, I think that's probably the out Alex is thinking of here is, am I going to have to full block everything here to then send Hellhammer to not die to blood debt? And I mean, that's kind of what you have to make sure to do. I mean, oftentimes you'll see that shadow heroes will die more so to blood debt than they will their opponent's damage. And this is just kind of what threatens that question of, do you block out my attacks and lose to my attack value or not?
Oh, and it was a
Ooh,
bare fangs to
wow.
send 8, and this absolutely shuts the door on the game because bare fangs coming across for that essentially guaranteed 8 damage means you need to give 2 cards, and if you give the rest of your hand, you can't swing the Hellhammer. That 6 blood debt looming in the banish zone is going to seal
Hmm.
your fate.
Yeah, there's no way now. This is unfortunately the writing's on the wall here. You don't have enough. Even if you blocked 5, you take 3, go down to 1, but then you die to blood debt.
Well,
So The
And he
fist
could.
bumps presented.
I don't think he could even block 5. I think he was left with those 2 windups in hand, which meant that he could only block 4, and that means that Kayo wins the brute off. And what a way to do it! That game could have been split in a couple of different ways, and it went Kayo's way this time around. That was exciting. I enjoyed watching that. What about you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, seeing Levia always is a pleasure because there's got to be spice there somewhere that somebody's been cooking up for a long time, and I know Hellhammer has just kind of been the default for most Levia builds that I've seen, even ones that I've personally built, just because it does give you that out of getting your blood debt turned off for the turn, but I think that when it comes to the overall race, there's a little too many resources that Levia specifically has to have in order for her to go as wide as KO does, which is probably why we saw the much larger numbers in the end of our green friend over there.
Yeah, that was a casual 21 damage turn, is what one commenter is saying there in the chat. That's a big turn. I mean, out of all the numbers that you could possibly push, 21 is one of them, and it was a large one that ended up stealing the game away. Taking the damage was the right call on the previous turn, as KO pushed the limit of what you can do in this format with 21 damage on the board. That's pretty crazy. Now, I will say, as they talk a little bit more about Omens of the Third Age, there's a question earlier in the chat, right towards the end of that game, about how much the decks in this game cost. Well, in this format, it's anywhere between $20 and $40. These players are all playing with commons and rares. You can engage with this format in a very cheap and easy way by picking up a $20 deck off the shelf at your local game store. Now, that definitely does not hold true for Classic Constructed, but I will say that deck prices have continuously come down. I was on Facebook today. There was someone selling their Arachne Marionette deck for like fully tuned deck for like half the price of anything I've seen in that ballpark, and I was kind of shocked by that. So if you're looking to pick up and engage with this game, start in this format. It really does start here now in Silver Age, where you can begin your journey. You can punch your $20 ticket to go to the Pro Tour, and you can play some Silver Age, and then move on from there if you enjoy your time. But I mean, what do I know? Yeah. I just play Flesh and Blood for a long time. I don't know.
It's almost like we've been here through all of it. Like it's definitely cool to see. I love that you're able to engage with the game. And honestly, I mean, most of the Silver Age decks, you do have the precons available to you, which I certainly suggest if you're brand new to the game. You get a lot of the staples that you wouldn't. But if you are not wanting to play any of the heroes that do come in the precons, let's say somebody like Kano is more up your alley. Then I think there are a lot of people that you can talk to locally, get to know your local Flesh and Blood scene. A lot of players tend to have bulk sitting around their house that they would just genuinely love to give away to new players. So it's always worth asking and getting yourself set up. I can't tell you how many Silver Age decks I've built and just handed out to new players and got them ready for it, because I'd rather that be the introduction that they get than having to say, all right, you get to spend an absorbent amount of money.
Yep. Well, I will say this as well. You mentioned Kano. Someone said we love Kano. And if you love Kano that much, you could win the LSS giveaway that we'll be having maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll let chat decide what we give away this later on in this event. But you could win that because they are graciously giving someone in the chat a Marvel hero of their choice, just like they've been doing at previous events. This is not an official LSS stream. We are just restreaming, but they asked us if we would be willing to give something away to all of you. And I said yes, and the answer could be a Marvel Kano. So if you're a big Marvel Kano fan, you might suddenly like Kano, like Kit Dude down there. I suddenly like Kano. Well, cool, because you could win that Marvel Kano. I'm just saying that could be something that you could enjoy yourself if you win the giveaway. So keep that in mind. We will do a giveaway towards the end, probably around that final round, which I actually don't know how many rounds we're doing today. Because again, this is all written in Chinese. So
I believe, if I recall correctly, and obviously, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Towards the beginning of the game, when they were showcasing the 2 different days, I believe there are 7 rounds of Swiss today,
perfect.
and then there will be 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8.
Perfect. You love to see it. Now, I do want to pump over really quick to this. I love these new lightning flow auras. These look incredible. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on some of these lightning flow cards. I think the marvels in this game are peerless. I don't think that there's anyone out there in any TCG space that does it better than Flesh and Blood when it comes to making you feel the feeling when you hold the card. And if you're looking to pick something up like this, Omens of the Third Age is going to have you covered. And if you want to engage with it, go to Prague, May 22nd to 24th. I think, Alex, you're going to go, right?
Oh, God, I wish I could go to Prague. I would love to. And that's the other thing, too, is that Prague sells out. It sells out pretty quick. I think the last world tour the last world premiere they had in Prague sold out quite fast. So if you do have the ability to go to Prague and go to this world premiere of Omens of the Third Age, go there in my stead, and then I can live vicariously through you, because it's gonna be an absolute blast. I look forward to. I personally have never been to a world premiere yet, so I look forward to the day in which I'm able to do so.
We got to get you to a world premiere. Those hit different. There is something special about opening a brand new set of Flesh and Blood, engaging with the game in the Flesh and Blood with others. It is probably the highlight. I think it's wonderful to go and play the game at like Calling or at a national championship or even at Worlds, right? Like the pinnacle, right? That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. That's exciting. But there's something different and unique about playing the set for the first time that really gets the blood pumping. So we got to get you to one of those. And the last time it was in Prague, it was The Hunted. And that was a banger of a set. So if Omens of the Third Age is anything like that and follows suit, then Prague might just be the new location that they release everything at.
If you're going to get an absolutely awesome set going there and then immediately sending it. So I think Prague is definitely a premier place to send a powerful set.
Alpha Dwuzzle says, what does it say? Marvel OG Kasai, please. Hey, we just talked about that card. Where is that card? I set it down on my desk.
Go get it.
For 1 minute, and it just goes waltzing off into the sunset. It's around here somewhere.
Who gave those Marvels legs? Who did it?
A catastrophe of cardboard is my desk. I literally had that right here. Well, I'm sorry. I can't offer that to you. Either way, we could still engage while the timer ticks, for those that are curious why we're on that screen, because the time's ticking. If you'd like to see down there, we can engage with what we see at the top tables. You got a 2-0 Justin Koo there on Valda, facing down a 2-0. Let's see, what is that? So small right on my screen. Oh, it's Phi. Look at that.
Phi, yeah. 205. That's about what Phi can definitely sneak up some wins there for sure. And I'm curious. My curiosity when I see the Silver Age events is who's on a precon, right? Who's decided that they wanted to bring a precon unchanged and bring it to the event. And I'm always curious to see how those are doing through the event. So that would be pretty cool to see if there ends up being a precon that's we're doing that there.
Huge shout out at table 11 to Chris Iaali playing Briar and 2-0, and also just a cool guy. I very much enjoy watching all of his gameplay, and also he used to do some AGE streams. I don't know if you ever caught those, but those were fantastic to watch. Super fun, and somehow I accidentally became a moderator for the chat of the live streams at the AGE through absolutely binging his streams. So shout out to him at 2-0, alongside a shout out to the Riptide player on table 15, going 2-0, facing down what would oftentimes be considered a favorable matchup into Ira.
Yeah, that's kind of cool to see that. I mean, Riptide's getting paired into Ira. That's what you want to see as the Riptide player. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a free win, but it definitely, when you consider that most of the traps trigger off of Go Again or having more power than their base, Ira kind of does both of those things. So it is definitely the trigger. The traps are always going to trigger in that deck.
Table 18, Pudding Tam facing down Arthur Trehet, a Valda versus
Ooh.
an Ira matchup. Now, that would be a game that I would love to be a fly on the wall for. And table 21, a 2-0, Lexi facing
Lexi.
down, yeah, Lexi facing down a Valda, which I would imagine would be kind of a tough matchup, but 2-0 nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely some great things seeing here at the top tables. I mean, while we've seen a lot of Ira and Kayo, Valda's certainly coming up a lot. We do see some 2-0 Kanos also in Lancelot at table 23. Even Evan Herndon and on KO and against a Florian at table 25. That's I'd like to see the Florians at the top tables and see how they're performing, because I'm curious if they're getting paired into the Guardians that have decided to show up here for the event.
Yeah, we've seen some of the heavy hitters of the format already, and that is one that we haven't seen make it to a round. And maybe here in round 3 we'll see a Florian, perhaps. I don't get to call the shots. We are just along for the ride, as all of you are as well. Huge shout out to Andrea Mengucci there on table 28,
Hmm.
playing Phi, maybe playing the precon. Who knows? But
Mengu on the 5 precon would be crazy content. If you don't know, that's a wonderful content creator, Andrea Mengucci, and it's so cool to see his journey in Flesh and Blood. And it seems like Phi is his pick for this event. So I'd be curious to see if it's uh, a slightly more upgraded version of the precon, or if it's just sending the precon and seeing how far we can go.
now, this is interesting. As we get to table 33, this is where we actually start to see the 2-0 record, that unblemished record change. And we
Hmm.
have some ties, as you see there. But we also have Sam Sutherland playing Oldham.
Oh
Maybe
my
not the
gosh.
pick you would normally see. And right next to that, Hayden Dale at 1-1 as well on KO in these early rounds. But Sam on Oldham.
I wonder if they got paired into each other, and that's why they're well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think Sam being on Sam not being on Dash is always a crazy thing to me. Sam's just an insane mechanologist player, and seeing them on Oldham is definitely a treat. I would say. I'd be curious to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I see the comment here. Dark Horse says, now that tracks for Sam. Either way, that was a shock to me. I did not expect to see that at all. Nevertheless, there's the there's the breakdown again for Riptides. We did just see a 2-0 Riptide sitting in a favorable matchup for round number 3. Three
Hmm.
Lexis, one of those being 2-0 in a tough matchup, and suspiciously absent from those top tables, Gravy Bones. Unfortunate,
Yep.
but
Very unfortunate.
in a meta full of 47 players playing the cursed matchup of Ira, Gravy Bones probably not having the best of time.
Yeah, I would imagine if there's a lot of ire on the field, Gravy Bones is probably not too happy with what I'd imagine the first couple of rounds were like. But I mean, hey, you could sometimes things will surprise us. But I'm very curious to see what the record was overall and how it played out and what kind of spice Gravy was on.
Florian here at the 14 player count. That is one that I do expect to see convert on this day one. How are you feeling about Florian sitting at the top of that meta after 5 Battlegrounds wins?
I think Florian's still pretty well poised into the meta. I don't think there's a world in which, unless getting paired into a large combo, Florian probably can take it down pretty easy. So, especially if paired into a Guardian.
Look at this. We don't have to be flies on the wall for this
Yeah,
matchup.
we were
We get
there.
We
Oh!
get the exact matchup. It's Arthur Trehet, it's Pudding Tam, and we are about to have ourselves a game of flesh and blood. Pudding Tam of Team Blue Pitch, a stalwart professional player, so many accolades, and of course, Arthur Trehet, perhaps the most electric finish of any card game tournament I've ever witnessed in my life, winning that Pro Tour in LA in perhaps the most spectacular fashion. This is a matchup of titans, and we're about to watch it all together.
Absolutely. I watched that game back pretty often. That Arthur Trehet match. I I love it. I love everything about it, and it really is the main character energy we often see from Arthur Trehet. But I mean, going into this match, I don't know, Stephen, who do you think is favored into here between Valda and Ira? Do you think it's kind of a near 50-50, or do you feel like one maybe has a chance over the other?
I would much prefer to be sitting in the seat of the Valda player in this matchup. I feel like Valda has some unique tools and just some sort of generic tools to combat a ninja specifically. And just being able to be disruptive in a variety of different ways always puts a player like, or I should say, a hero like Ira in the blender. Do you want to arsenal your best card, or do you want to hold it because you're afraid of your arsenal going away? Do you need to block and just play a slow game, or do you need to just try and full commit? That's all basically put on the Ira player to decide. So if it were me, I would put my money on Valda.
There you go. Yeah. And I mean, I definitely think that Valda has quite a high damage ceiling and a lot of disruption. I mean, being able to send things like Boulder Drop, Crush the Weaks, things like that, being able to kind of really prevent the Ira player from sending larger combos is good. The thing, though, with Ira is that you do have some pretty cool evasive cards in the deck to stop those dominate effects from coming through. Cards like Tiger's Eye Reflex that has Ambush as a block card,
Hmm.
which is pretty cool to see. I mean, you don't normally see Ambush on those block cards, or at least not a lot of them. And so parking that in Arsenal and waiting for that dominate to come through can certainly help not only prevent the crush effects of some of these dominated Guardian attacks, but also set you up with a Crouching Tiger for your next turn.
That is exactly true. It is also interesting to note like Valda does have to work much harder to get Dominate and has to draw into those cards to actually put Dominate together. So there is that world, and this goes all the way back to the very first set of Flesh and Blood, like a Ninja versus Guardian, where you have to work for your wins and you have to set things up. And if you don't have the space, then it could very well fall to Arthur Trehet just running out of a runway to be able to
Mhm.
try and set up these big turns. That being said, look at that equipment suite. You are set and loaded for bear to try and tank as much damage as possible. And maybe you just try to take the game long with Miller's Grindstone.
Yeah, I mean Miller's Grindstone. Your odds are you're never losing a clash in this scenario. Although there are quite a bit of non-attack actions in Valda's list, so
Hmm.
odds are you could very well lose those clashes. But sending the Miller's Grindstone is more so for the late game when you have mostly those blue power, attacks in your deck left, and then it's just sending Miller's Grindstone to mill out the rest of the cards from your opponent's deck.
I mean, if you're looking to have a turn zero play, this is the type of turn
Ooh.
zero you would like to have as Valda. We talked about setting up and having the space to set up, and that Mask of Many Faces is certainly interesting, and of course has some implications for some parties and some drinking. But that's not the story right now, because the story is this type of setup turn and not arsenaling the card here, drawing two pummels. We went from a very promising turn to now we're a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think that was a crash and bash in hand for Arthur Trehay. So putting that in the arsenal definitely not what they want to see. But the double promising terrain, this means that if that Civic Peak blocks at a proper time, you may get your Ira opponent to draw a card, but you'll be making a whopping two seismic surge tokens. Sorry, four seismic surge tokens with the double promising terrain out on the board, which will then gain you two life on your own turn when they are activated at the beginning. So
Now
Pretty
this
powerful.
this is crazy. Scar for a Scar, by the way, is activated even when no damage is conferred because, of course, Valda is a 21 life hero. So
Yes.
immediately active is Scar for a Scar. Even though you weren't provided the opportunity to filter the hand, you at least had things started. Pudding made a fun face when Arthur resolved both of those promising terrains. But you know what? I think feeling pretty comfortable starting with Scar into a clear pitch for the harmonized Kadachi #1 feels pretty good to start that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with enough seismics on board now, you're definitely going to get dominate on that crush effect. I would imagine sending the choke slam is the goal for Arthur Trehet here, following it up with a pummel, just essentially threatening half of Pudding's life total. But Pudding also sending quite a lot of damage at Arthur Trehet. Luckily, though, a lot of equipment block available.
Pudding Tam doing his best, learn to play Ira deck impression with
Yeah.
Scar into Kadachi into Flying Kick. 7 damage being conferred. The question from Arthur's side of things is, are we going to commit to the block and then just gather those cards off of promising terrain?
Yeah. I think it's definitely, I mean, you're going to get to draw, you're going to get to gain life. You're probably okay to block out a little bit more here if you're really trying to preserve that armor, because you really don't want to give up armor this early. Uh, but who's to say that, it's not worth it. It's totally worth it, I think, if you're going to be saving your life total and guaranteeing you get that pummel off too.
The classic caster curse of calling out the equipment block and then the equipment makes its way to the combat chain.
Hmm.
That being said, we do have the capacity for a possible double pummel play. So maybe just saying, I'm just going to hold. I'm going to see what we draw off the top. This attack's essentially going to be free thanks to another Seismic Surge token. You can't make use
Hmm.
of this card anyway because this Flying Kick doesn't have Go again. So why
Hmm.
not value block with the equipment here, give you another card, give me more Seismics, and I just hit you with a double pummel.
Yeah, I think if you're, I mean, the double pummel, obviously a Guardian's dream to happen. Being able to rip two cards from the hand and also send whatever crush effect on top of it. I would not be surprised that that's what we see, especially with 8 seismic surge popping at the beginning of this turn.
Promising terrain also pops at the beginning of the action phase. If you've met the requirement, you get to gain the life and draw the cards. Let's take a look at the draw. The draw #1, draw #2. Is it a blue? It does appear to be a blue, I think. We did draw another blue.
Yeah, tension in the air, I would imagine, is a blue, Guardian 3 block effectively. But I think there's definitely enough resources here to send a double pummel if my eyes don't deceive me.
Yeah, it does appear that maybe Arthur hoping for a better attack to send it on. Looks like the only attacks available are the blue. Is that blue chokeslam he revealed earlier?
Yes, yeah, I believe it'd be the blue choke slam that he showed off. So didn't draw into anything like a red boulder drop, which I would imagine he would want more. Maybe even something like a di- uh, disable to just send a large amount of damage and then also disrupt the arsenal on crush. But choke slam at least says that they can't gain power, which means that Ira's ability is effectively turned off for the turn, which is not too bad.
Now, keep in mind these seismic surges are going to affect the cost and make the cost of play essentially free. Question then becomes, does Arthur actually want to commit to double pummeling or maybe arsenaling? This is the type of turn after you've set up so many seismic surges, you've gotten your effects to actually go off, and you've made use and you have dominate because of your effect. This is when you want to take advantage of that. But of course, you would also love to see that on a red attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to send more damage through is certainly the goal here. With at least 4 block up on armor for Pudding, and then even if that is something like a springboard somersault or a tiger eye reflex in the arsenal, being able to cover up a decent amount of it, a red would certainly have been better. But It could very well be a tempo swing. You could just see one pummel here, save it, set up for next turn, and then pummel again when they expect that you maybe don't have it.
Choke slam for, if I memory serves correct, it would be a blue for 5. I think the consideration being just playing that plus pitching the other blue so that you can take advantage. And that is going to be what I believe we see here. Pitching the other
Mhm.
blue for the pummel that we know is lurking in hand. Maybe after considering the options, maybe putting is assuming at least a pummel, but also perhaps assuming, yeah, the shake of the head maybe thinks double pummel is a possibility. But when you deliberate for this long and then you play the card you revealed on the previous turn, you're also kind of signaling that, oh, my hand is actually just not great. It's just
Right.
not what, but you then didn't play out a bunch of auras onto the board. And so now you have to kind of assume pummel is, the name of the game on this type of turn cycle.
Yeah, when you have it all, like Arthur has here, effectively with 2 promising terrains popping and then also 8 seismic surge tokens, you normally expect a much more prominent attack to be hitting the board other than a blue choke slam, which you saw last turn. So, the you got to sniff it out. Obviously, with a free choke slam, Arthur Trey is free to pretty much do anything. And if the double pummel here is going to help, you see 1 and then 2. It is in fact going to be the double pummel.
Red plus yellow equals lots of hurt from the side of Arthur Trehet conferred over to Pudding. Now, Pudding blocking a singular card and shrugging a bit, understanding, well, I might have got a little bit. Yeah, he's considering. They were talking about perhaps the possible line of playing the Rites of Earthlore and then arsenaling a single pummel, but then you're not sure whether or not you get around to using that pummel, because sometimes you can just draw into a bunch of auras and then that pummel sitting in the arsenal is uncomfortable. But you have to pitch both of these cards in order to play it, meaning you don't have an arsenal if you take this line. So definitely a bit of a think that Arthur had there, and that's what the players there were talking about.
Yeah, and the more unfortunate part about this is that Rites of Earthlore does not have go again. So if you sent nothing after popping 8 seismic surge and drawing 2 cards, I would think that's a little bit of wasted value, and I don't know that Arthur Trehet exactly would smile at wasted value.
100% correct. So, oh, I think this is a reinforce the line. It is indeed a reinforce the line lurking in the
Mhm.
hand. That is a great pickup, but in playing that, you're still going to have the discard. Oh, and another one from the arsenal. So this is going to cover a lot more
Wow.
than we at first thought. That crush effect, 4+4+2 there, going to be the block. The crush is going to be dodged, but both cards are going to be discarded.
Yeah, still getting the discard effect, but I mean, hey, a double reinforce the line on a double pummel turn. I feel like the stars aligned for Pudding in that scenario to really just make sure he didn't lose too much life.
I think both players realizing what just occurred and the likelihood, Arthur still chuckling about the fact that double pummel was in some way stuffed by Pudding here, but full tempo is seated over to the side of Arthur Trehet, drawing his cards up and now considering at the end of Pudding's turn whether or not he wants to play out the aura that's lurking in the hand, the instant aura we got out of the most recent Super Slam set. I think
Yeah,
it's
being
edge of
able
their
to set
seats.
those auras up. Yeah, edge of their seats. Yeah, I think it's +5 if it's a red, but it's like +3 if it's a blue. And being able to set these up is really good. You don't get the ability of like Pleiades, for example, where you can manipulate those suspense counters. But being able to kind of get them all set up on a turn and force an additional point of damage through those auras popping all at the same time, especially if it lines up with the dominate. It's kind of what you want to do for Valda there.
Valda staring down at a hand full of resources, but not quite the way you'd want to draw this up. I mean, you go from an awkward draw off of what is this? Really an insane double promised, or double promising terrain, turn 0 into another awkward draw of three blues and a yellow block card.
Yeah, definitely. I think probably price just to send more damage here. I'd imagine it's to think of, are you going to heave that Thunderquake into the arsenal, or are you just going to send the damage and hope for it later? Which it looks like that's what Arthur's going to do. Just 8 damage on board.
8 damage is on offer. No on hit effect, no threaten for the pummel. We did see a red pummel and a yellow pummel played on that previous turn. So Pudding probably has in the back of the mind the possibility of later pummels, maybe thinking this could be one that's going into Arsenal at the end of the turn. But we know, having, prescience essentially, that that card will not go into the arsenal at the end of this turn. Otherwise, a mortal sin would be committed putting a block card in the arsenal. I've never done anything like that before.
Yeah, unless they printed ambush on a bunch of Guardian block cards, I certainly don't think that'd be something Arthur would want to do. And I mean, hey, without an arsenal, with or without an arsenal, I think at the end of the day, you're still able to set up a pretty decent hand. Your stuff's going to get discounted by seismic surges and the stuff there. So I think it might just be better to. You're going to force your opponent to be on a lower hand anyway.
Now, this is intriguing. Another blue hand from Pudding. He had
Yeah.
three blues there. So both players running up against it a little bit, noticing that the Arsenal does not come through, and Pudding attempting to pass to Arsenal themselves, drawing a new set of 4 cards. Both players looking down at, the hopes and dreams of a new turn cycle, because nothing much happened there.
Yeah, I think it's a blessing, at least for Arthur, for to be able to send 8 points of damage and not have your opponent send anything back 2 turns in a row. Essentially, you get the disruption, the first attack, and then the second attack is just filter your opponent's hand in the hopes that they want to keep their life total high. But we'll see. I mean, this probably just means second cycle is going to go crazy.
Back over to Arthur after the pass from Pudding. He does have a red attack. He's finally drawn into one. He has the capacity to pay for it. Now deciding whether or not he's going to look to arsenal this tectonic instability, try to play it out on a different card. Obviously, it wouldn't apply to him if he does that. Or if he's going to basically IP, intellect penalty himself and not draw that, extra card, depending on how he wants to go about pitching these cards. Does he keep the yellow block card into yet another sequence where he might not make full use of it? Or does he, over pitch to play? No, he's going to instead pitch the tectonic and play out the aura and then follow that up swinging the attack.
Yeah, being able to draw the crowd. I mean, giving your ninja opponent another card isn't always the best thing you can do, but you do also get another card. And of course, it is a pump to your next Guardian attack at the beginning of your next turn. So if you can now find a way, this is the perfect Valda setup, is getting 2 Seismic Surge tokens and then perfectly timing that Civic Peak to get the third. That way you can just make sure that you have Dominate for your next attack.
It is just so scary, though, to give your ninja opponent another card, like you said, sitting on a Lyath hand, essentially, at this point. But ninjas maybe even better at using it. And oh, look at this. He's just going to pitch the blue away, IP the block card into his hand again, send the Miller's Grindstone, and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a pretty comfortable block. You've got 5 cards in hand. You can give up a 3 block and a piece of armor, keeps you from having to lose the top card to your deck, and you still get to send what is essentially a regular power combo for Ira on your turn.
Yeah, Miller's Grindstone, a card you do want to consider and make sure you block, but at the same time, Pudding has the answer. Oftentimes, ninjas want to value block with their equipment, or if they're playing very aggressively, just block as early as possible so they can make use of that Crouching Tiger. But here, going to get a Crouching Tiger with that, I would say, almost guaranteed block from the card in hand, the Ambush block card, that is most likely what's going to make it onto the combat chain, and that's why you see it there feathered, turned the other way. Will it be joined by a piece of blocking equipment? I would have to say probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with all of them having one block battle worn, I mean, really the only time you really are priced to defending with that equipment is for these on hits. Obviously, more perfect scenarios, you'd be waiting for those larger crush abilities like boulder drops and crush the weaks, things like that. But I think even just now, it's a pretty big value game for Ira to just get as much as she can on the board, especially swinging with those Kadachis.
Now, this is interesting. Instead of blocking with the ambush card, giving a block of the flying kick on the combat chain and taking one
Huh.
and forcing that trigger through, players conferring on life totals, 17 plays 16. After that, the clash goes through, and the clash is indeed won
Yep.
by Arthur, as you would expect, revealing that beautiful new Macho Grande, arsenaling the card. But what an interesting moment here. Instead of giving the ambush card, maybe trying to save that from, for the arsenal for next turn, playing around what could certainly be a dominated attack next turn. As you can see, those two seismic surges right there, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, it is a lot of it's a lot about trying to have that defensive setup, saving your armor more so for those big dominated attacks, and not so much for just the regular. Losing a card isn't the end of the world in this regard, and it very well could have worked out even better for putting with it being so early in the game. But I think it's all about trying to clear the arsenal this turn, and then get set up with that Tiger's Eye reflex and arsenal to be able to block out whatever dominated attack is going to be coming through on Arthur's turn.
Such a great thought process. And this is why these players are sitting not only at 2 and 0, but are some of the most storied and successful players in Flesh and Blood. Because putting thought this through, I mean, it looked like such an easy block. It looked like just put the 3 plus the equipment down. But understanding this matchup and the current board state, knowing that there's likely going to be a Civic Peak block, and there's likely going to be dominate on a crush attack unless they just don't draw it, I'm going to need this in the arsenal, so I might as well take a little bit of damage, lose a card, so be it, so that I can stabilize on the next turn cycle.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really is a value game when it comes down to this. Every small point of value that can be earned from these trades is going to be what determines a winner at the end of the game. So it is important to make sure that your sequencing is good, you're getting yourself set up. And I mean, it's usually pretty face up when there's two seismic surge tokens that they're going to try and make a third, but we will certainly see.
Oh, and this is the type of turn that you want to have from the side of the ninja, starting to stretch out the chain link, following up
Hmm.
the previous attack, making a tiger after the block from the Macho Grande that was revealed off the top earlier, and the Steel Braid Buckler. Now we see 3 go again from the aspect of tiger body. We know that there's going to be at least a tiger sort of implemented on this turn. Question will be, what else is there to give? And there's the tiger coming across for 1.
Hmm.
Thunderquake is the block for the aspect of tiger body on the previous turn, leaving just 2 cards in the hand of Arthur Trehet. So maybe, just maybe, this turn cycle isn't the one that you're going to make use of that, those seismic surges and that dominate. Maybe, as pudding, you'll just sit on that newly arsenaled card and wait for your moment to come up in value. Smash up on offer here. A card that, by the way, I recently put into my Gravy Bones deck specifically to try and play against Ira.
It's a very powerful card. It's also good into KO too. I mean, not no non-attack actions, I guess, in the deck to be seen usually, and so Smash Up often gets exactly what it needs to. But here it is. I mean, this is in fact the block. It's going to be a block for technically 6. With this on top because you're going to get the crash and bash, but no crush card in hand to show, but you do get the draw value from the Civic Peak. So Valda will be online and getting +3 from that draw crowd.
cleaning up everything, and arsenaling is feeling much more comfortable at 16 than at previous moments. The draw crowd's going to pop alongside of the 3 seismic surge tokens, discounting the next attack by 3. And there is that red boulder drop that was possibly played or possibly able to be played on the last turn cycle. And now here it is for totally free. Didn't have to pitch anything, and representing a whopping 10 dominate. This is the moment that Pudding planned for on the previous turn cycle. It's why both of these players have been taking their time in this game. They understand what they're playing towards. Dominated damage versus evasion. And are you going to full commit these both of these Tiger Eye reflexes? Try to get to that 7 block so that you don't have to deal with the crush effect. It looks like that is what's going to happen here.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to worry about a pummel, at least in this scenario. So it's probably just making sure you're taking the most you can without getting hit with the crush. And then, of course, also pricing yourself into 2 tigers in this scenario, which is very, very good.
Sometimes those tigers, you don't have the capacity to make them work or to really use them. But when it comes to being able to block from Arsenal in a format where you don't have these, 0-4-D reacts, you're just happy to be able to cover this in the way that you can. It looks like Pudding trying to find another crouching tiger. You don't have 2 often, right?
Here. It's like, I never make 2 in a game. Why would I need 2 tigers? Here we are.
Yeah, that's me. I bet you wonder how we got into this situation, huh? Well, it all goes back to 15 minutes ago on turn cycle 2, where I arsenaled instead. Now he's got to dig one out. There it is.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. And I at least like with the ability of Ira's hero ability and also the untames we have seen in the deck, these tigers could at least get 1 point of value if everything lines up pretty well. But pointing over to the equipment here, I'm curious if we'll see any of that popped early enough in the game here.
Well, Tearing Shuko being blocked with on the last turn, of course, when you have 2 tigers, signals that you're definitely going to use it on this turn to get that 2 value. The question then becomes, are you going to get 1 value out of the second one, or do you even care? Because, again, you dodged a bullet there coming off the top of the deck, or really, I should say, putting a card on the top of the deck is what you would have been forced into. Instead, you're just happy to have all the cards in your hand and play the game as you see fit. So here comes Kodachi number 2 instead of one of those crouching tigers.
Yeah, getting the value here, I'd imagine. I'm curious if we're going to see a more sequenced tiger line with the cards in Pudding's hand. But at least getting the additional point of value. Kodachi for 1, Kodachi for 2, tale as old as time.
A beautiful new red pummel being blocked with instead of resolved. That's not where you want to be, of course, but that is what is being committed there to the block. 2 comes across. There's the pop of the Tearing Shuko. And, we do indeed have some nice tiger synergy.
There you go. Growl. Yeah, very, very nice. This is just a 0 for 3 go again, +1 to your next tiger. So getting full value out of the double tiger block and really just pushing small little increments of damage to force that position of a higher life total.
5 on offer from Torrent of Tempo. One of my favorite old cards just because of the art. The art on that card is just so iconic in my mind. But 5 being represented here and threatening to put Arthur down to 6, but he is going to commit a key card, one that you oftentimes don't see thrown onto the combat chain, but here in what appears to be an all red hand, he's happy to just ship it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to note with nothing else for putting Descend after the go again on hit. Not really much to worry about there as far as full blocking that on hit. But it looks like it's just Miller's Grindstone, tried and true.
Yeah, giving the 3 block on value instead of the 7 damage on offer. That was what we could have seen. Instead, he's just going to send Miller's Grindstone. Like you said, the Clash does confer. It does indeed win because Valda does the Valda thing and runs a lot of Guardian cards. Instead, Legacy of Ikaru is lost to the graveyard, and Tempo now squarely in the form, or on the side, I should say, of Pudding Tam, coming across with the Kodachi, threatening slowly but surely the Kodachi lock in game that we saw all the way back at the start of the game, or the start of Flesh and Blood, I should say.
Yeah. Getting your opponent in Kodachi lock as soon as possible is kind of the key thing Ira wants to do. Essentially forcing more and more cards from the opponent's hand, just to send small little iterations of damage. And this is one of my favorite combos. Is usually nobody is blocking the first Kodachi,
Mm-hmm.
just because 1 point of damage is a break point. And it's so hard to block effectively. And so these cut throughs then being able to follow up as a 0 for 5 because of Ira's ability really does continue to push the letter of getting your opponent's life total down to that lock.
And this is why Ira has made such a resurgence in the meta. Look, Ira was good all the way back in Blitz. Ira was good in Commoner. And here it is again. Ira is good in Silver Age. Ira can do these insanely long combat chains, but also just get value here and there. And here's another new card, Up Sticks and Run, coming across for 5 go again, thanks to the buff that it's applying to that Kodachi. This is the type of turn that makes you, as the opponent, go, man, Ira is just so good. Why am I not playing that
Mhm.
deck?
It's definitely a great, easy deck to learn to. It's sequencing is a very key thing in the deck, but being able to send a Kodachi for 1 into 5 into 5, being able to play cards with disruption like Humble, even threatening on hits with Torrent of Tempo, like we're seeing here. It's still much larger than what you'd expect out of a ninja, and being able to get go again on those attacks eventually pushes your opponent to block inefficiently, which helps your future game plan.
And this, as we look back, I mean, at this point, the wheels are well and truly coming off for Arthur Trehet. He's trying to stabilize here, but with 3 life and against a ninja, at this point, you truly are in Kodachi lock range because of that Ira buff. And swinging the Miller's Grindstone is just not going to cut it over and over again. And now he's reaching for the card in Arsenal, trying to send some damage, but I mean, it's just crash down. What do
Yeah.
you care at this point? You know.
It's just a setup. And to be fair, I mean, 6 points of damage is nothing to shake your head at. But when you're at 3, you kind of now have to be at the point of respecting of whether or not the Ira, my favorite game, is how many Razor Reflex is Ira on? Because some
Mm.
are on 1, some are on 0, and then some are on 2. So it is kind of you can't sometimes just take this Kodachi for 1 because it could very well be a Razor Reflex to take you all the way down to 0.
Yeah, this is a painful end, one cut at a time. But you're right. No, it is a question you have to ask. But at this point, you don't really have the capacity to play around it. And yeah, there's the nip at the heels. It's not even Razor Reflex. No, it's a blue +1 nip at the heels that secures a 3rd victory for Pudding Tam, winning against a Pro Tour champion. It's just what he does. He just goes and wins with yet another hero. This time it's Ira. And that was really, like, you go back to that game, you go back to the beginning, and you can look at a lot of different lines that these players could have taken to try and secure the victory. I think the tail of the tape is the way that sort of drew up on the side of Arthur Trehet. Those early turns, after turn 0, it felt like everything was difficult. Every turn cycle, every sequence, you were honestly just fighting the deck to try and do the thing. And I think looking back, that's maybe what sealed Arthur's fate, alongside of just the probably perfect calculated play from Pudding Tam to stuff all of those dominated attacks.
Yeah, being able to have those ambush block cards, even having armor that just blocks in general is kind of really how you stop dominate. And I feel like once the seismic surges were not flowing for Arthur, a lot of the consistency of Ira started to come out to just send a whole bunch of damage in small little increments, but like I said, those points of value matter over the course of a game, and it really did just add up for putting Tam in that situation.
I mean, any game where you're able to play double reinforce the line into double pummel after blocking a
Mm-hmm.
single card, I think you're feeling pretty good about your chances in that game, and putting didn't just rest on their laurels to continue playing that game out, but actually closed it out with immaculate play. So if you're looking to pick up Ira and to try that deck out, in the run up, of course, to like Pro Tour and the continuation of this format, that's a game to watch because as we talked about at the beginning of the show, Valda is one of those up and coming decks, and well, I mean, you're not going to get much better players than the two that we just watched engage in that format, or in that round, I should say. So that's our round 3. Now we're in, I guess, even further into the uncharted waters, into round 4. And I will say this: we got ourselves a message in our group chat from our next guest, our next friend that's going to be jumping in. But do you feel like you have enough gas in the tank to do one more?
Oh, I could certainly do one more. If time allowed it, I'd probably even do the whole thing here with you. But I'm definitely going to be up hanging out, and I'm down to do one more. I'm down to get round 4 in. I love seeing this high end Flesh and Blood. It's one of my biggest pastimes. I always have them on whenever they're happening, so I'm always down to cast another one here with you.
Well, sweet. Then let's do this. I'm going to throw us to our own break. I'm going to put the stream up in the background with some casual music. I'm going to go get some more water myself. And then, of course, chat, as you're hanging out alongside of us, this is a great time as they're talking about Compendium of Wraith before what I would imagine would be our next round break. Great time for you to go and grab something as well. Sit back, relax, as we have more Flesh and Blood coming quite soon. Well, we're back. That stream's about to come back as well, and we're talking round four. We don't actually know what we're going to be seeing, but one thing we haven't seen is Florian yet. And you were mentioning you were looking at the top tables while I went to grab some water. Have you seen Florian's lurking up there? I know we saw some Oldhams at the top tables.
Yep, there's some Oldhams there. I didn't exactly catch whether or not we have undefeated Florians, but I did see a 2-1 Florian not too long ago there. I'm also looking at currently a 2-1 Enigma, which is kind of an interesting
Oh
thing
wow, yeah. Let's
to
jump
see
over
after
there.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so if we jump in, we can see we're on table 49 and 50. We've got the two ones, and like you said, 51, a 2-1 Enigma, which is that's exciting. I mean, maybe preying on the slower decks, the Florians and the Oldhams themselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, effectively, if you're able to dodge all the KO in the room, usually Enigma can do pretty well into even Kano, into Florian, into any of the not all of the Guardians, but some of the Guardians. And so the options are certainly very good, and I'd be curious to see how far Enigma takes it throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, we see there's a Florian right there lurking on table 56. We also see a
Mhm.
Syndra at 2-1 on table 55. A hero we haven't talked at all about, one that is very explosive in this format, but can also be just as volatile, particularly when there are guardians lurking and attempting to pummel them or make them put a card on top of the deck. Nevertheless, that player sitting at 2-1, capable of punching their ticket to perhaps a 3-1 record going forward. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah. Seeing Syndra up there pretty interesting because you normally expect Fi to be the premier draconic ninja to be playing, but I know with cards like Dyed Silk Sleeves that came out in Compendium of Wraith, Syndra's able to do a lot more in regards to giving those plus ones to a lot of her attacks and still being able to recur those daggers. So pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you mentioned Fi, and of course, as we're jumping back in here to round four, I'll just point out Fi is one of those heroes that has also shown up in this format and shown in a way that you can really build that deck in like three different ways. And so I'd be curious to see as these five players continue to do well, how they, how they're choosing to build the deck. But here we
Mhm.
have after round three the current standings and results. And the first thing we see at the very top of the leaderboard is one of
Mhm.
those heroes we haven't seen on stream, at least as of yet, and maybe we will going forward. What do you think as you see this?
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Ira Oldham, I mean, Oldham's definitely prepared to do pretty well into the Ira. If you've played any commoner, you know that the Ira Oldham matchup is kind of the yin and yang of all things in these 20 life formats. You have hyper defensive versus setting up combos, small little points of damage here and there. But I mean, seeing even Matthew Clark on a Terra in
Yeah.
top eight there, it's pretty cool to see the other Guardians sneak in. But it's definitely a lot of Guardian and a lot of Ninja.
Yeah, the amount of Guardian on the screen is quite frankly breathtaking, and it makes sense as to why we saw so many Kanos also on that first screen because
Hmm.
that is a traditionally very comfortable matchup for Kano. And yet, now that we've gone to page two and we continue to look at both 3-0s and 2-1s, now we see all the KOs that we didn't necessarily see there on the first page. We also see our first sighting of a Riptide, which I'm just going to say it. A Riptide in this heavy of a Guardian meta, that is impressive. And perhaps running the newer version of Riptide with all of those blues and all of those like 3 for 7s conventional attacks, maybe that's the list that takes Riptide to its first notable finish.
Ooh, and it's something we actually get to see here. That's going to be kind of the best part is we get to see how Riptide is performing at 3 and 0 going up against KO here. This is two of my favorite green characters in the Silver Age format and I'm very, very excited to see how this pairs out.
Me as well. I am such a Riptide lover. I mean, when Riptide came out, the ability to load an arrow off of just playing like a buff or even just like a scar for a scar or something like that felt so good, and I've just been hooked as a ranger dabbler ever since Riptide came out. And as you know, we played together in that previous Silver Age event over at Worlds. I was bringing
Hmm.
the aggressive Riptide. Maybe that's what we see here. Maybe we see trap focused Riptide into KO. I feel like Riptide is super underrated. How do you feel?
I think Riptide is a fantastic answer to KO. With most of, again, kind of the same deal, KO being able to make might tokens and most of the cards in the deck having that go again text on it. You're getting the pings off the traps really well, which means that you can pivot your deck to be a little bit more defensive, maybe send an infecting shot every now and again that a KO player might not actually end up paying for, and just kind of whittling down their health. Now, of course, it does come down to if the game ends up actually going to a longer state, KO does have a actual weapon, whereas Riptide, of course, will be sporting a bow unless we flip over a
Well,
Kalashar here for some reason.
exactly. You say that, but the most successful recent version of Riptide is not playing that and instead playing Talishar. But no, it is indeed Red Spine Manta. So we're going to be looking at an aggressive version that wants to
Hmm.
load for free. Not going to necessarily take advantage of the free draw because we're not playing Death Dealer, but instead this is going to be a lot more sort of straight up and down damage and prevention and big attacks. And that's exactly what we're seeing here as we bounce around the screen, taking a look at the different equipment and starting the turn off with Lace with Blood Rot, conferring that +3 and a possible Blood Rot Pox token to be passed on over. Let's see what we then follow this up with.
Yeah, being able to play those load an arrow and then, of course, follow it up with a possible, if that arrow gets go again, being able to then load. So denying the Riptide trigger here to then load the Bolton shot through Red Spine Manta instead, essentially just trying to force more cards out of the hand there.
Yeah, an interesting line to take there, and most likely taking that line because you're going to want to arsenal the trap or the one cost, but not being able to sort of do both. You won't have an arsenal if you end up going the other way, essentially, because you have to pitch to
Right.
pay for that infecting shot. You would probably get a Blood Rot Pox out of it, but you don't get the arsenal. And oftentimes you want to try and stymie your opponent's turn, particularly with a card like Pulping lurking around, where you can essentially just shut off Go Again and stop every bit of your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I would certainly hope that pulping isn't something that is relevant within the KO decks going up against the Riptide, just with knowing the amount
Yeah.
of D reacts that are available in the deck. But I mean, we've seen pulpings take victories into decks with many D reacts before, just kind of a late game maneuver. But Wild Ride will at least do the trick here and get that turn set up.
Yep, wild ride, discarding a wild ride, not necessarily what you want to see, but the frailty trap is going to come from the arsenal that is going to both give a frailty and also trigger Riptide's effect to deal 1 damage. So already winning the game, and now scratch that, they're tied because taking 1 point of damage from, I would imagine, the wild ride. I think that wild ride was for 7, maybe not, could be.
I don't think that Wild Ride could have been for 7,
Oh, I think
right?
he's no. I think Riptide just starts at 19. By the way,
Yes,
spoiler
that is
alert.
correct. Yeah, Riptide does in fact start at
he's
19. That is,
he's
I
so
can't believe we
good.
didn't even see it. I was like, surely the life total is correct, right? Yep. Nope. Yeah, Riptide does in fact start at 19 life and
Yep.
not at 20.
Bluster Bluff going to be the follow up. Sorry, Bluster Buff going to be the follow up. Coming in for 5, allowing Pedro here from Brazil, all the way from Brazil to Arsenal and pass, drawing up 4 new cards and saying go to his Ranger opponent.
Yep.
Following
Yeah, it's setting it up I mean, you got to imagine there's going to be quite a decent amount of arrows sent here. Ooh, the Ravenous Rabble, always good. Let's see if
Yeah.
we're.
Ravenous Rabble revealing the blue off the top. Now
Ooh.
this is the problem that we run into as Riptide players when we start to add some of these new blue non-attack traps in, is that if you hit them off a card like Ravenous Rabble, then your turn goes from gas to well, paltry perhaps in comparison, but here is the 2 into 4 with an on hit of stopping and equipment. And it looks like that is just going to be covered up with most likely a card plus a piece of equipment.
Yeah, definitely is going to be pretty comfortable block here, I'd say, for Pedro. Still having the block on armor, getting the most value out of it. I don't think there are too many reaction side things Riptide could be on besides maybe Razor Reflex, but obviously you'd have to have a resource for that.
Of course, yeah. And key note, Razor Reflex is becoming a more played card if you're starting to include these blues and these yellows, these non-attack traps. You can now pay for them more consistently alongside of things like Hamstring Shot and Infecting Shot because you have the extra resource floating. So it is something that we could see lurking in the deck, but here, not the case. Instead, we have a Clash and a Conference of another Might token and
Yep.
the ever present danger of Savage Feast lurking at the top of the deck.
Yeah, getting the block value on the beaten trackers here and then revealing the Savage Feast off of the Clash of Might. I think it pretty much is just okay, cool. We know what we're doing our next turn, so
Time to get cooking. That's what he says. So the
yeah.
casual bear fangs for the little old 10 most likely here. Oh, and
And we'll see.
he snipes
Yeah, the
the
Savage
Savage
Feast.
Feast.
Gosh, you hate to see it. It's almost curious whether, yeah, you pop the beaten trackers here now because, I mean, you might as well. You lost the other combo piece for your next turn to save.
Well, it's interesting too because he was already sitting on like a 3-card hand, chose to play the Arsenal. So, I mean, it was pretty face up that he was going to continue the turn regardless. So maybe not even bothering with the Savage Feast was just the right call. 10
Yeah.
plus an action point, plus a claw maybe after this. If the resources pan out with an attack to follow, that's a pretty good turn against a deck that just sent 8 off of 2 cards.
Yeah, it looks like it's a Buck Wild and a Agile Windup in hand. So I'd be curious to see if it's Claw, maybe play the Agile Windup to set up for your next turn. But I still think you're sending a decent amount of damage just off rip here with 10 from the Bear Fangs itself. So
There's the non-attack block. He's going to reveal the cloaked equipment. And as most
there
Riptide
you
players
go.
have experienced, the player against you picks up and reads your card.
It's always a fun thing too, because I think most are on this the concealed sedation to give the inertia trap to their opponent, concealed sedative, sorry. And it's really just so that way Kayo does not get the opportunity to set up with a card in Arsenal to go even wider. So definitely a premier pick for Riptide players these days.
And he's going to follow it up with a pitfall trap as well.
Woo!
Asking the question, now that you know you're going to be off the arsenal, do you also want to give up a resource and essentially like stop swinging your claw just to stop this extra damage? And we've reached life parity on this turn on a 10 plus an action point bear fangs.
Yeah, being able to ping those small increments of life down, it essentially will be the doom of the KO player at some point here. Of course, who even more value off a tar pit trap.
Now, this tar pit trap will not trigger because the boots aren't going to confer go again.
Correct.
Instead the action point is gained, so it's just covering up the excess. And he's just going to send agile wind up, knowing that he can't keep the arsenal. Sending that instead of maybe like swinging claw and discarding it because he wants that 5 damage.
Yeah, getting an additional point of value. I mean, your opponent's sitting on one card in hand, what an arsenal now. They're probably not priced into blocking this now. So I think it ends up being something where you can just sneak in 5 more damage, get your opponent closer to those lower life totals, and try to set up for a power turn during your next one.
As players clean up and begin to place the block counter dice onto the cards, the one card in hand that is left is a Scar for a Scar. This is 4 with Go Again, but he's going to pitch it instead to send a Death Touch. This is a card that you almost never see played anymore. And here, the Death Touch willing or asking essentially, just let me pass these tokens over to you. And well, the equipment suite is going to come into play to prevent that. But what a crazy turn of events. All of that blocking. We finally end with a load of a Death Touch to try and steal tempo from that turn.
Yeah, I love Death Touch in Riptide only because you get to park it in Arsenal whenever you're playing any of the other actions in your deck, and so it always is able to be live because it can only be played from that arsenal. So just a fun little tech, and of course a 1 for 6 in a 20 life format. Can't really go wrong for that.
Wild Ride Yellow ends up discarding the single card you would love to play after Wild Ride Yellow,
Mm.
as you do in Brute class and just general. Instead, keeping the blue in hand.
Yeah,
Six.
that's a lot of damage missed, specifically because that Bear Fangs got discarded. But I'd imagine it's probably either a setup with that Bear Hug, or it's just going to be 3 more points of damage.
Boulder Trap here is going to hit the combat chain. That does trigger a Riptide reload, and we do have a not a Pitfall Trap, excuse me, the Trip Wire Trap, I believe, that has to be played from the arsenal, but now you have it there. And gonna take the damage, the excess damage. This is going to add a block counter, essentially a -1 counter onto the 2 temper Knucklehead. He's then going to take
Yeah, I think.
the excess damage, taking 3, trying to get the max value on the 4 block that Tripwire Trap does come with. But will he
Mhm.
actually find the value here? Or is he just going to like swing Claw for 3? No, he's not.
Interesting. Yeah, just bear hug. I mean, you're able to send that through, so it's 5 more points of damage coming in, specifically to just push over. Luckily, this one is you only need to have pitched a 6 power or greater in order for you to play it. So that condition has been met.
So he does get the full value out of the block of the 4 block. He isn't robbed of that value with a swing of the Mandible Claw. Instead, 4 hits the combat chain, deals an extra point of damage, and Pedro here falls to a 7 life lead.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to either attempt to send something here. It looks like maybe we'll get the infecting shot, send it through. Not a whole lot of block value left on the armor of Pedro here. Not going to get any more value off of the Blade Beckoner gauntlets. So I'd imagine you're probably going to see a Blood Rot Pox come through on this turn.
Oh, and look at this. He's going to
Ooh,
cover it
I
up
lied.
fully.
I love lying. That's crazy. A four, but yeah, 4 block in the hand, winning the clash, getting
Just
another might.
just barely winning the clash too, because we did see another Death Touch at the top of the deck on the
Mhm.
side. So he just barely won because he revealed a yellow off of the top, the yellow discard card. But instead, after doing so and those 2 mites popping, he's now sending Strongest Survive for 9. And I'll just be honest, I hate this card. This
This
card
card's
sucks.
crazy.
This, like, look, here's the thing. I this is not an official LSS stream. They did not endorse me say I don't like this card. This card die in a fire or something. I don't know, man. Strongest Survive. That card is so good.
It's really good. I mean, just essentially saying you have to have the answer in your hand, and especially the higher power the stronger survive gets, the harder it is for you to not just go, I guess I have to block with my whole hand. So it's uh, quite a powerful move here. Ooh, we see the Hope Merchant's Hood done here. This might be in an attempt just to get more traps to ping a little bit more off of here, or maybe even just an arrow that he feels comfortable keeping uh, in the possibility that he gets hit with the strongest survive.
I think the issue here isn't just that you need to try and find an arrow or maybe find extra traps. It's just surviving as well. Like
Yeah.
you have a lot of cards in your hand that can block reasonably well. But look, he's drawn two pumps. Those are two blocks. And if your
Hmm.
hand is just, two block, two block, two block, and a three block, you're giving it up entirely.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's you're probably priced into just giving your whole hand again to this card because you can keep a arrow and put it in arsenal, but you're still at 5, so you still have to take quite a bit. It looks like only there you go. Yeah, that's perfect. So that's 9. You're at least getting to keep a card, and you get the inertia trigger. So that's not terrible either.
He also has the capacity here to, because he's played Inertia Trap, to throw that card into Arsenal and dance around the discard if it is something that he wants to keep. But here he's
Hmm.
going to reveal that it's an arrow. He has Red Spine Manta. He can drop that arrow in. Searing
Yep.
Shot, a fantastic arrow to have access to right now because it is essentially a 0 for 5 when your opponent doesn't have equipment block to dedicate to it. He's going to make it a 0 for 5, and you might as well at
Yeah.
this point. You're just going to send that across. Now it represents possibly 6 damage, and it's going to be respected by Pedro over on Kayo. That's surprising as well.
Yeah, I think you're probably gonna see just some very, light damage is a weird way to say it on the end of the KO player here. Yeah, just sending 7. No might token also made in the back of this one here. So this is a pretty good position to be able to start sending those arrows again. If your KO player is forced to block a little bit more to prevent those on hits, once they start getting the single life totals, does end up getting pretty rough for those Riptide pings.
He has a great return fire hand here as well. He can play the Lace with Bloodrot load and then send for 7. And that's exactly where you want to be if you are playing as Riptide. You have your opponent in this precarious point where you can almost kill them with traps. They need to respect this damage. Sometimes these KOs just run into a hand with 2 pearls. They can't block you out. And then you just kind of stick them. And this is why I love playing Riptide into this KO matchup, because look at what he's doing. He's posturing 3 cards to block to stop the Bloodrot Pox here, just to try and cover this up. And you're happy if they do that as Riptide, and you're happy if they take the damage as Riptide as well. You're just kind of in a winning position unless they can turn this around on you.
Yeah, the less pressure that KO is able to present, especially with Riptide being a 3, the better it just gets overall for the course of the game because that gives more time for Riptide to find those traps, get them all set up, and start continuing to send these larger arrows at the opponent. And if he catches KO with pearls in the block area, it's going to be a pretty disastrous turn.
Looking through the graveyard, trying to maybe count the number of pumps versus the number of arrows, and of course, also keeping track of the traps. And that's what he's looking at right there. You can see he's kind of feathering each of those traps, counting how many he's seen and how many you have. And I'll tell you right now, this version of the deck has a lot of traps. And that's the danger that you put yourself in if you don't respect the damage, is just dying to traps. But at the same time, maybe you start angling towards a fatigue route. You mentioned it at the top of this round that you can take this Riptide to time essentially by just blocking and then swinging like a claw with no go again. Maybe you see an angle towards that game plan here, and I think he's thinking that exact thing, keeping what is perhaps a blue. Nope, no, he's not. He's trying to decide whether or not he wants to take that line, but he's still committing to a multi-card block on this Blood Rot Pox laced swift shot.
Yeah, being able to, especially with the life lead that KO's in right now, taking the fatigue opportunity and just sending damage that does not get go again or get pumped up by anything with no might tokens on board. You're not triggering any of the traps really. So you might have a better opportunity just to either set up or uh, sometimes it's just about sending a claw, trying to threaten that life total because it is 3 is the entire life total of Riptide right now.
It is indeed. And sometimes you can also play this game where you're like, okay, well, if I pass, maybe they draw all traps or all pumps.
Right.
And Pedro could also just be looking at that. And here we see I would say naked Bolton shot for base power, which means it doesn't have go again. He's counting. Yeah, I think he's maybe considering the possibility of taking him to fatigue. He's counting the amount of cards left in deck. And this is a valid strategy into most versions. Well, maybe not most, into some versions of Riptide. You present like these vanilla attacks, these 3-for-7s that don't have go again, things like that. You just block out and they don't have a weapon. You just fatigue them. And here, maybe that's what Pedro's thinking.
Yeah, definitely a good pivot to have, especially considering you don't want to get pinged by those traps. I know oftentimes it's also about setting up those really large turns. I think there's only a yellow wild ride left in Pedro's deck. I'd imagine probably quite a few possible buck wilds, but I wonder whether or not maybe a lot of the go again cards were taken out of the deck just to make sure that they're not getting hit by any traps.
One card blocked here, willing to take 1 point of damage. No reactions, of course, from the Riptide. Doesn't have like a razor or anything. We haven't seen a copy in the deck thus far.
Mm-hmm.
And arsenaling what appears to be a trap. Indeed, it is.
Boulder trap. Or not boulder trap, tar pit trap. That's the one.
Tar pit trap makes its way into the arsenal, but drawing into a very functional 2-card hand here. You do have to clear the arsenal, so that tar pit trap's going to need to come out, but you do have an arrow and a nimbleism.
It's going to block. You'll notice even here too, right? They didn't pump it to 8 specifically to make sure that it wasn't going to get pinged by any of the other traps.
It's going to full cover and play that 2-card hand. He's not going to keep one of those traps for the arsenal and take a little bit of damage. But at this point, you don't have the space to take too much of it. Instead, we're going to see the nimbleism plus that drill shot coming across for 7. On hit, nothing, because at this point, that Blade Beckoner is never getting in the mix again.
Mm-hmm.
The next gen says, nah, you're going to face Enigma in the loser bracket. I'm ride or die, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be die. Jason Watkins says, random YOLO his arms on a random arrow for +1 is kind of wild. I do agree that there's something to be said. Oh, an unexpected backhand is interesting. Getting the actual ping there.
Talk about traps.
Pulling the Riptide out of the Riptide is pretty solid. But no, there is something to be said about keeping your bullseye bracers for a Bolton shot, especially if you're playing them. But so many of these new Riptide lists are just cutting down to like the 2 Bolton shots. So oftentimes you want to try and get the value out of them and get your opponent low enough that you can kill them with traps if they don't respect you. But at the same time, it would have been perhaps a better play to hold those bullseye bracers for that Bolton shot.
We are seeing definitely a lot more of a send Guardian level damage at the Riptide here. This one does have more power than its base, but it's not dealing with go again or anything of the sort. It's just trying to send 1 card, threaten 3 cards out of their opponent's hand, and then kind of try to rip them to fatigue, if I were to guess.
And this is where things get tough. When you, as Riptide, are so low, and your opponent, yes, is sending something you would love to react on top of because you'd get the ping, but you also need to understand that you're about to die. And look at this 3-arrow hand. All of these arrows can be a functional 1-card play because of Red Spine Manta, but looks like they're going to maybe be devoted to the block. A card you would love to throw 0 for 5, the dry powder shot, making its way onto the chain, and then reacting with the boulder trap. There's another ping.
Mhm.
Down to 7, and hopeful that a single load with the Red Spine Manta and a fire of what is effectively a 0 for 5 searing shot, also known as my spoiler from Arcane Rising.
That's crazy. My gosh.
Yeah, that's a deep cut in the lore of Flesh and Blood.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I mean, hey, what a card to spoil. What an absolutely insane arrow to be printed.
A casual 0 for 5 if unrespected.
That had to have meant a lot. Even I mean, it's meaning a lot now, but I mean, like back in Arcane Rising days, this was probably a terror.
Well, back in Arcane Rising days, we had Azalea. And I don't know if you know about that hero, but she was not good for quite a while, which is funny.
Is true.
Because I was very happy to get to spoil both that card and a card called Death Dealer. And both of those very good cards in what was for the longest time a very bad hero. Nevertheless, Wild Ride Yellow, forcing the discard. Coming across.
There it is.
Let's see. Hitting, as you would expect. And this, oh no, that's 3 2 blocks. Okay, he's given 5, but this could be just a kill turn.
Yeah, not a trap to be seen in this hand, unfortunately. And if it lines up right, this very well could be a very powerful turn to follow up, because I think there's if I recall, I think there's a Strongest Survive in the arsenal. I could be wrong though.
It's been lurking. I keep using the word lurking as it gets later and later. It's a Run Roughshod, and that's gonna be the game.
Run Roughshod, yeah.
Riptide, a very spicy deck. And I'm not just talking about the sleeves, but a very spicy matchup. But it came down to the consistency. The consistency won the day, and Pedro, all the way from Brazil, making his way across the pond and winning round 4 on Kayo.
Wow, what an insane game. Definitely I felt the immediate pivot to sending just natural damage as much as you could, waiting out to see how many traps were left in the deck, and I think it was just a well-timed wild ride to send through that final point of damage.
I love the Brazilian chat popping off. I love that. That's keep going. Yeah. Just everybody join in and post it up. That was awesome. That was a fun game to watch. And honestly, it got really close, but the consistency wins the day in what could be argued a favorable matchup for Riptide. There it was proven that Kayo has the juice to get to the end of the line. So round 4 in the books, and it looks like they're talking about these beautiful cards. I'm just going to tab back over because are you kidding me? That's crazy.
I know, insane, right? Are you getting that gravy bones?
Did you have to ask? You had to ask?
I want those Scarfur scars. The Scarfur scars are absolutely gorgeous. I can't even imagine how good my Dromai deck is going to look with the Scarfur scars in it.
Yeah, those Scarfur scars don't block any better than the Scarfur scars on that last turn, but they will make you feel better looking at them as you die to your unfortunately favorable matchup. Nevertheless, those are beautiful, and it also just reminds me of how good we have it as far as art is concerned. I mean, like, man, look at that. Are you kidding me? Like, we get to look at those cards and play that hero or those cards. I mean, we are very lucky to be playing such an awesome game called Flesh and Blood. And if you want those, you can pick those up at Pro Tour Yokohama, or you can pick those up somewhere else and then send them to me, which is something you could do. That is possible. You don't have to.
Just send them my way. Yeah, I'd gladly take them.
Just saying, that is a distinct reality. That's something that could happen in reality. Also, yes, continue to chant Brazil. Also, there's a couple of people that said we should go to Brazil to play.
I'm down. I would
love
to go to Brazil.
Yeah, you kidding me? That'd be so much fun. I would
Mhm.
be in for a trip to Brazil. In fact, I think the last time they played earlier this year, I looked to see if I could actually make that happen because it was such a cool idea. Flights to Brazil, at least from Texas, not bad. Not bad at all, price wise.
I believe it. I believe it. I've not checked the airlines to see about that, but I will certainly keep it in the back of my mind, especially as more things happen down in Sao Paulo for Brazil. It'd be super cool to go down there for an event and at least just hang out with the community. It's always a pleasure seeing them.
I mean, watching the stream last time, it looked like they were having a blast, and that is something that I would definitely love to partake in. So next time, maybe that'll be the time to go and visit. No Blocks TCG says, "Is there a reason there isn't an official LSS stream on YouTube for this calling?" I don't know. That's a great question, but I'm glad to be here, hanging out with Alex and doing the games anyway. So I'm not sure, but I'm thankful to be joining all of you. I don't know how many people are watching. My amount of people watching broke on my end, but so it has consistently the entire time said 218. So someone posted in chat how many people are actually watching because
Looks
I
like
can't
we're at
see
about
it.
500.
Well, look at that. Look at that.
500 people.
We're approaching midnight. The delirium perhaps setting in for some, but here we are hanging out and watching great games of Flesh and Blood. Isn't that cool?
It's so cool. I'm so excited.
I like that. I'm a fan of that. But there is one other person that we need to bring in on this action. So everyone say farewell until tomorrow to Alex because we're going to be bringing on Dice Commando to give you a little bit of a reprieve as we go the distance for another 3 rounds this evening. So a pleasure, and we will see you again same time tomorrow, Alex, to do even more of this while we bring Mr. Dice Commando in. Do you want to say anything before tomorrow when we see you next?
I just look forward to hanging out with everybody again and doing this, and hopefully y'all enjoyed listening to me commentate the calling today alongside Steven here. And I'm still going to be in chat hanging out with everybody for the rest of the stream, so feel free to say hi and hello, and you'll see my words in the chat in just a little bit here.
Well, there it is. It's time to hit the button, and we'll see you back here in about 3 minutes. Don't go too far.
Bye.
We're back. We're better than ever. And we've got ourselves a brand new guest. And if you don't know him, you should. He's one of the OGs of the flesh and blood space. It's none other than Mr. Dice Commando himself. What's up, Andrew? How's it going?
Hey, great to be here. I'm actually honored to be here and glad to bring in the freshness being on the West Coast, Best Coast here. So
That is true. I mean, it's like 10 p.m. for you. So, I mean, you're a spring chicken. Like, you're ready to go.
oh yeah, we're a couple hours removed from kiddo bedtime. I had a nap. We're good to go, baby.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I specifically took a nap just so that I'd feel fresh and fit. And you know what? I think it helped a little bit. But it's definitely midnight here, and we've got ourselves another 3 rounds to go. We've got round 5 about to start here, and then we'll cruise to an ending round 7. But as we do that, let's go ahead and jump back over to the stream. And of course, with a new guest, please tell me if there's been an issue with the microphones or volume. So if you hear anything in the chat, please sound off so that we can adjust it. But I personally can't see how loud you are, Andrew, when you talk because my side is broken. So,
Well,
it
I
is
guess
what
it
it is.
depends who you ask on how loud I am when I talk, I suppose. But
Well, look at this. Chat was asking how many rounds, like what's the plan is. They put it up on the screen just for you, chat. Just for you. 7 rounds on day 1. Tomorrow it's going to be 5 rounds plus the top 8. So tomorrow you get an extra round of action. Well, extra. Yeah, I think it's 1 extra round exactly, unless we do all of the quarterfinals. Either way, we're going to have a blast watching some Silver Age, and I know you, Mr. Dice Commando, are a huge fan of Silver Age. At least I think you are, right?
absolutely, we continue to run the budget format tournaments here in Portland, which is where I'm from, and feature at least 1 budget cast a week. And we've obviously been focusing on it a lot since Sage has hit the ground, but with Omens on the way and my girl Aurora coming, there will be a lot more CC talk, that's for sure. But
that is a true statement. You are a big Aurora fan. I do glean that from all of your content, but just as big, maybe bigger. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling you, but you could very well be a bigger fan of Silver Age because of all of the stuff that you do on your own personal channel with it. And it's a good format. I'm a huge fan of it. Hence why we're here together doing this.
yeah, absolutely. The best part about Sage overall is how flexible it can be overall.
Yeah,
right?
it's
In terms
flexible,
of Yep.
cheap, easy to engage with. And I don't know if any of those are superlatives I can use to describe this matchup because we have Justin Koo on Valda against a player that I think a lot of people know from a lot of different things, and that is Mingo over there on Phi, running out the Phi, maybe the Precon. Who even knows? What do you think about this matchup?
So this on paper, this is really, really bad, right? I am a Phi person myself. I actually took this to 3-0 in my armory just last week. And if he is running the precon, our builds are different in terms of the number of flames we're running. But if he's playing reinforce the line, that's going to give him the up he needs against Valda. If the crushes may come, which they will. And my guess is that he's citing out the new card, which allows him to sack the Phoenix Flame to draw. So I think this isn't as bad on paper, or I think this isn't as bad in reality as it may be on paper.
Yeah, if you had to sit in one of these seats, I'm hard pressed to say what I said last time and sit in Valda's seat. And I would say like maybe in the Ira matchup that we saw in round number 2, where things, or maybe that was round number 3, where things get a little bit more sticky as Valda, because Ira can block so well. I think versus Phi with all of those, critical mass of 2 blocks, this feels better for Valda, does it not?
It does, but again, there's some very key cards that Mingu can run here to get him out of sticky situations. And if he can keep the pressure on, I think not all is necessarily lost.
Well, that's a great way to start your turn 0. Turn 0 Macho Grande means you don't have an arsenal, but at the very least, you get to present evasive damage. Now, a lot of damage is evasive damage when the opponent's deck doesn't block very well, but on turn 0, when they can just drop the entire hand, taking that away from them is quite solid. But, You're also leaving yourself without an arsenal, and they get the real first volley of true damage that you don't get to draw up from. So, starting things off with Brand with Cinder Claw Yellow to pass on the Draconic attribute to the next attack, but starting base just 2 damage coming across.
Yeah. So what is interesting here is there was no armor thrown, anything like that. So we are sitting low here, and then coming with a yellow. But let's see what the follow up is.
Life totals most likely going to be updated here shortly. Both players, it looked like they reached over and did write it down. So imagine that they'll update life accordingly. And 2 damage going to
Yeah.
be taken from Justin Koo.
All right. So looking in hand there, we do see. Oh, he's gonna get a fealty. That's good. Yep. So he's going to buff that. This will give +1 to the next Draconic. This is not, well, it is Draconic itself now, which is really good.
We have Fire Tenant Strike First, representing 3 damage. Like you said, it is Draconic. This is our second chain link. Of course, building towards that activation of 5 for free so that you can then get the Phoenix Flame and send the free 1 damage every turn. And this is a deck, the Phi deck, that is deceptively complex, and it has a lot of moving parts that you can use in a variety of different ways to really extend games further than you would think. I mean, it is not a great blocking deck, but this is a deck that does have fatigue outs. So you can't really just assume that you're going to win some sort of a fatigue route against it.
Yep.
And
And
here it's
there's
just
the
damage.
fealty, which, to your point, is enabling. I'm assuming Art of Dragonfire will be in this deck, which is a good play to just sling that 2 in that you need. And this coming in for 4 is pretty hot.
Yeah, activation here for the Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame immediately going to be played after being grabbed from the graveyard for 1 and then ending finally. And I love this card. This is a great arsenal card as well if you do draw into a starter, of course. But just the fact that Burning Blade Dance allows you to flick, which is such an underrated effect in this format. Maybe not necessarily as much for like Phi, of course, but it's just one of my favorite cards from that hunted sort of. Oh, he's going to show what cards he what cards he accidentally put to the bottom, instead going to make sure they go into the graveyard. Just one of my favorite cards to actually play out.
So this is interesting, actually, that he has Burning Blade Dance here, because first it indicates that he's not on the precon, right? And Burning Blade Dance is, in this case, essentially a Lava Vein, right?
Yeah.
So
5 coming across on the Blaze Headlong, and more blocks being committed. Justin Koo very comfortable with just giving the hand turn over turn. Crash and Bash here coming across, not bothering with the creation of the Seismic Surge.
interesting. Okay, another. So this is hot on heels, which is the mark, but not relevant here.
And then the Lava Burst to finish things off. A fantastic 4-card rip here. Look at this.
Yep, was not able to trigger the Phoenix Flame because of the Fire Tenant not being Draconic, but really good turn.
Waiting to decide whether or not you're looking to put a final card on the stack.
I mean,
Looks like
I think at this point he's probably committed to block here, right? I mean, obviously we don't know if he has like a 3/7 or something like that in Arsenal, then so be it. But
he's taking the damage, doesn't even commit the
okay,
equipment. He's going to take the Phoenix Flame at the end there and arsenal that Phoenix Flame rather than just leaving it. Does want the arsenal card there. And I do wonder, because we did mention that the damage at the beginning of the game on the Macho Grande was taken by Mingu. So I do wonder if they are going to update the life pad there.
yeah, he should be
Eventually.
at 16, correct?
Something in that ballpark, because the blue Macho Grande was the one that was played.
And
Took-
I honestly don't remember if he blocked with a 3 or a 2, but I assume he blocked with the best card in his hand, which would have been a 3 on the Dominate. So should be at 16.
Something in that ballpark. I believe he blocked with a Salt the Wound.
Yeah, that is a 3 block. Yeah. So we will go off that assumption that he's down 4 from where he is with the Rites of Earthlore. This is a very, very good card. very good card in a pump and thump time build, setting him up for an effective, not an effective. He gets the seismic off of this one.
But the turn and the tempo passes squarely over to Mingo, playing down Brand with Cinderclaw Red, and this does have the capacity to make something draconic. Does his hand need that effect? Perhaps not.
We see a snatch in there. He's flicking enough. I'm not able to track the other cards. I do see the snatch, and that might be a soaring strike. He might also have another lava burst. I think it is another lava burst for 2 chain enders. So not super great for him.
Well, he does have the new card as well, and he specifically picked up the Phoenix Flame on the previous turn. So at this point now, he's trying to. He's going to need to try to play out the Phoenix Flame and then get it into the graveyard just to grab it, or he's just going to have to arsenal that card at the end of this chain, which is awkward because you have the up there, or pitch it. I was going to say, because you have the Snatch as well, which is going to seek to get you another card for the arsenal. So a bit of an awkward sequence on this turn.
Yeah, but if I was correct and that was a lava burst, this will be another 5 to follow.
3 go again on offer, followed by what you assume is another 5 lava burst, like you said. Justin Koo has really not had the opportunity to do much outside of put cards sideways on the combat chain. I mean, it was literally just Macho Grande into block.
Yeah, you have to assume, though, with seismics on the table, he's going to try and do something here, right? So he needs at least, I use 1 card in arsenal, so he needs at least 1 in hand. And the way he's thinking, it implies he needs more.
Going to block with promising terrain, and there is the lava burst. And you're sort of stuck in this awkward moment where you would love to give them a seismic surge and try to get to that, dominated crush effect, but you are also giving them a card for their arsenal, essentially. So he is going to...
Yeah, you called it.
He is going to make that play to get to that seismic surge number 2. Going to give them the arsenal. That's giving Mingo a 5-card hand on what was an awkward sequence, having to pitch 2 reds, almost bailing him out. But that's just because Justin wants to play offense and take advantage of this buff.
Yeah, you do have to give Mengu some credit there, right, on perhaps the foresight, because he pitched the snatch, right, which would have given a draw card. So perhaps he was thinking that he was going to get that, leaving his arsenal open.
Yeah, Boulder Drop Blue, not the card you would love to throw, but it is getting the buff, and he's clearly, distinctly floating 2 to try and represent Pummel.
Yep.
Now, the crush effect goes off here. If it does, he's going to lose a card onto the top of the deck. If that is a Pummel floating in the arsenal, it's been stranded there for a couple of turns. If that is the case, it would also steal a card. So trying to claw that tempo back onto his turn is Justin.
And again, if we're on the assumption that he is 16, if you're Fi here, what do you think, Steven? Do you take the hit and try and go with two cards, knowing you have 1 in arsenal?
Well, let's see if we can kind of make out the texture of his hand, because if he's stuck with a lot of 2 blocks, then he might just be priced into saying, ship it, give me the bill, and I will, deal with my 3-card hand that is more aggressively slanted in the first place. Your opponent's at 9.
Right.
They have several blocking equipment still untouched at this point, but at the same time, you are in I don't even want to say driver's seat. You're knocking on the door, perhaps, of lethal over the next turn or 2.
Right. I mean, so he does have armor up, right? But in your average Fi hand, you're going to be looking at about 9 to 10 block on a full block hand. So I think you take this and then try and do what you can. Maybe you block with your armor. Yeah, there we go. So there's the armor, so you can enable the kitty plus the 1 resource.
Yeah, you definitely expect the pummel here. You definitely expect overall 12 damage. The discard, the crush effect, it's all coming across, but you've set yourself up to play essentially a 3-card hand with all of the equipment that you can also take advantage of. And trust me, Fi is deceptive, and we were right. There's the damage conferred. Down to 6 falls Mingo. Going to top that card, discard the other.
Yeah, and remember, he has the resource available here, right? So if he goes kitty, obviously he'll be able to go 4 wide, and because with the 3 cards, he'll be able to go 4 wide. If there's a blue in there, maybe even wider than that with the Ember Blade, but he's going to be able to create that resource. Oh, leads with a Scar for Scar. That's delicious.
Yeah, setting himself up to get that exact effect. And we are going to see the Crash and Bash red activated on the ability here, revealing a Choke Slam, getting a Seismic Surge. But this turn is far from over. Yeah, this turn is not going to end anytime soon, however.
Justin's going to get a crackback here. Oh, a Rabble for 4. Excellent.
Well, and that's so interesting because that's the card he put on top. He reveals the red he knew about. Off the top of the deck, Rabble for 4. We have 4 into 4 Shades of Briar on the board here.
Yeah, who needs Draconics? Just 0 for 4s, baby.
Equipment available to block here. You do know that there's more to be expected. Phoenix Flame is pretty out of reach at this point, so you're not expecting that, but you still have some wiggle room with maybe 4 plus an extra 2 damage that you can calculate for on the board. You're not dead from the Justin Koo perspective, not by a long shot.
Do you just use the boots here because you've got the Seismic on table? I think you maybe do, right? Oh, he's going to take it.
What a fantastic card to end. Look at this 3-card sequence. You have Scar into a Ravenous Rabble that you fixed, and then a Snatch into a card you know about and put there for your potential arsenal. And at this point, Justin, you do, from his perspective, want to stymie that turn and that arsenal if you can, but maybe you just give the other block on the Civic Peak, try to get another Seismic Surge to make your hand cheaper. I don't think you
exactly
need to.
Right. So you do peak, let him draw. He hits, he draws. He can only arsenal 1 card, so there's an IP there, and then you're at 3 Seismics. That's a play here, right?
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to give the rest of the equipment, force the card that he was going to draw anyway, instead block, gain a Seismic Surge. Calculating. The table math comes across. Draws the card. It's going to make its way into the arsenal. Of course, no go again. Capable here. And players double checking life totals. 4 now plays 6. And
there's the second card, the third Seismic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're cooking here.
And now that Crush effect card that could come from hand is going to be dominated. This is the kind of position you want to put yourself in as Justin Koo. He played Blocking Simulator for 2 turns, and now he's going to come across with a smelting of the old ones. He has the resources to pay for the gauntlets as well, and he just closes the game out. Well, that might have just been the quickest game we've seen today. Both of these players played exceptionally well, but Justin shows why Valda showed up out of nowhere and is putting a clean, I believe, 5-0 now on the board.
Very, very well done. You do have to wonder if the kitty had been used and put on the table, even though it wouldn't have necessarily helped with that turn. If he had done that, I wonder if it had changed the blocks. Probably not, given what he had with the old ones there.
Well, it doesn't.
Very interesting.
It doesn't represent lethal if you do that.
But it threatens the resource. It threatens the resource off the chess piece, which could be your breaking point or something like that.
Sure, right? Yeah, it could, or it could also represent the 1 for 5 that deals the 2 if you make it the fealty and it crack the fealty. And so, yeah, there's some wiggle room there, but it didn't go that way, and instead we had ourselves a barn burner of a game. I mean, oftentimes you look at like I don't even want to say just Oldham, all Guardian versus all Ninja, and these games can go long, and you get into like this Kadachi lock fatigue. But that right there, that was a knife fight in the bathroom. That was quick and over, and very bloody as well. And huge shout out. They're shouting out Silver Age, and they just shouted out the was it week 1 or I guess month 1 and chapter 1 and chapter 2 decks. Love those decks that you can buy off of the old shelf there. Big fan of the fact that we're going to get chapter 3 here pretty soon as well. What are you looking at in chapter 3 to dive into yourself, Andrew?
I mean, the biggest thing coming out of chapter 3, because I know my audience here is Blaze, but let's be honest, the Raiden D ramp is pretty enticing. There's a lot of cooking to be had on that, especially headed into potentially set 20 and what many of us suspect may be coming. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, how crazy is it that we saw a downgrading in rarity so that they could fall in line, as you saw there just for a moment? Raiden is now a rare instead of a majestic. And as we get to chapter 3, we're going to see what that actually means for a deck that has long since been, an afterthought in a lot of ways in the warrior side of things.
Yep, and that is only to get more enticing with the holodeck spoilers on the horizon, right? With the ability to Florian attack again. I have portents of via the Vanguard into multi attacks with a counter on. Things could get very spicy with Bolton in the upcoming months here.
That's true. We do have Hala to look forward to. What do you think about that deck? Like, what do you expect to happen with that deck?
So I expect it to be a very standard armory deck in many ways in terms of having, 3 or 4 new cards. But what I'm very interested to see here is the rarity of those cards, right? We already know we're getting one common out of it, which is something we haven't seen really before. And well, we're in a new age of the game, aren't we? In terms of we're in the silver age of the
Yeah.
game. See what I did there? So brilliant.
That's right. I'd be curious to see, yeah, like you said, if they downshift some of those, staple majestic type cards into
Hmm.
rares. And also, huge shout out, of course. Blaze, yeah, chapter 3, Blaze, Gravy Bones, a deck that I've been on pretty much consistently for the past, I don't know, 3 weeks to a month, playing Gravy Bones as much as I possibly can. This is going to be an absolute banger of a chapter. And I believe the final chapter of these Silver Age decks going forward, as at least for the near future, right?
Yeah, that was probably for me the biggest shock coming out of the latest. Well, it was the CNC BNR, but there was a Sage discussion out of that. Yeah, there is no. They did not say that they will never do them again, but it was hinted heavily that this will be the last for a long period of time as they
Yeah.
kind of revamp what the precons look like with each new set release, and that was very surprising because if you go to chapter 1, 2, and 3, well, it implies there's going to be more, but I guess not for the time being.
Well, I mean, I see what they're saying. The idea that like you release all of these decks and you put them down, and then you coincide, hero releases with their respective sets. I can certainly buy that. But at the same time, like I like this product line. I think it's great to have as many of these on the shelves. Maybe not in like huge amounts, but for an average player or a new prospective player to walk into the store and just have all of these options, I think it's great. So I'll be curious to see how prevalent they become. And part of the reason they mentioned it is because they talked about how these products they have the capacity to kind of guide things one direction or another, and they just want to be able to release products that anyone can engage with without feeling that fear of it guiding the format one way or the other. So I could see that as well being a reason why they want to release these farther spaced out. But I personally think they're really, really cool. And I like the ability to just point to a new player and say, hey, just buy that deck right there. That's like one of the best decks. You just go get that. And then they can do that. And then they can play and win an armory.
Yeah, the Silver Age decks, I agree with you. Completely great product. That's not to take away from any precon that they have in the future, but I guess the advantage it gives them is to the point of not wanting to potentially ban things from previous precons is that, or current precons, I should say, is that once the new set comes out, well, everything goes right, which is a good advantage to them. So.
Cosmic Octopus on chat, by the way, says, I'm torn between Sage Bolton or Blaze. I love them both. I can appreciate that, but I mean, come on. Is it not Blaze? Like, what are we doing here? That deck's so good. And you love that deck, Dice Commando. You're a huge Blaze fan, right?
I actually do think Blaze is a great hero. I think she's a very well designed hero. I part of me wonders if she wasn't the original version of Kano that was, or at least a testing version of Kano back from the Arc days with how she synergizes with those Arc cards. I I think she's great. But one thing I would say to you, Mr. Octopus, there is, $20 a pop. Why not both? Why not both?
That is true. You just grab them both. Ooh, we'll take the time right now as we talk about how cool Blaze is to also take a look at the top tables. And, something we haven't seen on stream up to this point, as players do start to fall away from that undefeated streak, is the representation of Florian. And we saw one Florian back there. I think it was on table 13. I'd be curious to see how many more are lurking towards the top. It's Florian and it's Oldham that we haven't really seen yet on stream. And I'm curious to see how they're doing through this first portion of the tournament. What else sticks out to you, or what else would you like to see on your end, Andrew?
Yeah, well, what I find very interesting, I just see table 19 crossing as we speak, and that's a dash on dash violence there, which is very interesting. We've seen dash. I'm confident that dash has been exceeding my expectations in the format, at least as of late. And maybe that's KO related, maybe it's whomever related. But Dash is very fatigable. I thought that she would be kind of a sideline, and I was very wrong about that. At least right now.
I've played against Dash a fair bit of times in this format, and it just reminds me so much of that sort of early outset of Commoner when like the boost Dash really hit the ground running and obviously started with the same equipment in play, and then just put damage on damage on damage. It just feels like that, but better. And so at the same time, I'm with you that it feels very fatigable, particularly in a Guardian focused meta. But I also remember how much damage that thing can put out, and I go, oh yeah, maybe there is a reason why that deck can just do that against Fies and against like I don't know, really Kayo, for example, that can draw just a hand of pearls.
Yeah, and you know what else? As I'm watching the scroll go by here, I'm noticing a lack of Oldhams. Well, of course, table 30, as I say that, is an Oldham, but there've not been a ton of Oldhams at least crossing the stream thus far that I've seen.
True. I mean, both of these Oldhams at table 29 and 30 are both at 3 and 2 as well. And so it could be that some of those Oldhams have sort of fallen down. Could also be that some of those Oldhams were at the top, 14 tables that we didn't get to see before we tabbed back over. So yeah, I'm curious about that as well. But it does seem that Ethan is going to try and grab a Florian for round 7, which is awesome that he is both here and also working the event over in Shanghai. So shout out to Mr. Mansant himself for tuning in alongside of all of us, and hopefully he's having a good time over across the world.
Yeah, what Mansant has done for this game is massive, and hopefully everyone appreciates that. And he's also a very nice person. So if you were around during the Portland calling, or the Portland Battle Harden, which was the first commoner Battle Harden we ever did.
Oh yeah,
ever. And we got to do it here in Portland. I was allowed to record that, but then what did myself do? I showed up without any of my streaming dice, and Mr. Mansant, well, had a spare kit, and he just said, "Here, use these, no problem, bro." Nice dude.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want great stories, you got to talk to Ethan. That guy has so many good stories of all the stuff that he's experienced and participated in with Flesh and Blood. There's a small subset of old school like fab heads from back in the day, and Ethan is definitely one of those that has stories to tell, and he will tell you them. If you bring him on, or just like sit down with him, he will tell you story after story, and it's pretty awesome to kind of reflect. And can you believe this, man? We've been in this game for 7 years. It's been 7 years at this point that we can now call people like old experienced players and like have seen the scene, as it were. It's crazy.
Older than my kid.
Dang, when you put it that way, yeah, it's one of my kids. It's older than them, but looks like we're back, and at the penultimate round of day 1 here, 7 rounds, and we are approaching round number 6. There's a joke in there somewhere, and I will not touch it at all. Instead, we're going to look at the top tables, and let's take a look. Do you see an Oldham?
Well, 4 Iras. Whoa. I mean, lots of 5 zeros there, but I do not see an Oldham in the top 20. Oh, I do. 17. I apologize.
You're
17
right. I
Oldham.
didn't see that. And then, at the casual 6, we see Matthew Clark on Terra, a deck that I don't think anyone pointed to, but I think you and I have both played against that hard fatigue style Terra. And that deck is no joke if that's what he's playing.
Indeed. I also, you got to love Brody. I mean, look at that. Justin and Brody, both very, very, very strong names on Valda. That's definitely a play, I think, into the Kayo call, but there's a lot of Iras at the top, and that's probably not a coincidence.
No, it isn't. And I'm curious to see I'm sure they're going to turn to the second page here as we go from the 4-1s to the 3-2s. I'm really curious to see how many more are there because Ira screams best deck in the format as she's approaching the same amount of meta representation as Kayo. If you watched at the very beginning when they showed the overall like player base, only a few percentage points, maybe like 7 percentage points in that ballpark somewhere away from Kayo as far as meta representation is concerned. And look at the top. I mean, just in this top 20, I think 6. The 4 at the top 4, and then you've got 2 over on the second column. I'm like, this is an unprecedented rise in both popularity and playability, and just at top tables. Ira is perhaps the answer to Kayo.
Yeah, or she's the answer to KO, which I think actually may be the case. What you did also noticed on the first 20 is Mr. Florian that you were asking about is non-existent. I see the first Florian at 24.
Oh, very good point. That's a really good point. And then looking here on the second page, not only that Florian, we see another dash lurking right there. A couple of more Oldhams, they are making their way in, and it just feels like a lot of the same. But there is one hero that is literally a representation, I think, of one Vinset. I think there was only one Vinset player, maybe 2, and there they are, sitting at 32, 4-1 Vinset. A spooky deck, certainly a spooky deck, but one that can be very volatile, don't you think?
Now, Vinset has it's a disgusting, disgusting pop-off turn. And if it's set up correctly, there's really not a lot you can do about it. But the question is, it's the age-old question with Vinset, right? Can they set it up?
Yeah.
I also wanted to point out there was a Briar sitting at, I want to say like 23 or 24 that was on the previous page. It was Chris Iaali. And I do want to see, I actually want to see that build. I highly suspect they're starting to go into like a more earth-focused build with Earthlore Surge.
Oh, and look at this. We have Evan Herndon versus Matthew Clark on that undefeated Terra list. Now, Evan Herndon, former U.S. national champion, playing against, as an undefeated player, playing against another undefeated player here in round 6. And it'll be interesting to see how this ends up playing out as we jump in. Do you have any feel overall for where you would expect this game to go?
I have to favor Terra here. That's where my thought goes. But I mean, you can't really undercut the experience on the other side of the table here. So
exactly. I love these little bottom, icons, and I think they are the perfect encapsulation of what Terra is. Terra feels like such a defensive mid-range deck. I mean, it's a deck that is so good at blocking and playing that fatigue game, but it fatigues through damage. It throws, damage at you with its extra effects of being able to sort of buff up its attacks here and there, and it feels almost innocuous. You're like, it's just 1 point of damage, but it's really starts to add up over time, and this perhaps more fatigue-oriented version of the list may make use of that.
With Silver Peak, I think we're going pure defensive and throwing hammer for 4 or 5 is what's going on here, would be my guess.
But you can still apply that effect, those might tokens, to the hammer swing. And so fatigue by damage is something that this deck can certainly do, or this hero, I should say, certainly do. But let's see if it's built that way.
Well, a net 2 to start off the turn is not a bad deal. Block, gain.
Now,
Get your decompose online for that extra buff on the reactions, which I assume they're going to be playing.
well, I think a rootbound carapace is lurking in the hand right there. Unfortunately, it looks like turn timber is also stacked up in the hand, and the best case scenario here is just pitch blue fruits of the forest to swing Titan's Fist, and then move on with your life, arsenaling one of the D reacts. Because the other card, I think, is just a block, right?
Yeah, I'm unable to see what that third card is on my side, but if you've got nothing but blocks in hand, I guess you're just swinging hammer.
And there is the activation of Terra, creating that might token, the flavorful Earth might. As you see, he's going to offer that might to his opponent. Or Evan is like, it's my job to make might tokens. But instead, I guess you can take over for this one moment. And now Evan takes over, looking to pitch the bear hug to swing Wild Ride yellow for a vanilla 5 this time.
But soon to never be vanilla again.
And there is the discard and the creation of his own version of the might token, much less green, much more angry, but it still nets 1 point of value.
That's an important discard, actually, that just happened. That card pairs extremely well with Pummel with the plating. Oh, we've got yellow blocks. Yeah, we're full on.
You know what, though? I really appreciate what Evan just did. He just pitched red Wild Ride, and understanding that this is going to be a long game where your opponent is actively just trying to chip you down over the course of the game, keeping your threats like Wild Ride, threats like Pummel, Pulping as well. Those types of cards cycling over and over again, and then playing towards like a second or a third cycle where you've got them chipped down, that's really like the only way to win this style of game. And Evan playing to the out, representing 8 damage and keeping threats in the deck.
It gives him the draw, but to no effect, of course.
And there's the pummel, and then the response is staunch
but
indeed.
Not to no effect. Not to no effect. Oh, but there you go. Yeah.
Staunch response, paid for, covered up, and the damage does not come across. A lot of resources expended for both of these players, but the person that would most benefit from resource expenditure here is certainly Terra. Back over to Evan Herndon, we have an activation, a play of Buck Wild with that might pop, pushing it to 6 with go again. Pound Town being pitched there, a blue going to the bottom of the deck. This is a matchup where you definitely want to keep track of amount of threats in deck. You don't necessarily need to pitch. Well, you could pitch stack. There's never any issue with tracking your own pitch and then managing those types of turns and what's on top of the deck. But you definitely want to know at the very least what threats remain in your deck.
Oh, he does go with the Canopy Shelter here, so he wants to go offensive here.
Six go again into Smash
like
Instinct.
Thunderquake.
Yeah, Smash Instinct is going to be the intim here, intimidating the middle card. And you were saying Thunderquake, the card that he most likely wants to play. Is that correct?
Correct. Although that was not the intimidated card, so.
It looks like he's just going to give up the ghost, as it were, and block with those 2 cards, keeping a card in hand, most likely swinging hammer. Canopy Shelter, of course, creating that might token. When it defended, he's going to pitch the disable to send the Titan's Fist along with the might token. And again, these might tokens add up over the course of this long game. And that's the point. That's what Terra wants to do, is stretch this game out and just extract maximum value from the consistent might token generation.
Yeah, and the large amount of armor on the brute side of the table becomes very enticing. See, now that's a very good hint there that we have the plating coming out. But you want to save this. I think you want to save a lot of your armor to the end, right? In case, well, we get some dominated type stuff or some effective strips.
We have
pack hunt
this pack hunt is an
with
intriguing one that really symbolizes the possibility of like a red in hand plus a pummel.
oh yeah, that's absolute. I mean, well, we will see, but that seems to be the play here. I mean, you can see Matthew smiling.
Yeah. He's got the classic yellow block in hand plus a sit. Sit's lurking there, and you also have the Fyendal's Fighting Spirit. Unfortunately, not going to gain the life, but I think you're comfortable not gaining the life when you're sitting at healthier than your current life total. Starting life total, I should say.
I mean, there's no reason to not throw hand here, but then maybe you don't snake out the pummel. So that is a tricky call here. What do you do in this situation, Steven?
I think if you're reading the block with the chest correctly, and you assume that this is a pummel style play, then you maybe just full commit and keep the card down there, and then the intimidated card, and then swing hammer again.
Right. That's what I would do, but on the other hand, it then lets him arsenal the pummel for next time. So
that is true.
This is definitely worth the thought. I give the thought respect here.
He has more than enough capacity to to maintain this high life total. You're not going to really worry about much outside of it. So discarding a card here, like what is this effectively forcing you into? And of course, you do have a wealth of blocking options. He is going to just full commit that block. Sit is coming across, blocking for 5 plus armor. The 4, and throws the armor, draws the card, and I think Evan just says that's fine. I'll IP 3 and move on and make you just swing the hammer. Now, this does, in a key point, leave Matthew with an arsenal themselves, because you kept that Fyendal's Fighting Spirit blue to pitch for the effect here, for the swing of the hammer.
Oh, tracker's coming. Okay, we've got a turn, baby.
I said this all the way back in the second game, but oftentimes this is what you want to watch for. You know when a big turn's coming up and when to set up for a big turn, when they block with key pieces of equipment. And beaten trackers is one of those key pieces.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Matthew has 2 yellow blocks in hand, so he's going to be able to 2-card block this Bear Fangs.
8, and does he pop the boots here?
Oh, I'm sure, right?
He is going to pop the boots, yes. I mean, you make that play, the block specifically, because you're intending to do so, but then such an efficient block with these yellow blocks means that now you're priced into it. He is going to force the discard, the pummel that we all suspected.
But he paid for it in left plating, which that's really big, right?
Yep. Oh, and this is great. A bluster buff to follow up, and you don't even get the value out of the sit, because sit applies to brute cards, and so he is going to take the damage, I believe, correct? He realizes just now this bluster buff isn't a brute card. He loses the value. It looks like that's most likely going to be a judge call. Maybe he just flippantly threw it out there, assuming that he was getting max value, just covering 5, but that is not the case.
This seems like a pretty clear judge call to me, based on how I saw it go. But let's leave it to the. Yep, that was very quick. Yep.
You got to be careful, especially here in round number 6, the penultimate round, 6 of 7, going to move on. You want to try and keep your record squeaky clean. You don't want to drop games ever, but in a 2-day long tournament, you want to end at that 7-0 as much as possible, because it puts you in such a more comfortable position to make a play towards that top 8. And just a little thing like that isn't going to put you too far off. But remember, this is an unforgiving format. At low life totals, you have to be aware of these things. And here's the discard. Mandible
Did he
Claw.
just take that 4? He did take that 4, right?
I believe
don't think it's reflected yet.
I believe he did. No card committed to the blocks there. He does have the ability to block.
Riled up. Wow, nice play.
Across.
That's making a mountain out of a molehill there.
Yeah, look at this all blue hand. Blue into blue, discarding a blue.
Yeah. It's not too shabby for an all blue hand.
That's exactly what you have to do, I think, in a fatigue style list like this. Take a all blue hand and represent 10 damage.
All right, so we see a thunk. Looks like is that a glacial?
I do believe it was, yes. Oh, and
All right, there's the canopy.
This is a smart play. I really appreciate Civic Steps coming in here because you already know that the agility has been made. So giving the quicken means nothing. So now you've essentially used the boots that are so powerful and yet so dangerous because they confer a benefit to your opponent for just the benefit for yourself. And yet we are back to the pitch of the blue, keeping a card in hand, swinging for 5. This is classic Guardian play. Like this, we just watched in the previous round a Guardian versus a Ninja end before the game began. I'm pretty sure if you blink, it's already over. And now here we have the classic Guardian play of block well, swing hammer.
Oh, Buck Wild, but well, would have had it anyway. So is this triple goes? Is that how that works?
Yeah, triple go again. Does not confer any extra benefit, but it is style points truly to the full. When was the last time you played a card with triple go again?
It's been a spell. All right, block 6. Both reds, one in arsenal. Now, Evan does have 4/6 armor on the table still. No, 5, excuse me. 5 armor on the table. There's a carapace.
For the offer from yet another Titan's Fist swing. I mean, it just reminds me back in the day of all of those Oldham mirrors, of everyone swinging whole like frosty hammers back and forth. And that's kind of this game plan here. But I really appreciate the way Evan is approaching this matchup, understanding that like every time I can get claw value, I want to get claw value. And if not, I want to present something like this. It is a 2-card 6, or, it's claw into blue that represents 6. Like this is how you extract value and get this game to this low life state where you can perhaps come across the finish line with something like a pulping that has dominate.
Yeah, and so right now we do see yellow blocks again in hand, and this is one of those instances where the yellow blocks aren't necessarily what you're now. Granted, you can always yellow blocks pitch for resources, but there's not a super efficient way to do this on a 6 with a 4. So I wonder if he's just going to overblock here and get those out.
He does appear to be considering that. 2 yellows on sort of the side of the hand, considering maybe just committing them, moving on past that. On the previous turn cycle, had to block with 2 reds. You don't necessarily care too much. Oh, it looks like it was maybe a yellow and a blue. Scratch that. And yeah, you would oftentimes would like to keep those reds till the very late game where they represent more than just the damage on board, but also winning the game. But you're more than comfortable just playing the game as you see it because you realize that the value defensively that your deck presents sometimes just insurmountable if you both play it right and draw it up well.
So boulder drop here on the crush, right, should be pretty easy with the armor up to get under the crush with 1 card. Yep, there we go. So that'll leave him with a 3-card hand.
5 plays 10 as we move on to the next turn of the game and checking through, probably counting threats left in deck. That's the second bluster buff. And that's what he's really looking for. He's looking for those wild rights, trying to confer, or really I should say count the number of go again sources. And well, look, there's another one.
And to your point, there's a red one, probably 5 or 6 cards from the bottom.
Oh, and Buck Wild, the discard. That's not what you want to see. But maybe that's okay for this turn cycle if that other card was a pitch outlet. It's not. It looks like
It
it's
look
a red pack hunt.
Yeah, that's what I saw as well. 4 block, taking 1.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. He had the resources left to be able to pitch it and
Oh,
continue the
nice.
damage.
Very nice. Oh, countered.
Staunch response, the response. And the defense definitely describable as staunch as
And
we continue on. And there's the swing again.
Here we go again.
Commit of the Blade Beckoner. You're not going to get the value out of it first from another attack. Instead,
Right.
we're just going to...
He wants the full grip, Steven.
Yeah, get the 2, take the 2. Oh, and this is exactly what you're hoping for. This is the type of turn you need to set up. Wild Ride Red, coming across 4/7. As long as you hit, which of course this deck is designed to do, hits the blue Bear Hug. Do you need the resources or do you have what you need still in the hand? 7 go again. There are yellow blocks in the hand. Oh, he's just going to give the equipment. Look at this. Covers it up, giving the yellow block the clash. Excuse me, the yellow block plus the equipment. And there's the Bear Hug 4/7.
Okay.
Gonna block again, take a few more points of damage, but again, Matthew's just playing to his outs. He understands he's going to continue to block, keep a card, swing the hammer, and eventually you're going to have to respect it.
Well, he takes a card every time at this point, right?
So, oh, look at this. It's not even. It's just 8 damage.
Oh, and there's aura on the table. Absolutely.
He guaranteed the aura, the vigor, plus the might. It was always going to be buffed. So keep a 2-card hand and play for 8. And now you don't get to play a full hand the rest of this game.
Blues. We're coming for like a 2/7, maybe a 2/8 here. Actually, our 2/7s are gone. Yep, it's just a blue.
Yeah, it's Pound Town going to come across for 6, but this is paltry in comparison, and we're back obviously to the pitch stack. That's why we saw the red Wild Ride earlier, and you can see that Turn Timber has cycled its way all the way back around. Can be played. There's another one from the arsenal. It's just at this point out of gas completely. You could see the look on Evan's face. He realizes that the writing is well and truly on the wall. 4 is pretty much insurmountable because it's going to take a card plus the equipment. The final point that you could ever swing, just a 1-card block. At this point, every swing of the hammer is 2 cards.
Yep. And remember, he has a lot of 2 blocks wild or buck wilds too. Yep, there we go. So he'll be able to come with he'll be able to follow up with a claw here, but
even then, you can see the deck is just running thin.
Oh,
this is the danger of Kayo, right? When your deck actively discards other cards in your deck, you can see that at this point, he's left with 2 hands. Matthew's also left with about 3 hands. But key point is that Titan's Fist looming large on the combat, or really in this case, not the combat chain, in the equipment zone.
And is that a Valda Macho in the left of his hand?
Yes, and a Glacial Footsteps as well. But
yeah,
could consider trying to close the door on it completely as you're thinking, but doesn't have the resources for it right now.
Yeah, so he'll swing and man, arsenaling Macho always feels so risky, but I think he's in a great position for it. So,
yep, this is already representing 5. 2 cards goes at this point. You can send a 2-card 6 to a 2-card 8. As long as you can keep your hand, you are feeling very comfortable to try and send Macho.
See if you can get lucky on the Intimidate, but I don't think it's going to matter here. Everything's a 3.
666. Sometimes consider the number of the beast. In this case, beast within is no more. Finally, we roll a actual number that represents one of these cards. The block is committed and the writing is well and truly on the wall. And that right there is all she wrote. Yeah, he looks down, realizes it's Macho Grande, it's got Dominate, and Matthew Clark says, Terra who? I'm tearing through this. I can't do it. I'm sorry. That was a bad one. That was not great. A tearing through. You're welcome for that at home. It's 12:55 in the morning, and I just said tearing through the top tables. Either way, that was a game that went to fatigue and yet was over in record time, wasn't it?
Hey, I mean, that was fast play back and forth. Each one of them knew what they were supposed to do. I mean, as you mentioned from Matthew, it's very clear game plan. Swing, make some money.
Yep.
Swing, make some power.
Well,
swing.
I mean, when it gets you to 6-0, why do anything else? Why bring Kayo? Does anyone even play that deck anymore? I mean, we're in a Terra meta, right? At this point, you might as well argue that. But how does that do? Oh, Magic Bow. Look, just no. You know what? I think I'm entitled to one bad joke per stream. I have talked for 5 hours. I will take that one. Thank you very much. And I will also ignore all of the other bad jokes that I've said and say, this is my one. Everybody gets one. But you know what? I guess it is what it is. Which I guess leads us to the last round, right? What were you going to say?
I was saying everyone's forgetting the fact that you had to kill an hour trying to catch up on the stream, and you guys freaking nailed it.
Well, there's a lot of cool things to talk about in the world of Flesh and Blood, isn't there? I mean, when you think about it.
Indeed, like the Hala spoiler you're about to drop on us, right?
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be great? No, in fact, you reminded me at the I guess at the end of this round, we need to do a giveaway. So we need to decide, chat, is it going to be a Marvel hero that you get from LSS or the mysterious? You know what? I think I'll decide for chat. Let's do the Marvel giveaway. Let's give away a Marvel hero. They would probably want that over the mystery prize, right? What do you think?
I mean, the mystery prize could be a boat. So
come on. Could be anything. Could be a boat. Could be a Marvel hero. Could be the one that I had on my desk and now I don't remember where I put it. Marvel Kasai. Could be that. I don't know.
So is this a Marvel Kano from your own personal collection?
You know what? That's funny. I actually don't have the Marvel Kano, which is really depressing. Oh, here it is. I found it. No, I mean, but you could get one of these for the low price of watching this stream for one more round and commenting at the right time. You could win your own Marvel hero. If you had to pick a Marvel hero, what would you take?
I bought a Kasai and I bought a Dash, and I have a Kano, and that Kasai is so pretty because that's my girl. What would I pick at this point?
Yeah,
probably an Azalea.
That would be a good one. I like that Azalea art, the old school, leaning on the bar. You know, like that's a cool art. I think that's a solid choice. Oh, look, everyone's popping off thinking that we're giving it away now. But joke's on you, chat. We're going to wait until the end of round 7 when half of the people have left after round 7 ends. That's when you really make your money, everybody. That's when you run the event. But that's what we'll do. Also, we'll need to discover how we're going to decide who wins the Marvel giveaway. Do you have any ideas? We could ask a trivia question, Andrew, if you think you got a good trivia fact.
Well, don't they have bots for that can like scrape your comments and do that
that's
for you?
That's a great point. I bet you Ethan has something like that, but I'm not as cool as Ethan. And I set this up today on this stream. So I don't know if there's a really cool bot that I can apply, but what do we got? Marvel Azalea, Marvel Lexi. Oh, I forgot about how good the Marvel Lexi looks.
Lexi is gorgeous. Mm-hmm. Absolutely gorgeous Marvel.
I need a Marvel Kano just to have that. That's definitely on the list. I gotta snag one of those, but I don't have one. Nevertheless, Marvel Lexi would be towards the top just because it's beautiful. Easy trivia question. What did DM Armada spoil in this blank, blank, blank season? Oh, that's a fun one. That's a fun question. I would have to come up with that.
I'll one up you one. You said that you got to spoil Death Dealer and Searing Touch. Do you remember what my spoiler card was for Arcane Rising?
Oh, I don't actually remember what your spoiler card was. It was you, me, and I think Red Zone Rogue had a spoiler.
Yep.
And I don't remember that many other people having a spoiler.
Probably the folks that became Arsenal Pass, right? Or
you know what? I bet you they did. Yeah. I would imagine.
My spoiler
What
was Induction Chamber.
Oh,
And
wow.
do you want to know how bad I botched it? I didn't understand how good it was because I didn't conceptualize that the pistol could attack multiple times.
You know what? That's not bad. That could be a lot worse. There's a lot worse ways to botch your spoiler. I think I almost botched one of my spoilers because same sort of reason. I didn't realize that the card could be like triggered at a certain time, and I was like, this card seems terrible. And then it turns out it was pretty good. Man Sant says, wasn't yours Carrion Husk or something? I did spoil Carrion Husk for Monarch, yeah. But for Arcane Rising, it was Death Dealer and it was Searing Shot. That was a good time. Back in the
Mine,
day.
Ethan, for Monarch was Hexagore.
Was it really?
It was indeed.
Wow.
And it's the only... So at that time, I was working with a partner and we were doing casts and he was very into Brute. So I sent him that cold foil, and that's the only spoiler card I don't still have.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Do you have them like framed? That would be a cool thing to do.
I have them all in a box, yeah. So some of them are obviously common rainbow foils and not as important, but
still to keep
member berries.
To keep track of them. Hey, look, take a look at the bottom table, or I should say the bottom bar with the top tables. You can see Justin Q still there at 5-1. Sam Sutherland 5-1 with Oldham. We talked about there were not a lot of Oldhams on that first page, and yet here they are still hovering in the top 5-1 slots at table 7. And then a lot more Ira into Valda to take place after that. And look, table 11, there's our first and perhaps only. No, scratch that, table 12.
Oh, man.
Look at that.
Florian making a comeback here.
Yeah, and that's a 4-2 Florian against Chris Iaali.
That's
5-1.
That's the match we need for round 7. Come on,
that would be a fantastic one to watch. But
Ethan promised us a flow.
He did say that. I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire, but that would be a good one to snag. Even though you're looking at a 5-1 to a 4-2, you're still, you have a lot of intrigue in that matchup. And then as we go, there's another dash, and then there's Brody Spurlock over on table 15. Up against the Ira, the perhaps bane of the format at this point.
She's definitely, conversion rates are always a thing with, low represented heroes, but she's got to be converting very, very well in this event, right?
Look at the top tables. We're table 15. We had to have seen 60% of those top 15 tables with an Ira. Maybe that's a little high. Maybe that's aggressive, but I'm probably going to stick to my guns. That's like 50-60%.
Yeah. Unfortunately, or maybe not unfortunately, depending on your side of the stance on it, but because conversion rates are generally taken as day 1 to day 2, if you have a bunch of Iras at the top of day 1, they are going to cannibalize to a certain extent. They'll probably all still convert anyway, but it's going to be very interesting to look at what those conversion numbers look like between day 1, day 2, from the IRA standpoint. That's very interesting to me.
That is true. Flesh and Bill says, take a shot every time the casters say confer. I don't recommend that. Confer has been on the tip of my tongue all day, and I've used it far too many times. And it is 1 a.m. currently, so I might say confer several more times. For some reason, I've also caught myself saying lurking a lot today. I don't know. I kind of like that word as well. Maybe I will just say them until they completely are just off-putting. Or maybe we're already there. I'm not sure. But I do agree. I would like to see more Ziggy cards. I feel like Ziggy, when I first saw the hero, I thought this is just strange. But now understanding at least a little bit of what Ziggy's going to do, I am very intrigued. How do you feel about these new heroes?
Ziggy is frightening to me. A lightning illusionist seems absolutely frightening. So the CLV band makes a lot of sense, I think.
It's going to be really, really fun. Here's the top rankings. Putting Tam 6-0 off the back of that incredible performance, conferring. No, I'm not going to use it. The fantastic performance that we saw earlier a couple of rounds ago. That was such a great game to watch, sitting up there deserving of that top spot. Lancelot Erico there, 6-0 as well, alongside of Law Win on Ira, but Lancelot playing Kano. And I will say, it is a difficult world to live in if you are seeing a lot of Iras. So I'd be curious to know what these Kanos are experiencing, because if it's a lot of Guardian, then you're feeling pretty comfortable as Kano, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's interesting. You see those two. You see Stephen Young and Wing Yang Hu at with on Kano's kind of coming up from. I mean, to be fair, they're 5-1. Saying coming up from the bottom is not completely fair, but they are definitely making their way into the top there. And that's what, 3 Kanos within the 6-0, 5-1. Are there any more Kanos? No, yeah. So that's I think 3 Kanos within that grouping.
Just on that first column, I think there was another Kano on the second column of that first page as well. So I really do think that there's a good chunk of Kano players finding success, and it really does stem on the fact that like you've got a serviceable matchup into Kayo. It's not easy, but you can sometimes win that matchup. But you have a great time into most of the Guardians, and you're doing well into Florian. So there are, and then just about everything else besides Ira, you're feeling pretty okay into. Ira, to me, just feels so difficult because they have, easy access to AB3, and then they have the ability to put, 15 to 20 damage down, at least on one turn. So that matchup feels tough. But these players are proving that they can win it, because at this point, you can't have that many Kanos at the top tables without facing a couple of Iras at least. So.
For sure. And then, what I was noticing was in the 4-2s, there are just a boatload of KOs, the one-armed brute in that 4-2.
Well, alongside of them is Yang here on Florian.
This is our match, baby. This is what we wanted.
Chris Iaali, fan favorite. And by fan, I mean literally me. But maybe you too. I think
that's why I was hoping. I wanted to see him play as well.
Chris going to be playing as Briar, and I also suspect that he's going to be playing a more Earth-centric, tall build of Briar. But let's see, because I can see a Starfall on the board right now, actually, so maybe not.
No, maybe that's okay. It still works. But you want to, because your Earth Lore costs 2 for a. Well, let us see. Let us see if he's playing the Earth Lore build that I suspect he may be, but. He might also just be a damn good player, which, oh, wait, that's true.
That is accurate. I mean, when you make it as a finalist of the inaugural World Championship of a game, and then you continue to find success all the way to this point, yeah, you're probably doing something right. And we're going to see if he can do something right here in round number 7, the final round of this first day of the calling here in Shanghai. Facing down Florian. Now, Florian, that has been paired up from the 4-2 side of the bracket, but you can't underestimate the power of Florian. I mean, it is tied for the most Battlegrounds wins through that first chunk of the tournament series with Ira. And I mean, if you're tied with Ira at something, you're probably doing pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, we do need to keep in mind, though, that was headed into a very heavy KO season or a heavy KO meta. Florian does very, very, very well with many more varies into KO. Does less so into hero and into the Guardians as well. Does less so into heroes like potentially Briar, depending on the build, and also heroes like Fi. So I'm going to be very interested to see how this one plays out. And you know what? Maybe we get a surprise, and maybe this isn't stack Florian at all.
It could be. That would be certainly a surprise. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, it's probably a stack.
It's stack. Yeah. Let's be honest. I mean, Florian's not doing much else accept this and succeeding at it. I mean, this is a deck that really is doing quite well for itself across the board. Except if you're playing like, I don't know, Dromai or Gravy Bones. But even Dromai, I think you do have so many more poppers than you, maybe not so many, but certainly more poppers than you had before on the Florian side of things. So, I mean, if you're Enigma, if you're Gravy Bones, you're not seeing those decks as Florian. I mean, those would be the decks you would really worry about. If you're Kano, that would be a scary one. But outside of that, you're doing okay. And it does appear to be an aggressively slanted list, very lightning focused. We have Flash of Brilliance even being played here alongside
Very
of the
interesting.
The gloves that you pop when you play Nimblism as well.
Very interesting. So I think my call on Earthlore was very wrong here, but
Well,
we'll see.
I expected it to be honest. So this is really interesting.
Oh,
Now,
Florian's in good shape.
I mean,
Is that 2 Chorus of Rotwoods in opening hand?
it does.
So that's not good.
It does appear to be the case. Yes, that is indeed the case. Now,
Yeah,
Alpha Dwezzle says
unfortunate.
Dromai is brutal as stack Florian, and I would at first be inclined to agree, but with 8 poppers, that matchup does get a little bit easier for the stack Florian if played well. But that being said, on to this game with the block on turn 0 of Beckoning Haunt. That is not something you would expect, but it was because of Chorus
Doesn't
of
want to sack it.
Rotwood. Yep.
Yep, doesn't want to sack it. He's going to pitch it to play it, I think.
See.
I love this card. I love this card.
This is making heads turn. Like, if you wanted to pick up, it's not laden with lightning. It's like harness lightning, I think.
It is harness lightning. It's lightning flow. Deal 3 arc as a packet.
Yes.
I play this in my Aurora build, not in my Briar build, but wow, I just learned something here.
That's a fun one. That is a card that I remember trying to make work all the way back in Tales of RA because I wanted to make a rune blade that could shoot packets, like you call it, of larger chunks of arcane. And you know what? Here it is. Maybe this is the time for these old cards to be dusted off. But here's a new card, Chorus of Rotwood, coming down, creating...
Cannot decompose.
Yeah, creating the rune chant tokens. But you're right, no decomposition. Oh, and look, we have one of the beautiful new cards. In fact, multiple beautiful new cards.
See those very often. Very interesting.
Here's the Entwine Lightning, fused
go
with the Lightning Surge. Considering blocks here.
I think this is a very heavily favored for Briar right now, based on what I'm seeing, at least with the early draw. But
well, he's looking on blocks. He's considering that is in the hand. That is important to note. Sometimes I have made that mistake as a as an opponent to a Briar, looking at that card on the table that they're very graciously continuing to show me and assuming that that's not in their hand, and then I've died because of it. But here, covering it up with the Reduced to Rune Chant, the classic Arcane Rising staple, blocking for 4, and then pitching to swing
here's
Starfall.
The Bramble yep. The Bramble problem, right? If you don't have the Earth.
Starfall, just one, no go again. No Lightning card has been played. And we don't have access to Lightning Press. But there is the play that is going to bump it up to 2. The brand new Sigil, I believe, is what's going to come down. This is going to ping for 1. It is the Sigil of Voltaris, followed by that Lightning Surge, which isn't going to make its way into the arsenal.
What did he put in arsenal? Did you see?
I did not. That's what I was curious about, because you would think that you would just clear that arsenal, and then a Tuck Lightning Surge is a great little starter. But instead, we're just sending it and holding on to the arsenal. Frosthaven Sheath, a Frostbite token, is indeed.
That is quite the combo. Fascinating.
And here is the follow-up. It's going to be the pitch of the same card and the play of the classic Runeblood Incantation.
Sure. All right, so Charisma 7 is saying that he has a Snatch in arsenal.
Ah, that's a good catch. Which is interesting because you would not want to You would not want the snatch to technically hit because you'd be IPing a card, but you would be putting a go again source. So maybe you're just looking for, something like this hand with that nimbleism where you could go nimbleism snatch or nimbleism go again snatch.
It's almost like that's what's made Briar her money over the years.
Well,
Oh, into the flourish with the double
yeah,
pump. Perfect.
that'll definitely do it. Going to pop the bracers here. Swift strike bracers are going to come across, and this will be snatch with go again. And Florian shook the head in pain, and perhaps the incoming pain that is likely to be conferred.
So what's interesting here is the pop of the gloves. Seeing that he's on yellow flourish, and then I would assume blue, but we will
Mhm.
see. Generally, saving the gloves as a bailout in case you get like that cruddy all flourish hand is an in-game play. But he must have enough here to just gas him out.
You also have to kind of expect that you're playing from the Briar side as the hair on fire type deck. You don't want this game to go long, obviously, because the longer these games go, the more defense reactions they have to draw, and of course, the more decomposing they can do and making this harder. So maybe just leaning towards as aggressive as possible on some of these lines is the reason that Chris is sitting 5-1.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, don't leave it to me to question him as a player. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, if my point here was that if he's playing 4, he would have saved the glove, so he might not be playing 4 Ubi. We do see a ping on the sigil.
Mm-hmm.
Will he pay for it? Interesting decision point.
He is going to take the damage, and that is going to lead to an extra +1. He is going to end up taking some damage, which will cause the card draw and allow for a 3-card hand in continuation here.
And we do not have a lightning played, so Starfall's not on the board, or at least not yet.
Already made the lightning embodiment here.
Well, but that gave Snatch the goes.
Exactly.
There's
So
not been a lightning card played.
Correct. Embodiment of lightning has been created already. So at this point, you're oftentimes just priced into playing one more attack if you don't have the go again continuing.
Oh, but then he'll be able to instant that. Interesting. But no go again here.
So valuing here the reveal and the extra point of arcane coming across rather than the swing of the starfall, because it does allow him the arsenal as well. He's going to play that.
Yep.
And allow that to come in and ping as well. So it's really interesting to see this all play out. I mean, we know this deck, and by this deck I of course mean Briar as an aggro vehicle, but this is playing out in a far different way than perhaps we all saw with the meld card plus lightning press and just winning off of the back of just overwhelming numbers. Here there's a lot more tricks involved, and like even there, for example, if an attack did come through in any other normal matchup, Flash of Brilliance allows you to bounce the sigil back and be able to play out some tricky sigil hands. This is really interesting.
Oh, showing the second strike always stinks. Because you want that second, you want to do damage so the second strike can come in. Yeah, that'll get fully covered. So second strike's not online yet. Oh, and he's just going to come with.
No, the point of arcane damage was taken at the beginning of the turn, so damage is already dealt. So second strike does have go again. Now he does, of course, have another block ability with the defense reaction in hand. Looks like he has. Is that another sheath in his hand as well?
Ow.
I can't quite tell. It looks like it is, but this is going to be covered up with reduced to rune chant and the block.
All right, let's not forget we are at 10 rune chants right now against what appears to be a very red-ish Briar deck.
True.
Starfall.
Taking the 2 down to 5. A card in Arsenal. Oh, and it's going to be Flittering Charge coming across for 4. He is going to play out the sheath, and that is going to be an Arsenal and pass very quick in succession.
Okay, now see, here you have a flourish in Arsenal. So he's got to draw a pump to make that worth it. Now it does work on Starfall as well, to be clear.
He has a snatch. He's got is that the seeds of?
Oh, that's sprout.
Yeah.
Sprout strength. So that's everything he needs right there.
Double play
Earth
creates
pumps
the
for
embodiment,
days, baby.
and he also has a snatch as well, which allows him to play that down if he so chooses. He is going to do that,
and he's going to be able to finish with a crackle as well. So we have to be very careful on. I think Florian has to full block here, right? And by full block, I just mean cover this 10, but there's no embodiment on the table.
And look at this. There's no decompose, which means that the boots are just stranded as well. So you're just priced into giving the hand.
I don't think he has an option. I think this is it.
And he's going to do exactly that. He's going to give the hand.
Yep.
Of course, no lightning press available. It is now banned, but Arcanic Crackle on offer. 1 arcane going to come through. And 3 is going to send him down to the most precarious 1. And just like that, Iaali, with a 5-card hand, is poised to just finish this game. If he can find 1 more point of arcane, there's no prevention on the board.
So that's a weave. I saw a sprout strength. So he's got an embodiment.
He has 3 life gain in hand.
That's a sizzle that works with Starfall at least.
Florian
Weave does not work with Starfall.
Can effectively discard and gain 3 life on this turn. There's a double play for the embodiment of lightning. Sizzle.
And Sprout pumps Starfall as well, by the way, which is gross. But that'll do it. That's got go again.
Lightning Surge comes across. Going to gain 2. Go up to 3. He's going to look at these 2 Rootbound Carapace and eventually move to block with them, decompose with both of them. He does turn on Well Grounded, I believe, with this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't think he has the math to get there. He does have the life gain from Arcane Seed's life if he needs it.
That blocks for 4. This one blocks only for 3. I think he lives at exactly 1 with the life gain off of Arcane Seed's life.
Yep.
No, I think maybe he dies at exact lethal because this is 13 go again, so and not
1, 2,
12.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 13. Yeah.
Well Grounded will prevent the 2. 7 on the board blocking. He gained 2 life earlier. He can gain exactly 1 life. 9. He has to gain the 1 if he even wants to sniff being alive, but I think he realizes that for all of the sowing that he did, he will reap nothing but death in round number 7 of day 1 of this calling.
I am so glad we got to see this Briar. This was an awesome game.
What a way to wrap up the final round of day 1 of the calling here. Iaali showing, well, at least me, I can't speak for everyone, but showing me something I don't think I've ever seen before. That was a crazy game to end this event, at least day 1 of this event. That was awesome.
Well, thank you, sir, for letting me join you for this. But I know we're not done because we've got to give away your collection, right?
Oh, is that what we're doing? We're giving away the entire collection? I think we're giving away
an Emperor back there somewhere. Right?
We're giving. Oh yeah, you know what? There is. No, we're giving away a Marvel Young Hero. Wait, he was a Marvel Young Hero. Maybe that's what it meant the whole time, right? Maybe that was the point the whole time. No, it wasn't. That was crazy. Briar still kicking. The rumors of Briar's demise, maybe greatly exaggerated, maybe subtly exaggerated, but either way, Iaali takes himself to a 6-1 record at the end of the day. Here's the final bracket before we go ahead and do a giveaway. Take a look at this. 2 Iras sit atop alongside of Matthew Clark that we watched on stream at 6-1. A smattering of Kanos, a lot more Iras, and a whole bunch of Guardians. But wait, is that a 6-1 Florian as well? At the 12 spot, 6-1 Florian. And about everything else is as expected, especially now that we got to watch Chris Iaali at 6-1 take down that final game. This was a momentous event. This is one that, at the beginning of this event, I think we were talking about the possibility. Here, I'll take the chat off your face so you can see. There you go. Talking about the possibility that this might influence someone's decision at the Pro Tour itself on what deck they would want to play. And at a certain degree, I thought, well, I mean, a lot of these heroes we kind of know. Like, we kind of expect some of these, some of these heroes to sit at the top tables. But I will tell you, I wasn't expecting that list, that Briar list. And I think some of these heroes and some of these players are really playing at some top levels and might just move the needle. This event might move the needle, what we see at Pro Tour Yokohama. What do you think?
I mean, I think absolutely there is a fair argument to be made that many of those folks are, if not leaving soon, have left already, and maybe they've made their decisions. So we'll see how that plays out. But
it's crazy. I'm very curious to see how that ends up. But of course, before we get there, we have to watch tomorrow's event. So with that being said, I think we just do a giveaway. And again, we've got to come up with a question that we can ask. And I will say this: the first person to answer the question correctly, we'll just do it that way, because I don't have a fancy bot. First person to type the answer in the chat, I will pin their comment, and we will go for that. So, you know what? Let's do this, because I personally, I love this card, and I've been holding on to this little fun fact. Let's just fire it off. You ready? Here we go. The question of the chat that you need to answer, it's a spoiler card related question, and it's one that I feel like fits the overall theme. Maybe not to the perfect extent, but I had the opportunity to spoil a card in this specific set, and the art of that card was done by an artist I mentioned earlier, done by Olga Terashenko. And the set, please tell me the name of this card if you'd like to win this prize. The set of which I spoiled this card was Part the Mistveil. First person to put in chat the card I spoiled from Part the Mistveil, if you can think back that far, will win. It's not Carrion Husk. That wasn't it. What did I spoil from Part the Mistveil? Oh, I should have picked High Seas. Wait. That's too late. Part the Mistveil. The art was done by, there it is. The art was done by Olga Terashenko, and the answer, boom, right there. Cosmic Awakening. Such a wonderful card. That card art is incredible. Did you ever actually resolve a Cosmic Awakening?
I never did. But you know what I did resolve was opening my content creator one, which is the full art cold foil, which is fire.
Yes, it is. It is incredible. I love that card. And peak card art. Congratulations, Caloran, for winning. GG's. I will figure out who you have to contact to get the LSS card. But we have it on stream right here. I'll put it on so everyone can see. Look, GG, you did it. Cosmic Awakening, Caloran won it. I think you're going to email a certain email at LSS, and I don't know who, so I will figure it out. But I agree, Olga is the GOAT. And you know who else is the GOAT? All of you for staying up late and watching alongside of us as we went 7 rounds into Silver Age. And if you want to do it again tomorrow, well, we'll be here. We'll be here tomorrow doing our thing. But until then, it's time for us to wave, smile, and say goodbye. Andrew, thanks for joining me.
Before we go, I see you all dropping off the things. Give this guy the likes and the subs and make the number go to another number.
Oh, dude, you got to say it. You got to say the thing. Number going to the other number. That's the way we do it here. Andrew, you're going to be back tomorrow, yes?
You betcha.
All right, sweet. We'll see you then. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye now. I think I have a waiting screen for this.